Awesome. I think we're ready to go. Give me 1 second, friends. Looks like the streams are up and running. Very good. And then also, do me a favor. I'm using a tethering device for data because, as per usual, my every hotel and or Airbnb that I ever stay at has shitty internet, no matter what they say. So I'm using like data saving mode on my PC, so I don't even have the live stream open to monitor the live stream health. If you're watching on horizontal, let's get some hors into the chat so I can see the horizontal is open. If you're open and watching on vertical, let's get some verts in the chat. Let me know that the vertical's doing its thing. I do have TikTok running. I know TikTok's good to go. I see a whores in the chat. Good to see you, Gretchen. Hope you're doing well. In fact, Gretchen, I think tomorrow you're going to be at the meetup, so that should be a lot of fun. I'm excited for that. I don't know how many we've got for the meetup, but I know we have at least 20. I was told that after Crystal already closed the invite window, or the RS, we got vertical, good. After Crystal already closed the RSVP window, people were responding that they wanted to go. So I don't know if she ended up adding more to it, if we're going to end up having 24 people. But it'd be exciting to see everyone tomorrow who's going to be showing up at the California meetup. And it's going to be, I think, in the evening. So that is exciting. And hey as well, Sparrow. We should have people propagating here in just a moment. I'm going to open the guest boxes before I forget to do anything else. Give me 1 second. Make sure the guest boxes are visible so I don't lose track. All right, guest boxes are visible. Dope. And let's see here real quick. We've got some people already in the guest box. So I suppose at that, let me grab our one super chat, and then I'm going to get our first guest in the guest box. It looks like it's going to be a Robo Rainbow. Interesting name. Hey, Rachel, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I'm always perplexed at the boundless arrogance of the young males that try to debate you, and always so confidently wrong. They're not lonely enough. You might be right. The epidemic of male loneliness, I think is what they're calling it. There is a reason for it. It's not like it just developed out of thin air. It's not like women just decided we didn't want to date these men. That's not how that worked at all. Like, they're just goofs. When you have an overconfidence in a complete and utter lack of real ability, I mean, what are you going to do? You know, there's a certain category of people that just think that they know things and that they are owed things when neither one of those things are true. They haven't earned it or done any actual work. And Gretchen says, I'll be there with JMR tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Jay. Holy shit, JMR is going to be there tomorrow. This is going to be popping. It's been really exciting, actually. I'm getting pretty pumped for this. It is going to be in the evening, though. I'm curious if we're going to like close the place out. I don't know what time they close, but it should be a lot of fun. Nevertheless, let's get our first guest in here. It's going to be Robo Rainbow, and we'll get some conversation started. Welcome in, Robo.
What's up, Ginger?
Ginger, huh? Well, I'm soulless, so I don't really,
Yep.
you know, whether I'm a ginger is kind of irrelevant. So, I mean, the only reason to call somebody a ginger is to, you know, intimate that they're soulless. But I already know that I'm soulless, so that insult doesn't really do a whole lot.
My bad, man. If you know you're soulless, then there you go.
Sure, but the funny part is you are too. You just don't know it yet.
No, I'm not ginger. I'm brunette.
No, you're soulless.
No, souls exist.
Oh, what's the proof that souls exist?
Well, I just find it strange. Well, for one thing, I find it strange that all ancient civilizations, they talk about souls.
No, they don't.
And there's even Genius Young talks about soul.
Never heard of Genius Young, but also not every ancient civilization believed in souls. Many of them did.
Young, you mean
that certainly is the case, but not all of them. So you don't really have an argument.
I mean, even Disney believes in soul. They made a movie called Soul. A whole movie about a soul. You're telling me soul Souls don't
Disney not,
exist, and Disney makes a
Disney's
whole
not
movie
really
about it.
a resource for truth.
I know,
So
but I just find it strange that they
uh,
make a whole movie about it. They don't make a whole
Disney
movie about Catwoman.
also made movies that were like all kinds of problematic. Disney's not an arbiter of information or truth. So, anyways, the
But there's
claim for
still
tonight,
things in there that are real.
yeah, not the souls though. So the claim for the night is pretty simple. It's that Christianity is a failed apocalyptic blood magic death cult, and there's kind of like three claims wrapped up in one there. Which one of those three claims do you think you'd like to address first?
Failed apocalyptic?
Do you know what that means?
No, man.
So what that means is that the religion or the cult was supposed to be an end times cult. They predicted that the end was right around the corner. It was coming any moment now. It's happening within the generation of these people that are standing right here. And then it didn't happen. That's why it's a failed apocalyptic death cult. They thought that they were all dying and then being resurrected, or at least being resurrected to live with Jesus. First Thessalonians chapter 4, like any minute now. So it obviously failed. Jesus said that he was coming back within the lifetime of his disciples, and then he just didn't.
The story's still going, dude.
So what? I didn't say that the religion failed in that nobody's following it. I said it's failed in its actual stated mission, goals, and purpose. So it doesn't matter if a
I
bunch
don't
of
think
people
it
follow
failed
the
at all in the
religion.
mission.
Well, I guess you'd be wrong then. So if the mission of the religion is to prepare people for the end of the age, which was supposed to be right around the corner, Jesus was coming back to
I don't
take
think
his
that's.
bride.
I don't think that's the
Then
point
what
of
that means?
Christianity.
Well, that kind of is
Why
the
would
whole
first
thing.
of all,
The whole shtick of Christianity
does
is
not
to save
God
people
does not
from
like
hell
death.
right before the end of the world. Well, God obviously does like death because he caused it.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't like death.
Well, I think you're confused.
That's why he came down and conquered death. That's the whole point.
Why did God cause people to die?
He didn't. Satan did.
No, Satan didn't decide that human beings would die. God did. God made all the rules, and God said, hey, when Adam and Eve sin, I'm going to make it so that humans don't live forever. So that was God's decision. It sounds like you didn't read the book.
You don't get it, dude.
I do get it. It sounds like you don't. So
No,
you
don't.
haven't said anything that was true yet. Why did Jesus fail his second coming prediction?
Jesus hasn't came back yet.
I know, but he said he was coming back within the lifetime of his disciples. Do you want me to show you that verse?
I don't know. Sure, man.
Yeah.
You can straw man this all day, but Christianity is facts.
Well,
it is the
certainly
biggest
not
religion for a
fact, and
reason.
it's certainly not a straw man. My
As
position
you
is
take comfort in a
demonstrated
Christian
by the
nation,
actual Bible.
as you take comfort in a Christian nation,
This is not a Christian nation, and I would be
USA
saying the
is
same
a Christian
shit.
nation.
I'd be saying the same
USA
shit if I
is
was
a Christian nation.
in Europe. It's certainly not. Don't tell the founding fathers. They said it wasn't. Oh no.
They were Christians. Majority of them were Christians.
That doesn't mean the nation's
Even though some
Christian.
of them were Freemasons.
That's irrelevant. There's a lot of countries where there's a predominant religion. It doesn't mean that that country is that predominant religion. That's not how that works.
I just find it strange that the best and nicest nation is a Christian nation.
I just find it strange that that's not true. So let's
That's not true. So what other nation is better?
Just read the passage before you start crashing out. Let me put it up on the TikTok screen as well.
I'm not crashing out. I'm flying high.
You're definitely high, but you're not flying. That's for sure. All right,
Yeah,
I got the verse up.
better
On
marijuana
now,
than drinking.
Now you
Garbage.
can't. Please don't use those words on live stream, or I'll kick you like you got kicked.
I live in
last
America
time.
and use whatever I want.
No, you fucking can't. You're on my live stream. You do what I tell you to.
Yes, I fucking can, Ginger.
Well, no, you can't.
Jesus is
asshole. Jesus is dead.
I don't care,
So,
nigga. Jesus is king. He's living.
He's not, and you can't use that word here. So I'll warn you for
The
the last
biggest
time.
names in history supported Jesus.
So I warn you for the last time. You don't get to use that language here. I don't care what your background is. We've got rules on the live stream.
Hail
and you don't
Hitler,
get to
Jesus.
Yeah, there we go. Here it comes. Here comes the racist outburst. Rather than reading the Bible verse that proves
Not
your
racist.
worldview wrong, let me just say horrible, terrible, racist bullshit, just like you did last time. By the way, I already know what you're gonna do. I knew you
Hail
came to
Hitler,
crash out
racist.
because you came in last time doing the same shit. You also said that war brides were like you
Hitler
should be
shook the
allowed.
black.
You said you should be allowed to
The
take more
block.
brides. Okay, well, we'll just drop you now. Okay. Anyways, the verse which you didn't want to hear because you're terrified of the Bible is the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everyone for what has been done. Truly, I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. And they're all dead. They're gone. They all tasted death. None of them are alive. They all died a natural death, just like every human being in history that has ever died. And they're not going to see Jesus coming back. Jesus won't be coming back. He's gone. Nevertheless, so are you. So we'll move on to hopefully another believer. I don't even know what to do for notes on you. I'll do the same thing last time you were here. Let's say instant crash out and racial. Let's see, racial slurs and loves Hitler. This is not, you've now been on my live stream twice now. With the same name, same profile, saying horrific things. So I mean, obviously, I'm going to be clipping this and figuring out like who you are on TikTok and making sure that your TikTok profile gets like reported by like 4,000 people. So you can't just go around on the internet saying that you love Hitler and all kinds of shit like that. Sufficient advanced tautology. It's a fun name, by the way. Thank you for the super chat. This question: where do Christians learn about being filled by Jesus? A, in seminary school. That's the answer, not the option. Yes, it's in seminary school. Fucking amazing joke, by the way. Rock hard for Doug, gapping for Peggy, fracking for Pebbles, gripping the husk for African swallows. Amazing reference, by the way. Is it one or two? Could they carry it together? I need to know more about the migratory patterns of the African swallow to see if we can get coconuts to migrate along with them. And Artemis213, thank you for the super chat. This is my first super chat. Well, thank you. You should consider Louisville, Kentucky for the Midwest meetup. Maybe. Is Louisville part of the Midwest? Now I got questions. Very central to major Midwest and southern cities. Thank you, Rock Hard for Doug. Well, there's already going to be a large conference in Huntsville, Alabama, which I'll be at. So I don't know if I want to overlap that much. But yes, Louisville's dope. I'm a big fan of Louisville, big fan of the Appalachians in general. But given that we already have conferences down there, we've got conferences in Nashville, we got a conference in Huntsville. I think there's one in Memphis. So I don't want to overlap too much if I can. I'll probably just promote the other meetups. Also, Dubisky, I see you in the queue. I'll grab your friend in just a second. Hunter Girl, thank you for the super chat. Says you should do a Colorado meetup someday. I guess that would be like a central U.S. meetup. And you know what? I agree. When we get the availability to do that, I think, in fact, that we're going to make it happen. I don't know when, but I think we'll definitely be able to make that happen. And Carnage, thank you for the super chat and for the information. The meetup is actually at 11 a.m. That's what I thought. Like, why would we do it at 10 p.m.? Okay, it's 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time per Crystal. So I think the Discord thread might have the wrong time in it. I have to double check. Nevertheless, 11 a.m. If you're going to the California meetup tomorrow, friends, it's at 11 a.m. I wonder if they'll serve us like morning margs. I'll have to check on morning margs tomorrow. And Pat says, Justin, they made a whole movie on it though. I know, I forgot. If they make a movie on a religion, it must be true. This is my fault. I just told it didn't occur to me that they had made a movie on it, and that's my problem. In fact, I'll have to check the Disney catalog actually. And now that I think about it, the Prince of Egypt is pretty good evidence that this Bible is true. And Pat says the name calling was low tier as fuck, nothing original. I know. It's funny too when they come in and call you things that are like obvious, like ginger. Like I don't. Yes, it's true. Yeah, I have some ginger. I don't get what the insult is yet. Where's the insult? I'm looking for the insult. I don't see it. Calling somebody a ginger is not an insult. Also, Drabisky dropped out of the queue. Don't know why. I was just about to take him. I guess maybe they just came to crash out like the last guest. Who knows? Anyways, if you're watching on YouTube, or actually I'm not doing Twitch today because I'm limiting my bandwidth. If you're watching on Twitch, You can join, or fuck, I just did it again. If you're watching on YouTube, you can join using the link on the screen, tiny.cc/DZ live. If you're watching on TikTok, just hit that guest request button and we'll pop you into the guest queue. You don't have to do any links or anything like that. The link on the screen is only for those that are not on TikTok. But we do have one guest in queue, so we'll pull them up and maybe get some conversation rolling here and see what we can get. Welcome in
Hello.
Christianity. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in the Bible God?
Yes.
Okay. My claim tonight is pretty simple. It's that Christianity is a failed apocalyptic blood magic death cult. And what I mean by that is that the main goals of the religion have failed. It obviously is apocalyptic based on the reading of the text. It obviously is a blood magic cult and also a death cult in that
Can I say
people.
something?
I mean, I was
I
hoping
asked,
you. I was
I
hoping you would
sorry
say
for
something. I
interrupting.
don't know why
Sorry.
you tried to
That's so
say it in the
rude.
middle of my information
I know,
session, but
sorry.
go ahead.
I just got excited.
Hmm. I'm listening.
Oh, thanks. Thank you for that. Sorry. Yeah, you said I'm a blood cult, blood magic. I personally like I always find that like appealing, like cool, like it has like an edginess to it, you know? I think this is pretty cool. Like it's not like, oh, let's all be nice. It is that, but it's also like there's an edginess to it with like death and resurrection. I think it's cool.
Yeah, I mean,
I thought people would like that also.
most apocalyptic religions do include death. The blood is kind of nonsense, though. So, for example, in Leviticus, there's a ritual of blood cleansing. Have you read Leviticus at all?
Yeah, I've read parts because people said it's not for all. Anyway, yeah, I've read some, not like the whole thing through, like you have.
Sure. Well, I mean, it's just a pretty typical ancient Near Eastern blood magic. Says he shall be brought to the priest. This is a person who's got a skin ailment, right? It says this shall be the rule for a person with a defiling skin disease at the time of his cleansing. He shall be brought to the priest. The priest will go out of the camp, and the priest shall make an examination. If the disease is healed in the defiled person, the priest shall command that two living birds, clean birds, and cedar wood, and crimson yarn, and hyssop be brought for the one who is to be cleansed. The priest shall command that one of the birds be slaughtered over fresh water and in a clay vessel. He shall take the living bird with the cedar wood and the crimson yarn and the hyssop and dip them in the and the living bird into the blood of the bird that was slaughtered. That's some crazy shit, by the way. Killing a bird and then taking another living bird and dipping it in the blood of the other bird is fucking metal. But it says, put the living bird in the blood of the bird that was slaughtered over the fresh water. He shall sprinkle it 7 times upon the one who is to be cleansed of the defiling disease,
Yes,
then he shall pronounce him clean. So, like, first of all, this sounds like
right. Yeah.
it's going to make the diseases even worse. What's happening?
No, I'm not sure. I've not read that. No idea. No idea. I don't know what's going on. I never heard it. I know
Do you
they
think?
sacrifice for sins. Um, like a legalistic thing, like the animal takes the sin, covers you, and that makes sense to me. Like, listen, can I say something?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm Greek, right? And my ancestors were they worship demons and they sacrifice just to sacrifice for no reason. But the Jews always they had like a reason. It's not that God is pleased emotionally. He's pleased in a legal sense that the sin was at least covered, the justice was satisfied. And so there's a reason to
Wait,
sacrifice an
justice?
innocent animal in this fallen world.
No,
It wasn't just like, oh, let's sacrifice for
this is
just
just
to
if you have a
kill.
skin
No.
disease.
Oh, I don't know about that. I have no idea. I never read it.
Well, like the
No idea.
person who has a skin disease didn't do anything wrong, and the bird didn't do anything wrong. Isn't it weird that God's like, hey, if you get a skin disease, just fucking murder a bird and do some blood magic?
Oh, maybe there's a reason to it. I'd have to look into it.
Well, obviously
Uh,
there's a reason to it. I
Yeah, I
mean,
mean, if I
mhm.
believe God is real and maybe there's like a symbolic reason or there is a spiritual reason, I don't know. I have to look into it.
If it's symbolic, why would
I
God
don't know.
need this symbological this symbology? Why does he need this symbology to heal him? Like if the guy needs healed of a skin ailment, why doesn't God just like, hey, pray to me and I'll make sure your skin ailment is resolved?
No, I understand. I could go the route like, oh, maybe science proves, or I could say that God does that. He does heal them from that, but like they show like it's like symbolizes something. So by doing that, then he'll heal them after they do this ritual. Something I don't know. I never
Right,
heard
but
it.
why do the ritual if God can just do the healing?
Maybe he wants to. I don't know. I'm just speculating with my reasoning. Maybe God wants you to do it to like it like symbolize it foreshadows something important or like it shows your obedience that an I don't know, an innocent animal. I don't know. I have no idea because I never read it. I really don't.
Yeah, I mean that's on par. I
I never
think
read
most
that bird thing.
Christians haven't read it. Let me ask you a question. Why is it
What's up?
that Jesus failed his like own second coming predictions? Because like to me, that's one of the biggest
That's a good
problems
question.
with the
Yes, sir.
Jesus character.
Yes, sir.
So why what happened there?
Well, I'm a partial preterist. I believe he did come with the clouds. That's judgment in the Old Testament when God comes with the clouds. So
That's
I think it's 70 AD when he came
that's
um,
certainly not the case.
and judged the harlot, which was first century Jerusalem, symbolically stoning the harlot by using catapults, by using the Romans. It's very
R-
poetic and symbolic, and I think that's sort of.
But what did that fulfill? He didn't say he's coming back to punish his people. He didn't say he's coming back to punish Rome and Jerusalem. He says all the nations of the earth will mourn, and that the
Yes,
elect
sir, of
will
course.
be collected from all the ends of the earth. And so that obviously is more than Jerusalem.
I heard like arguments that like in Greek it could mean the tribes of the land. I heard that
Mm-mm.
argument. In Revelation, it says all the nations will mourn when Mystery Babylon is destroyed, which we also think would be Jerusalem. So, like, they're like, oh, that city was so beautiful. Jerusalem fell. All the merchants are going to mourn for what happened to Jerusalem.
But not all the
So, in
merchants of
that
the
sense,
world.
I know, but when it says like all the world, it's like talking about like the known Roman world,
No, it's
not
certainly
like
not.
China, India, or anything.
No, there's no reason to believe that when it says the whole world, it actually just means like Rome. That's a kind of a preposterous thing. There's no precedent for that anywhere in the Bible or ancient texts.
No, I know, but they didn't really know about like, it's not like every single person on an island somewhere. It's like it's really talking about like the land or the Roman world.
Well, you
That
can
was
say
like
that
because
all you
they
want,
called the Roman world the
but you
kingdom of the
haven't.
world, and that wasn't literally.
Well, the
Yes,
maybe
sir.
the kingdom that is that's largest in the world, but they didn't believe that the Roman kingdom was the entire world.
It's like the kind of like the known world. They called it like the Roman Empire.
Where did that happen? Show me the text where it says that. I feel like you've
I
been
have to
told
like go
this, but
on.
you've never checked into it.
Yeah, I trust it. I
Well, who
like
told
the
you this?
no the
Because
world
it's
was
not true.
Rome. No, you don't think so?
No.
I have to check it out.
Yeah, it
I don't
sounds
want
like
to waste time and check it out.
yeah. Let me ask you a question. When it
I
says when
heard it.
Jesus says
Yeah,
he's
what's up?
coming back soon, and he's coming back within the
Yes,
lifetime of his
sir.
disciples, and he's going to collect all the people, everyone under the heavens. Why would we take that to
He
be
says
just
that.
Jerusalem? Yeah. Want me to read it?
Yeah, yeah. I have to read it. Thanks.
Yeah. So what it says in Matthew says, "Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and all the tribes of the earth will mourn. They will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory, and he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call. They shall gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other." So
One end of heaven to the other.
that's the entire earth.
So
The
a lot
heaven
of people
covers
would
all of
say
the
that's the
earth.
rapture,
Well,
but
I mean
since I'm
that
going with since I'm going 70 AD, I can't use that. So um, it says he would gather them from the four corners of the earth, the
Mm-hmm.
elect.
Mm-hmm.
Is this after the judgment or during it, like at the same time?
This is at the beginning of the judgment. So after he collects them, he's going to judge them. That's part of the same discourse. As soon as he gets through this, telling you when he's coming, then he tells you what he's going to do when he comes. That's chapter 25.
I'm not sure.
So 24 and
I'm sure some
25 are
preterists make
divided
some
by
good argument.
topic.
Yeah, I'm sure some preterists would be like have some good reasoning to this.
I don't think they do. The only
'Cause
argument they've ever
oh,
given
I know
me
what it
is
is.
words
I
don't
found one,
mean
Justin.
words.
Right. I found I have an answer, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So before he did judge Jerusalem, 70 AD, it's talking about he's going to gather the lost tribes
Mm-hmm.
back to Israel, which he
Did,
did
well, he didn't do
in
that.
Acts. Well, we think Jerusalem was heavenly, so he gathered them back to Israel in the new covenant when they
Yeah.
all accepted Christ in the book of
So
Acts.
this is
They
all
came
words don't
back.
mean words. Jerusalem doesn't mean
No,
Jerusalem. Earth doesn't mean earth. All people doesn't mean all people. Like all the elect under the heavens doesn't mean all the elect. Like it's weird that you have to go into the book and to say none of these words mean what they say.
yeah, the elect part maybe that's like I have to go maybe look for it more, but I really think when he did regather the tribes, I think it
He
really
certainly
fits like
didn't.
poetically how he did that.
They were scattered. In fact, the Jews, shortly after Jesus died, started to get crushed by the Romans because there were tax
Yeah,
disputes. And then initially they attacked Jerusalem and destroyed Jerusalem. And then in like 132, 133, there was another major war that broke out, and they wiped them out. That's why the Jews were no longer in their land anymore.
exactly.
So he didn't collect anybody.
Um,
They got their asses kicked and then they got scattered. In the Hebrew
exactly.
Bible, mm-hmm,
Can I explain something?
mm-hmm.
Thank you. So the way we read it, and I read it, it makes sense to me. Um, so the in Acts there was a part where like Jews from Ethiopia, Iran, all over like scattered tribes were taken, and they ended
Mm-hmm.
up in like Iran when the Iranians took them in the Babylon, whatever. They all were in there for like the festival, and then they heard Peter preach, and they were cut to the heart, which is like Zechariah 12:10. They mourned, and then
That's
they accepted. So now they're in spiritual Jerusalem. They're back in Israel. They're
that's not what
part of
happened.
the covenant again. So to me, that's like, oh, it actually makes sense. There's
Actually,
not
doesn't
like
make sense
like
because Zechariah, in both those chapters, depict the other nations, like the non-Jewish people, joining the Jews in following the actual laws of Moses. Like it says in Zechariah
where
chapter 14 that they're going to follow the festival of booths and they're going to give actual meat sacrifices. These are non-Jews doing it too. So certainly Jesus didn't accomplish any of that.
it says meat. I have to read that. I heard grain offering and wine, which we would say the Eucharist. I think they do. Orthodox do a lot of Eucharist worldwide, and Catholics do.
Well, that's not an offering.
So that
An
could be.
offering is something dedicated and given to God.
Yeah, they're like, oh, not resacrifice. Like we offer the same sacrifice. They have their way of saying it,
But
and you can kind of
again,
go that.
this is more words don't mean words. Like you've taken the words of the book and you're like, I don't actually like these words, so I'm gonna like spiritualize them and make them mean something else. But that's kind of a nonsense way to read a book. So after the war, it says, then all who survive of the nations that have come against Jerusalem shall go up year to year to worship the King, the Lord of hosts. By the way, in both of the passages that you're referring to in Zechariah 12 and 14,
Yeah,
there's a battle before people are
I
coming
know.
against Jerusalem to do war, and that didn't happen. But it says, if any of the
Zechariah
families,
12. Yeah, was better.
yep, those nations will come against Jerusalem. They shall go up year after year to worship the King, the Lord of hosts, that's Yahweh, and to keep the festival of booths. If any of the families of the earth do not go up to Jerusalem to worship the King, the Lord of hosts will let no rain be upon them, so on and so forth. And then he says, of the same people. On that day there shall be inscribed on the bells of the horses, Holy to the Lord, and the cooking pots in the house of the Lord shall be as holy as the bowls in front of the altar, and every cooking pot in Jerusalem and Judah shall be holy to the Lord of hosts, so that all who sacrifice may come and use them to boil the flesh of the sacrifice.
Yeah, is that after Zechariah 12:10?
Yeah, Zechariah
Because if
14.
it's after, it could be like a future thing. I'm
Well,
saying like
then
if
it would
after.
it would still mean that Jesus wasn't the final sacrifice, which means Christianity is wrong.
Oh no, I understand. That was a big topic of me. I was like, oh yeah, how is there a future sacrifice? I actually talked to another person. He's not Christian, but he's like Hebrews. Anyways, there's like sacrifices that they did just to like offer, not for sin, because that's all gone. No more sin sacrifice, but there's still like it's like God eating with his people. They would sacrifice to honor God and then eat with his people. So I don't know if that's literal in the future or symbolic.
It
I
seems
don't know. I have to look
literal.
into it.
Like it says
Yeah,
cooking
so
pots.
it
The
would be like
cooking
not a
pots will
sin
be
offering then.
all of the cooking pots will be holy. Well, it didn't say if it's a sin offering or not. It just says that there's going to be sacrifices and that they're going to be
Exactly.
boiling the
We would
meat of these sacrifices in unison with doing the festivals, actually keeping the festivals.
yeah, we would have to say those festivals aren't like for sin. So since Jesus paid for it all, so
Well,
those would be
I
like still
didn't
like the
I didn't say
Jews
anything
would
about that.
sacrifice. No, but in our worldview, because we take the New Testament, Old Testament, so we would be like, oh yeah, those are just the sacrifices they did to honor God, not for sin, but just like for God to eat with his people. Again, I don't know. I have to look into it. Can I say
Well,
something about why I
why
think God's real?
why would
It's like
you're more than welcome to, but why would people in the future be
yes,
offering animal sacrifices?
that is true. I do think the world will be like Eden, where we don't uh, slaughter any animals, which Isaiah
Right?
says. So
Because Revelation
maybe it's like
21
the
says
time
there's
period.
no more pain, no more no more suffering, no more sorrow. And it says,
And that's the beautiful thing about Christianity,
well, it's
because
not the
all
beautiful
animals are get
thing.
redeemed from their suffering on earth. All animal souls get redeemed for their suffering.
Well,
So it's very hopeful for me. It's
it
very hopeful for me that
didn't have to be that way in the first place. It's actually like kind of like masochistic. It's weird that God would make the animals suffer anyways to begin with. But
like in the
anyways,
fall, yeah, because they're like a casualty of the fallen world. It's on us. It's our fault.
no, it's
It's
God's
humans'
fault.
fault. Adam and
No, it's
Eve.
God's fault.
No, I think he has his reasons, and this is all like a play and showing something that.
It certainly is a
Yeah, I
play.
do,
It's
and
all
it's just
theater. I
showing that we
agree.
need God, and
Well,
it
this
shows
does
that we need God, and we're
it certainly
horrible,
doesn't
and
do
we
that.
we.
It shows that maybe God, like the God of the book, is kind of a monster, but it certainly doesn't show anything about needing God. What were you going to say about
No, he
proving
made
God's
the world
existence?
vegan. He made the world vegan. That's like you don't find that in the Quran. Like God
Well,
made animals just to be eaten in the Quran. In
what it doesn't
Christianity, it's like God
matter.
made animals to be pets
After the flood,
because
he
he
said that
actually cares
you
about
can eat the
animals.
animals.
I know long after the flood because he knows humans are gonna like have to do sacrifices and they're
God
weak and fallen. So he's like, all right, you can do it for now, but like
God murdered
we're
the
waiting
first
for the
animal,
future.
like the first.
For the
Um,
sacrifice of Cain and Abel.
no, prior to that, he
Oh, they
killed.
had to give him clothes.
That's right. So God is the first one to murder an animal in the book, which means God is obviously the one causing and in charge of animal suffering. He's the one that decided animals would suffer.
Well, that's because of no, no. He had to do that because of the sin. But before that, we weren't supposed to
Wait,
eat
why
from
did
the
he have to
tree,
do
and
it?
everything was peaceful. I don't know. I have to look into it. God knows.
Well, well,
Because
he doesn't have to do
sin
it. He's all
corrupted the world.
powerful.
What?
He doesn't have to do anything. He's
No, I
all
know, but
powerful.
because Adam and Eve sinned, they like gave the world became like spiritually corrupt at like a molecular level. So now like we have animals that eat other animals, and it's all like dark in this world and evil, and we gave legal rights to Satan. So now what
We
Christ
didn't
did is
do
he
any of
came,
that.
crushed the serpent.
God decided what would happen
No,
when
that's what
human
Christ.
beings
I don't know
sinned,
how yet,
right?
but that's what happened in the story.
Did
That's what happened in the story.
did God decide what would happen after humanity sinned?
I don't know if he decided or it's just like the natural thing that would happen, and he's
Well,
like, all
it's
right, I'm
not.
gonna let it play out.
It can't be the natural thing that happens because he's going to reverse it.
Yeah, by conquering the darkness
And
by the
also,
resurrection. Like there's
and
a whole
also,
reason. I don't know the
God.
mechanics. I don't know the
But
mechanics.
well, I know, but God designed nature, right? So if it's something that happened naturally, it's still something God designed to happen because God decided how nature would work.
Like the fall after the fall, you mean?
Everything.
how it works now.
He decided what would
Because
happen when
before
people
there's no animals
sinned.
eating animals.
He decided everything. There's not a thing that happens on this earth that he didn't decide was going to be that way ahead of time.
Yeah, there's a predestination to it. People talk about the predestination, but why it happened that way. He knew Adam and Eve would sin, but he let it play out to give the most glorious story. You may not think it's glorious. As Christians, we think it's glorious. He showed his love, and he's going to restore it, and we're going to be thankful when it happens. And that's our hope, So it plays.
I don't think it works. Well, why do we need hope from God's carnage? So, like, you got to remember, God is the one causing all this bad stuff to happen. So God didn't have to punish anybody after they sinned. He could have forgave them. God doesn't have to send anyone to hell. God didn't have to create animal suffering. God didn't have to do any of that. These are all decisions that God made. So to say that God is like saving us from them and we should be thankful for it, well, no, he decided that to begin with. Like if my son goes to school and breaks a rule at school, and I say, listen, well, I was gonna cut both of your arms off, but you should be thankful that I'm not gonna cut both your arms off. Well, that's bullshit. He shouldn't be thankful that I wasn't gonna cut his arms off. It'd be preposterous to cut his arms off in the first place.
No, I feel you. With this is like it's like since he's like totally holy and he has to like judge sin. He has to because that's who he is. He can't change.
He doesn't have
and
to.
not judge it. I know, but then he would do something unjust logically
No,
because he's like, oh, yeah, because then he would do something unjust.
so
and he has to
forgiveness
do
is
just.
unjust. So every time God forgives somebody, he's unjust.
No, but there has to be also a satisfaction of the
Why?
the because it has to be because it's like
How is
just like
killing
basic justice. There has to
how
be
is killing an
satisfaction.
innocent animal making it just? Growing up, my mother told me that two wrongs don't make it right. So I don't know how killing something innocent makes a crime go away.
Well, it just means that the animal, instead of the human taking the punishment, the innocent animal took it. It's showing humans how evil we are that
That
an
makes it
innocent
worse.
animal alike taken.
That doesn't make it better. That makes it
No,
worse. That tells me that God is willing to not only make us suffer, but also make innocent animals suffer on top of it. And none of it's actually necessary.
no, I know, no, but because the animal died, we don't have to.
But
Because
we
the
shouldn't
animal
have
was
to in the first place.
killed, we don't have to die.
Well, we shouldn't have to die in the
Sorry?
first place.
I know, but because we sinned, we're like, God has to do it.
No, he doesn't have to do it. I just demonstrated to you that he doesn't have to do it. Sounds like you're not listening.
I think he would have to because it's like his nature is just, so he has to like punish he has to satisfy the justice.
We already covered this. It's not justice to punish innocent people for crimes of the guilty. So that can't be a solution to the problem.
No, he doesn't. When it comes to animals, I think it's like it could happen.
No, it's
With
never just to
human, it
punish.
doesn't.
It's never just to punish innocent entities for the crimes of the guilty.
But the thing is about animals, they go straight to heaven. So it's like it's different. It's very different.
I don't care if they go to heaven. That's preposterous to think that all animals go to heaven, but I don't care if they do or not.
Why? Wait, I can prove it in the Bible.
Because the suffering itself is the problem.
I know, and it's horrible that an innocent animal had to take our evil sins because we're horrible. But that's just showing a project. It's foreshadowing Christ.
It's not foreshadowing Christ.
We think it is.
Oh, I know you think it is. There's a real like reason to think it is. Like foreshadowing in the Bible is dumb. You're just going into the book and saying, "Look, here's something that sounds vaguely familiar to something else that's called a foreshadowing." But that's not how reading books work. I can do that too. It's like looking at like a piece of artwork from 200 years ago and trying to pull nonsense ideas out of it that the author of the painting or the artist never actually intended. That's what you're doing with the Bible. You're just going into it and saying, hey, look, here's some interesting stuff that sounds vaguely familiar to Jesus. Let's just say that it's a foreshadowing, even though it directly contradicts the Messianic prophecies about the Messiah.
Well, if we take like what it says, he is called the Lamb of God, takes away the sins.
The Lamb of God,
historical Jesus.
The Lamb of God. The Lamb of God is a real lamb. There are actual lambs that are executed. And the way John is using lamb is the Passover lamb. The Passover lamb didn't actually take anyone's sins away.
Exactly. It was on the doorpost, and it covered them. Yeah. So we think of Christ like that.
Yeah, I
And
know.
in the new covenant, it could also be a lamb, I guess, or any animal sacrifice instead of a bull. Um,
Well,
and then there's
there's no
also
good
the
reason
Orthodox view that
why
like
would we think that Jesus is a lamb?
he's like he was innocent, sinless, and
No, Simon
he
Bar Kokhba
was
was.
sacrificed for us.
No, Simon Bar Kokhba did all those things. Name one sin that Simon Bar
Well,
Kokhba did.
everyone sinned though in
No,
our
no,
view.
not
Every
not
human
Simon Bar
sinned.
Kokhba.
I know what you're doing. You're saying Jesus. We're making stuff up about Jesus that he never sinned. I know, but in our worldview, we believe that was sinless.
Well, I know in my
You
worldview,
think he's
so
just
was
a
Simon Bar
historical guy.
Kokhba.
I get it. I get what you're saying.
So what sin did Simon Bar Kokhba commit? Because he was killed by the Romans, and he fulfilled more messianic prophecies than Jesus. He was actually a prince in Israel. His face was even on coins for about 3.5 years. So why would I think that Jesus is the sinless sacrifice rather than Simon Bar Kokhba?
Well, then we have to go to a whole other topic about Isaiah 53,
Yeah.
what the disciples believed in rising again, and why we trust
Well,
the Bible when it
the
says he's
disciples rising again
sinless,
doesn't
and
mean
the
anything. Or the disciples believe don't mean anything. What Simon Bar Kokhba does is what matters. His disciples are only meaningful if you've already determined that Jesus is the Messiah. But if he's not, then his disciples are meaningless.
we think he rose again.
Well, I know you think he does.
I know you don't.
That doesn't mean anything, though. A lot of people rose from the dead in the ancient world. Like, if Jesus rising from the dead means anything, it just means that God was telling the truth in Deuteronomy 13 when he said that he'd send a false prophet that would invoke you to worship another God and not follow the laws.
Well, Jesus claims to be that same God. What
Well,
Yahweh is
that's
talking about
logically
is like Baal
incoherent.
worshippers, Baal worshippers who
That's
worship other
logically
gods.
incoherent. Jesus is not God. In fact, he says that the Father is greater than he
Why
is,
you
so
say
he's
that?
obviously not the Father. He's obviously not God.
Not the Father, but he's like his eternal Son with him. Like,
What does
let
it
me tell
even
you something.
mean? What does it mean to be the Son of God?
Well, before the creation of the world, God is like formless, right? He doesn't have a space or time. He
Well,
just
that's not what the
exists.
Bible says. That's what the New Testament says,
We
that
can talk
God's
about it.
invisible, but it didn't
We
say
can
that
talk about it.
he's formless or spaceless.
That's what invisible is. He's formless.
That's
He
not
doesn't
what
have a
invisible
form.
means.
Jesus appears as his image
I
in like
know,
a spiritual body in
yes.
heaven.
Yes, Paul
That
says
doesn't come on.
that. Yes, Paul says that. I'm aware. What I'm saying is, being
Okay.
invisible doesn't mean you're formless in the ancient world. They believed, and Plato wrote about this, and so did others. They believed that the invisible things up in the sky, up in the heaven, were still a form of some kind. They were just made of different material, is finer. You couldn't see it. That's why in 1 Corinthians 15 it says that Jesus's heavenly body is still a body. Like, it can't be a body unless
Yeah,
it
yeah, his
takes up
human nature. Of
space.
course, I agree with you, Justin.
No, no, no. After he
Can I
died
say
and
something, Justin?
resurrected.
Yeah, of course. I know. I know what you're
Okay.
saying. And we're
So
gonna have those too. But I'm saying,
so
can I say
there's
something?
there's nothing in the Bible that says that the God of heaven is entirely formless. But there are lots of Bible
Because
verses
he's spirit. It's
describing the
spirit, sir.
form of that
Spirit.
God. So what? Spirits again are
And
not formless. They're
spirits are
invisible.
formless, yeah.
No, no, they're not formless. They're just invisible.
Can I give my view on God, please? Like 10 seconds?
Isn't going to be rooted in the actual Bible, or are you just going to tell me what you believe? Because I feel like I
Of
already know what you
course.
believe.
What do I believe? Tell me.
You
I'm
believe
not challenging,
in
I'm just asking, what do you think I
uh,
believe?
you believe in a God that is completely formless and is completely immaterial and is completely invisible, and
Right.
that Jesus is the visible image of that invisible God, and that he's some part of the Trinity,
Can I say
which is what
something?
we're trying to figure out right now. Which is why would we believe that Jesus is part of a Trinity? Because it's logically incoherent. You can't be identical to God and then be distinct from God.
Can I say, all right, you're right about what you said, formless, and it actually matches the Big Bang theory. I know you don't believe in the Big Bang, but we believe it.
I do
And
believe in the Big Bang. You don't.
oh no, okay, but we believe like that was literally the beginning. And like when it shows a diagram of the Big Bang and like a little tiny, like it's ready to explode, and it's like a little tiny part.
I have no idea what you're talking about. No.
Like in videos, like science videos, where it's like, oh, before the Big Bang, the universe was the size of like a pin, right?
I think there's like a dozen theories as to what the size of the universe was prior to the Big Bang. I don't actually accept that it was the size of a pin. despite the fact
Okay.
that there are people who believe it.
Okay. When I was atheist, that was like all the videos, and then it would show like a black void outside of the universe before it exploded. Well, that black void isn't really space. It's just a diagram to show us there was nothing there. And we believe like that's how it was. It was only God existing, and then from him he made from himself his eternal son who was with him in eternity, formless as well. And then when the universe was created and the heavens was created, the son appeared in a spiritual body to sit on the throne, to be visible to the angels. And then he dematerialized to be in the womb of Mary, and that's when the incarnation happened. So when he was on the earth, there was no one sitting on the throne anymore until he
So,
went back up and exalted again.
so you're a modalist.
No, no, there's still two persons. I still believe in the Trinity, just that
Three
they're formless
persons.
before the world. Yeah, exactly, exactly.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I
That's
just made that.
just logically incoherent to say that there's three persons in one God. What does that mean?
Well, if all right, this is probably a bad analogy. People always tell me, Kurt. I just think of it like consciousness. One consciousness of God. That same consciousness now has a son. Hello, hi, how are you? But there's
That
nothing created.
that would
They're
be
just in
two
eternity.
entities.
No, no, because he's
That'd
made.
be
He's
if
literally
I
from
have a
him.
son, then I now have two entities. My son is not me.
You're a human, Justin. I'm talking about like this formless God who's just a
Well,
mind, and then he
having
has this.
having a formless first of all, there's no such thing as a formless mind. We don't like there's no evidence that anything like mind like exists outside of brains. But the reality is
I
like
know you. I know.
are you just suggesting that that the father split his brain capacity into two?
No, sir. No, 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 no. Because you can't like split up God. He's not like a ratio. Like, oh, I
You
took
got it. He doesn't have
2%,
parts.
100%. You know what I mean? No, no, no. Because
So then God
we're
can't be
not like
part Jesus and part
measured.
Father.
No, 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 no. It's like eternity plus eternity. Like God doesn't have a form, so you can't split him up. Like he's 2%. Jesus is 2%. The Father is 98%. No, 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 no. It
Well,
is.
you
He
keep
is a
saying
son.
that, but the thing that you described is partialism. That God is part Father and part Son.
No, that's not what I said. Partialism would be like one third, one third, one third, and they all make
Yeah,
up 100. No,
you got it. It's what you just described.
not that.
Congrats, you figured it out.
No, that's not what I. That's not it.
Okay,
They're all
so
100% God.
well, they can't be 100% God because in order to be 100% God, you have to have 100% of the essential characteristics of God, which Jesus didn't have.
In his human nature.
It doesn't matter.
See,
If there's two
let,
natures, then God has parts again. So there can only be one nature in God. Either God has two natures or one nature. Which is it?
no, we don't think that's illogical. Can I just say
How
something,
many
Justin? Come on,
how many
please.
natures does God have?
Come on. The Son has two natures.
No,
He
how
has a
many
body
natures
and
does God have?
two.
Oh, wait, so that's
Can I say
partialism.
something?
If God has two natures, he's
No,
part one nature and part second nature.
he can do two at the same time. It doesn't matter. He's not reducing anything from his. He can
Well,
multitask.
you've just
He's
described parts
adding on
then.
another nature.
So much for divine
No, he's just
simplicity.
adding on to his body. It
The
doesn't matter.
amount
He's just
of
adding on a great.
Christians that will concede to partialism is crazy. I need a
I didn't
heretic
concede.
horn. Yeah, you
But I
did. You
didn't
just don't
concede.
know it yet. The minute you said God has two natures, you've just described parts. You can't have two natures because then
Wait, but that's the
because
Trinitarianism.
two is different than one.
That's Trinitarianism to believe that God has two natures.
I know it's
I didn't follow the
Trinitarianism.
partialism.
It's also partialism. See, you can call it non-partialism all you want, but the second God has two of anything, he's got parts.
No, partialism refers to like the divine natures of the persons, like split. No, no,
Oh, no, I didn't ask you about divine nature being
Trinitarianism is
split. Having two natures is the same problem. Whether or not the divine nature is split or whether or not there's two of them, you get to the same endpoint.
well, in our theology, we do not say. No council ever says that, and
I
we
know
don't
you
think
don't say that, but that's the case. If I had two natures, my nature would be in two parts.
What do you mean by that? Two parts.
If I had
He's a
two
soul and a body.
natures,
The
I'd be
soul is
part one
uncreated.
nature and part the other nature.
No, he's just a soul. He's his divine nature is the soul in the body, and he's having a human experience by his own desire to do that.
Yes,
That's all.
yeah, he has two natures, one human, one divine.
Yeah,
That's
that's not partial.
parts. Yeah,
Partialism.
that's parts.
Partialism refers to the Trinity persons
Yeah,
of the
that's
divine nature.
we're talking about the Trinity. We just covered it.
This is called the hypostatic union.
Yeah, I know it's nonsense. Hypostatic union ends in partialism.
We don't think so.
Well, you'd
No.
be wrong.
Can
You
I
just
say something?
described something that has two parts. One part is a divine nature and one part is a human nature. That's parts.
Yeah, you'd have to debate someone. I don't know about the. It's not, but I don't know what else
Yeah,
to tell
well,
you.
it is.
Can I explain something?
Mhm.
Okay, we don't think so, but okay, can I say? Can I
Okay.
say something about Jesus?
Uh,
Thank you so much.
I don't. Is it on topic? Because
Well,
I think this conversation is starting to get long in the tooth. It's not really going anywhere, and you're just kind of meandering.
I have proof that
And
God.
it's actually
Yes,
making
sir.
it difficult to care about the conversation because you're meandering so much.
Do you find it boring?
I think the audience
Is it
does.
boring for you? All right, but come on, it's a good conversation. All right, let's talk about my proof that God exists, whether it's
Sure.
Christianity or Judaism. I think. Okay, before I get there, let me get there. Can I talk to one more thing about Jesus not knowing the hour and stuff and what he was doing?
Well, I asked you, we could have done that and then you avoided it. Yeah, Jesus didn't know stuff. He had to grow in wisdom. He had to gain wisdom in Luke 2:40. In Matthew 24, he doesn't know the day nor the hour of his return. And there's other things he doesn't know, actually. There's other passages where he has to discover information.
So, I want to get there. I just didn't want you to say I was partialist. I had to say no.
Well, you are, though.
Okay. Can you please stop saying that?
But it's true. No, I'm not going to stop denying the truth.
It's not the truth of our theology. You're
It's
saying
the
stuff
truth
our theology is not.
of
We
the
don't agree with
words that left your mouth.
it. It's not partialism.
You can call it
Partialism
whatever you
doesn't
want. You're just described a God that has parts.
Not really. He just has a human nature. It's a hypostatic union.
That's two natures. Those are two parts.
No theology ever says that.
I don't care what theology
Why?
says. Your mouth said it.
Not really. It's not talking about that. But why are
It
we
is.
stuck on this? We can't move on. Keep saying this.
You wanted to address it, not me. I asked you for the proof that God is real, and then you went back to this.
I know. I want to tell you something about Jesus' human nature. I want to explain to you something.
I think you've done enough explaining. What's your proof for God?
So you don't want to hear the Jesus thing? Yes or no? Last time, and I'll move on to the other one.
No, we've already beat that horse pretty dead.
Okay. All right. No, forget it. All right. Okay, my proof for God. One of many. Go to Isaiah, but you're just gonna die. Whether Christianity or Judaism is true, for sure, one of them is true. For sure. 100%.
For sure not.
First of all, there was a Turkish lawmaker on TV who said Israel will suffer the wrath of God. The moment after he said that, Yahweh, Israel,
that's adorable. Okay, so you don't have any proof. Gotcha. Okay. Some guy said a thing and then he got sick and died, therefore God is real. That's not proof of anything.
Right after he said
that happens. That happens literally all the time in all kinds of religions and all kinds of ways. That has proof of nothing. It's proof that you're gullible, that you believe coincidences mean that God is real. It's proof of that, but not proof of God. All right, listen. I don't think this is going to go anywhere. Your phone's about to die anyways. You got like 2% battery left. Actually, 20% battery left. It's blinking on me right now. So I'm going to move on to the next guest, okay?
All right, see you, Justin.
All right, cheers. Imagine thinking some guy getting like a heart attack is proof that God's real. Patrick, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, what's your thought on the unforgivable sin? Both, how can you do it? And also, why is it in Scripture? The unforgivable sin, I've explained quite a few times, actually. I think it's pretty simple, and a lot of scholars have voiced similar opinions. The unforgivable sin isn't something that people are doing all the time. Look in Mark, in the first iteration of it, what's happening. He's casting out demons in the name of God, and then the scribes and Pharisees come along and say, no, 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 that's not the Holy Spirit, that's Beelzebub, right? So what they've done is they've witnessed with their own eyes, they've witnessed the power of the Holy Spirit and said, no, 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 that's the devil. And so what they've done is they've blasphemed the Holy Spirit by accusing the Holy Spirit of being the devil. That's what blasphemy basically is. So unless you're witnessing the Holy Spirit like heal somebody, like from a person supposedly sent by God, and then you say, no, that's not from the Holy Spirit, that's from the devil, then you haven't really committed blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. Also, it seems that like the reason why it's in the Bible, the reason why it's important is it's kind of demonstrating that the people that are witnessing the miracles, like this is the most effective means of proving Jesus's identity. So the fact that people are witnessing the miracles and still denying it, blaming God, he's like, listen, I can't, that's it. I can't do anything above that. That's all I can do. So, yeah, it'd be unforgivable. Although it's kind of silly that, all sins can be forgiven. Theoretically, God could forgive that if he wanted to. The unforgivableness isn't really true. It's more like the willingness to forgive is not there. And Pat says, I feel like believers is pure spitball. A believer's brain is pure spitball, and it's mush. The brains are mush here, Pat. And Hunter Go says, if the guy thinks blood is that cool, he should be a woman so he can have so much fun every month. Simply what for Sharon. Indeed. They wouldn't like it. They would not. It'd be nothing but complaining. And Techno Mancer Mega says, sorry about the chat the other night asking you to kick a guest for preaching. No worries. It's okay, Techno. Honestly, if it was just in the regular chat, I probably didn't see it. Your approach is much better in the long run, even if I'm here mainly for the cooking and crash outs. Actually, to be fair, Techno, I prefer the cooking and the crash outs. It's fun. It's a good time. But my overall goal, as you guys know, is to change people's minds. So, and the best way to do that is if they're engaging honestly and they're tracking the conversation, I'll keep them on for a while, even if they're boring. John Paul, good to see you, says, I was just wondering, how do people get PhDs in theology and end up remaining religious? Do they realize that their belief is founded on faith and not evidence? Yes. They will typically say that it's a faith, it's not necessarily a fact, and a lot of times they just turn agnostic. Like they'll say that they're still Christians, but it's like being culturally Christian. They're not really Christians in the way that we would think. And William says, who is the greatest stand-up comedian in the Bible? Samson, because he brings the house down. Indeed. In fact, I think I've got a soundboard here, actually. Hold on. Built into... Do I have a drum in here? I don't have... There we go. There we go. We got some sound effects, baby. Yes, fantastic Bible joke. And Bacon and Bush, good to see your friend, says, mosquitoes go to heaven. What about Plasmodium falciparum? I don't even know those words. That's a fair point. If animals are going to heaven, why not the insects? Why not the parasites? If there's no more pain, no more suffering, no more sorrow in heaven, then does that mean that the mosquitoes won't be there? I got real questions. And Dylan says, just started the book of Job, and it seems like God says that he did the bad things to Job in Job 2:3 because Satan incited him. He does say that. You've incited me against him. Could God have told Satan no? I also second a Colorado meetup. Well, Dylan, I appreciate the second. Yes, God could have just said, fuck you. Sorry, Satan, I'm not harming an innocent human being. That's crazy. And Design, thank you for the super chat. Justin, did God walk with Adam and Eve in the garden? It seems, we don't know if he was naked, but probably wasn't, given that he knew right from wrong. And when Adam and Eve knew right from wrong, God clothed them, right? So in the garden, it says that they were naked and not ashamed. It implies that God would find it shameful to be naked. So it seems like he would have some clothing. And in the Bible, he's described as having clothing at various time points. So I would be inclined to believe that he's clothed a little bit. Cora, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, hi, Jay. Have you ever used an argument based on the nature of God centered on the gospel message, a God that pardons the guilty and punishes the innocent as an abomination, so therefore the gospel is inherently contradictory? I do, actually, Cora. I've done that quite a few times where I've run the live stream title, God is not just. And that's the main premise. When I do the God is not just talking point, I'm doing exactly what you're doing. I'm saying, actually, if God is just based on his behaviors and whatnot, it just means that we have no idea what it means to be just anymore. You know what I mean? I just got a couple memberships and one super chat here, and then I'm going to get our next guest in. We've got Mark on the TikTok queue and Tokus on the YouTube queue. I think Mark, if I was catching it, got here first, so I'll get Mark, and then I'll get Tokus into the chat. Bacon and Bush sent 10 DZ gifted memberships, DZ debate gifted memberships. Thank you, Bacon. I really appreciate that. And I hope that you're doing well tonight, Bacon. It is Friday night. We got some cooking in store. And Randy in the fucking house with 20 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. That's huge, Randy, and I really appreciate it. But he didn't stop there. As per usual, Randy sent a 20 more. And because that wasn't enough, sent another 20 gifted memberships. That's huge, buddy. But again, there's fucking 20 more. 80 gifted memberships, Randy. I really appreciate that. You're huge. And Randy says, please support this channel and channels like this. So many people are slaves to this religion, and those channels help those that are wanting out of this. Randy, that's my goal. My goal is to free people that are stuck in these toxic religions so that they're not in this mind virus anymore. Thank you for supporting the channel as much as you do, Randy. It really does help a lot to have supporters like you watching, sharing, liking, streaming, and sending out gifted memberships and sharing the cheat sheet out with everybody. It really does mean a lot. Let me grab Mark here from the TikTok queue, and then we're going to get Tokus after that. Welcome in, Mark. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
I have a question.
What year were you born?
2004.
2000. You said you're 18?
No, I'm above 18.
What's your age?
21.
Okay. Fair enough. Why are you talking with a weird, deep voice that's not natural?
This is how it sounds like.
It sounds like you're artificially lowering your voice, but the prompt tonight is pretty easy. Are you a Christian? Because if you're not a Christian, this isn't really a prompt for you.
Yeah, I just have a question.
But if you're a Christian, you're welcome to engage in the topic. If not, I'm going to move on. Do you want to engage in the topic or no?
Well, yeah, you made a claim that Jesus isn't God, but the Bible does say he's God.
Well, the Bible's not true. That's the point of this topic. Christianity is a failure. It's an apocalyptic blood magic death cult. Jesus said he was coming back. He said he was the Messiah. And none of those things were actually true. He was a failed Messiah, and he failed his second coming prediction.
I'm a little puzzled. You claim that the Bible doesn't say he's God, but that's clearly wrong, though.
I didn't say that.
I can give verses.
I never said that, Mark.
Really?
I never said the Bible didn't say that Jesus was God. I said that Jesus is demonstrably not God.
Oh, so this isn't an internal critique then?
Jesus fucking Christ. Are you confused right now?
Well, yeah, it is an internal critique, right? I'm just a little puzzled.
Listen, you're 12. You shouldn't be here. I'm going to move on to Tokus and maybe have an adult conversation. It's weird. It's not even summer break yet, man. I guess he's out of school for the weekend, but all right, let's get next guest in here and get some conversation rolling. Right, a live discontinued in some regions. Your live is not appropriate for viewers in all regions and has, because he was fucking under 18. There we go. Reasons, hate speech. What do you mean hate speech? Fuck you, TikTok. You're the worst. Your live contains themes that some may find uncomfortable and has been restricted. Reasons, hate speech, and hateful behavior. Your live is not eligible for well, you can go fuck yourself. I'll just restart TikTok. TikTok's the worst social media app literally ever invented. It's the biggest piece of shit on the planet. It's impossible to use this thing as like an actual live stream source. So let me do this. Tokus, welcome in. Let me make sure your audio is working because it sounded like you were tapping your microphone and I couldn't hear it. Is your microphone selected when you came into the room? Can you hear me? Or is it Tofis, not Tokus? Tofis. That's you, sorry. Yeah, Tofis, your microphone is dead silent. I can't hear any of it. You might have to unplug it and plug it back in. I showed that you got an ME6S microphone. It looks like it must have been plugged in at some point. Do you have a mute button on it that's maybe got it muted? I can't hear you. Maybe recycle your browser and see if it works now. I suspect his microphone wasn't selected, or it might not have permissions. In your browser, sometimes you have to set your permission so that your microphone is able to be accessed by the software. See if he comes back. We got a couple people waiting to get in, so we might grab those people before we do a reset on TikTok. Give me 1 second, because I thought there was... I thought there was a person that we talked to recently named the Wise Man, but I don't see him in my list. So I wonder if we just didn't write them down, or if I forgot to write them down. All right, Tophus is back. Let me grab Tophus, and maybe we'll get some conversation this time. Welcome back, Tophus. I got it. It's your connection is the problem. Okay. Tophus, your connection's problematic. You've got some red bars, and I think it's causing your audio issues. Maybe turn off your camera and see if it'll pick up the audio a little bit better and use less bandwidth. All right, try that. You've been chipmunked and roboized. You're gonna maybe try a different method. I don't know, or you might have to connect to a better Wi-Fi source. I'm not sure what's going on with your Wi-Fi, but we've got more people in the guest queue. Let's get Jukebox from the YouTube guest queue, and we'll keep on rolling. Jukebox, are you at least 18, and do you believe in the Bible God?
Yes, I am 26. I believe in the Bible.
Awesome. Now, my claim tonight is kind of 3 parts, is that Christianity is a failed apocalyptic blood magic death cult. I'm happy to talk about all 3 of them. Is there one in particular that you would prefer to touch on first?
I guess I would want some clarification on exactly what you mean by the statement.
Yeah, sure. So Christianity is failed for a couple reasons. One, because Jesus said he was coming back within the lifetime of his disciples to judge the world, and then he didn't. And then on top of that, he claimed to be the Messiah. He wasn't. The whole gospel message is basically built on blood magic, and in the Old Testament, it's like literal blood magic. In the Hebrew Bible, it's like spiritual blood magic. And then it's also just kind of a death cult, because they're basically preparing for the whole world to be annihilated, which is why so many of them were so willing to be martyred in the early days, because like, well, we're all about to die anyways, and Jesus is coming back just around the corner, so what do we care?
Okay, those are some interesting takes. What exactly do you mean when you're talking about the whole blood magic thing?
Have you not read the Bible?
Or like I guess
What's the Bible say
question
about the
is,
blood? So, for example, I'll give you one instance that might clarify it. In Leviticus 14, there is a ritual for cleansing the defiled skin or somebody with a skin disease by using like the blood of a bird. That's called blood magic.
do you have a chapter reference for that?
Yeah, it's Leviticus 14. I'll put it on the screen, verses like 1 through 10. 1 second. So it says, this shall be the rule for a person with a defiling skin disease at the time of his cleansing. And it says, he shall be brought to the priest. The priest shall go out of the camp, and the priest shall make an examination. If the disease is healed in the defiled person, the priest shall command that 2 living clean birds and cedar wood and crimson yarn and hyssop be brought to the one who is to be cleansed. The priest shall command that one of the birds be slaughtered over the fresh water in a clay vessel, and shall take the living bird with the cedar wood and the crimson yarn and the hyssop, and dip them in the living bird in the blood of the bird that was slaughtered over the fresh water. And he shall sprinkle it 7 times upon the one who is to be cleansed. So like they're murdering a bird, draining the blood, dipping another bird in the blood of the dead bird, and then splashing that on top of a person that's got a skin disease. Seems like pretty crazy blood magic to me.
That is pretty interesting. I can't speak specifically on this passage, but I'm sure there's some kind of it's mostly symbolism, right? But
You tell me.
like I said, I haven't done any kind of studying on this passage specifically or this practice, but I do know a lot of the Levitical laws are uh, mostly just pertaining to, like, there is a ritual cleanness that's
Why?
really emphasized.
Why do we need ritual cleanliness?
Oh, we don't need it now,
Why? Well, why was it ever
but
needed?
it was because of the sheer fact of the time that the Israelites lived in, all the different cultures that were around them, and a lot of these were specifically designed to set them apart from other religions.
What's healing a skin disease have to do with that? So you're quoting a passage that shows up in Leviticus 19, 18, 19, and 20, where it's repeated multiple times. He said, don't do the immoral, practices of the nations that came before you because they've defiled the land. That's why they're being driven out of the land. And then he gives all these sexual sins that he doesn't want people to commit. So I'm kind of inclined to believe that like the blood magic here in Leviticus is different because this is how to like heal somebody's skin disease. This isn't about immorality. Like the immorality didn't lead to the skin disease.
Right. So I can't speak for this practice in particular, but I know for certain there, especially in regards to the high priests and entering the Holy of Holies and things like that, they had to be completely ritually cleansed and free of sin, free of blemish, like all that kind of thing, to enter the Holy of Holies, or else they would die, because that's where the presence of God is.
Why though?
So to be in the presence of God and
Why
to
would
be
God kill them?
unclean is to die. It's simply the nature of God, where like it's not necessarily that he is just willy-nilly killing people, but if God is holy, then sin cannot be in his presence.
Why not? How was Satan
And
in his
if the
presence in
presence is,
Job?
it depends on how you're looking at in his presence. So,
It
like,
says
did Satan
he's
physically walk up to God? Neither of them are physical. They're both metaphysical.
well, then God's not omnipresent? Is God's present not everywhere?
Yeah, but where God is not aware.
Well, no, if God's omnipresent, then he's everywhere. Well, it means you're always in God's presence.
No.
So
I
where's God's
would,
presence?
especially in the Old Testament, you are not always in God's presence.
Well, then he can't be omnipresent.
There's a difference between him being present in the sense of awareness, and
What's that mean?
there's the present. Trying to formulate my words here.
Take your time.
So there's a sense in which God's presence is everywhere at once, but there's also a sense of his being and power residing in a place.
What's that mean? What's it mean that
So the Holy of Holies would be an example of that.
What's it mean that a being resides in a place? Because a being is just an entity that exists. When something exists, we say that it has being, right? So if God has being,
Sure.
and his being is in all places because he's omniscient, I don't see how his being can also be localized.
He could theoretically be in a place with and not be there in his full power.
What does it mean to be in your full power? Like you're saying that God exists everywhere, but like he just decides that like when I'm in Ohio, I'm not gonna have full power there. Like he's got kryptonite in Ohio.
Well, it's just a factor of his choosing whether or not he wants to actually reside there.
It's well,
So
how do you change your nature? Like if God's nature is omniscient, and God can't change his nature, would just seem that God can't decide to be not omniscient. I mean, omnipotent and omnipresent. Like if God can't change his nature, or God's nature doesn't change, then he's always
mhm.
omniscient and he's always omnipresent and he's always omnipotent.
Yeah, I think that's a common pitfall that people fall into. So logically, having an ability to do something does not mean that you are always executing that ability. So like me and you have the ability to see, we can see, but we can also close our eyes and choose not to see.
Right, but what
We
I'm
are able to
saying,
limit ourselves
Mhm.
within our power.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if God's nature includes omnipresence, that means you're
True.
always omnipresence, unless unless you can be God without being present everywhere. Which, to be clear, you can. Like in Greek society and in other God concepts, God doesn't have to be omnipresent. This is just the form of God that Christians have decided to land on. Which is, having
Mhm.
an omnipresent God is kind of silly if God also is somehow localized.
God being present is not, I don't think it's fair to equate that with his full presence being somewhere. So
What's
like,
full presence mean?
if in a sense, uh, I'm going to try to use an analogy here. So let's say if I am strong enough to crush an apple in my hand, I can still hold an apple and not crush it.
But we're talking about
So if God,
omnipresence.
yes, so in the sense of the fullness of God's presence, God's radiance and glory can reside somewhere, but a limited version of, or a limited presence can also be everywhere.
What does it
Whereas
mean to have a
his,
limited presence? See, like if you're a human being, you can have a limited presence. So, for example, I can have like my foot outside the door of my house and the rest of my body
sure,
inside the door of my house. And I would say I have limited presence outside of my house. But that's because I'm not omniscient or I'm not omnipresent. And also, I don't have parts. Like I can't have part of me
mhm.
inside and part of me outside because I mean, I can have part of me inside and part of me outside, but God doesn't have parts. God's divinely simplistic. So you can't have like part of God here and part of God there because then you've fallen into the heresy of partialism.
I agree that it's not parts of him places, but I, I'm probably not as well versed in how omniscience or omnipresence works in that way, as far as the theology of it.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough.
So I'd kind of just be uh, talking from a lack of knowledge and speculation on my part.
Sure. Well, let me ask you another question. What's the deal with Jesus saying he's going to come back within the lifetime of his disciples and then not doing it?
I haven't researched this recently, but I have looked it up before.
I mean, I could put the verses up if you want to read with me on the live stream. Although you can't, I can read them to you. You just can't see them because the way I'm not at home right now, I can't really share my screen with my mobile setup.
Yeah,
But you can at least hear me, and the verses aren't
yeah, I'm at
long.
a computer.
Yeah.
I can look it
So,
up real quick just to reference it.
yep, go to Matthew 10:23, and then go to Matthew 16:27 through 28, and then also pull up. I'm doing all three at once. Then also pull up chapter 24, verses 29 through 34.
What was that second one?
It's Matthew 24, verses 29 through 34.
24, 29 to 34.
Mm-hmm. So in Matthew 10:23, he sends his disciples out to the villages to preach, and he says, "If the house is worthy, let your your peace be upon it, or come upon it. If it is not worthy, let your that's too early. I meant to type a 2 in there. What he says later in the same discourse. 500 internal server error. Okay, why? Is Bible Gateway down? Huh. I've never seen
I'm on it
Bible
right
Gateway
now.
go down. Huh? It went down for me for some reason. Yeah, look, it's down. I'm getting a render error. The nginx is an error for rendering static web pages. I don't know why it's just down for me. It must be maybe the server I'm connected to is not right. Let me grab a different website then. I apologize. I don't know why it's down for me specifically. All right, let's do the New Revised Standard Version of Matthew 10 and see if I can zoom in on this so you can read it. There we go. It says, when they persecute you in one town, flee to the next. For truly I tell you, you will not have gone through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. What's that mean? Because my understanding is that Son of Man coming is referring to the one like the Son of a Man in Daniel chapter 7, who meets God in the clouds and receives power and authority over all the kingdoms of the earth. See the problem?
I know there's an answer to this. I
Mhm.
cannot think of it at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that it seems, but
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm kind of familiar with some of the answers. I don't think any of the answers are very good. Let's run to Matthew 16, and you'll see Jesus repeat the same thing. He says, "The Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and he will repay everybody for what has been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." Another promise to fulfill the prophecy of Daniel 7, and then he doesn't do it. Like that, they're all dead, right? It says, "Some of you standing here will not taste death." That means at least 2 of them should be remaining when Jesus comes back, but they're all...
yeah, I would have to do more studying on that specifically.
Okay.
Just to maybe give you a better debate. I've been doing a lot of research recently on the Trinity and specifically disproving Jehovah's Witnesses. But
really?
if you have anything along those lines you would like to discuss, I may be able to give you a better conversation.
Sure. Let me write a note here before I forget. Okay. So I've been talking about the Trinity a lot lately. I don't know if my audience is getting tired from it. I enjoy it. Sorry, audience, I love you. If the Trinity is starting to bore you, it's always exciting for me. Anyways, Freighter is asking if I'm going to be at the California meetup tomorrow at Temecula. Yep. If you're signed up, I'll see y'all tomorrow, 11 a.m. Anyways, so the Trinity to me is logically incoherent because the claim is that Jesus is 100% God, the Father is 100% God, and the Holy Spirit is 100% God. However, they're also somehow distinct from each other, right? So in order for Jesus to be 100% God, Jesus would need to have all of the essential characteristics, what we might call the divine essence of God. And the divine essence just refers to the nature, the characteristics, and properties of God. And so what that
Sure.
means is for Jesus to be 100% God, he needs 100% of God's essential attributes. That includes omnipresence, which he's not. That includes omniscient, which he's not. And it would include being all powerful, which there's a debate on whether or not he's all powerful. I don't know if we have to waste time on that, but so there's at least two instances in the Bible where Jesus appears to lack some of the characteristics that would be essential for God being God.
Right. So this kind of goes back to the thing where I was talking about me and you have the ability to see, but we can close our eyes. So the person of Jesus humbles himself. This is outlined multiple places throughout the Bible. I believe
It's in a
I can't
couple
remember.
places. Paul says it. Yeah.
But yeah, the Son humbles himself, uh, becoming a man, living the life of a man, uh, so that
But can God's nature
so in that
change?
sense, it's less of his nature changing and more of him taking on an additional nature.
So he's got parts.
Would you consider nature a part?
Yeah. If you've got part one nature and part another nature, it seems like you've got parts.
I would say Jesus had parts, but I wouldn't say God as a whole has parts.
When prior to Jesus's incarnation, was God's nature complete?
Yes.
Okay, so what that means is the body that Jesus had on earth has nothing to do with the nature of God.
Correct.
So that means
I would agree
Jesus
with
couldn't
that.
be 100% God then. He'd be part God, part human, because the body, the human part, doesn't partake in the divine nature.
If it kind of goes back to the whole um, when you ask a question about Jesus, you have to ask it twice. Is he fully God? Yes. Is he fully man? Yes.
But they're opposites.
His godliness was limited. He chose to limit himself in his godliness to become a man and to live the life of a human. But
I
that
know that
doesn't
that's the doctrine. I get that. We're not questioning
right.
that. The question is right now we're trying to understand what is the body of Jesus, because if the body of Jesus does not partake in the divine nature in any way, what that means is Jesus isn't 100% God, because Jesus, that identity, includes the body.
Sure. I would
Right.
agree with
So
that.
that would mean that, either the body is part of the divine nature and God has disposable parts and his nature does change, or it would mean that Jesus isn't
Actually,
100% God. It would mean that he's a demigod.
I take that back. I would say uh, that even we are not bodies. We are souls that have bodies.
But am I 100% soul?
So let's say
That's the problem, right? So if Jesus is
if we are to
100%
exist,
God, that means he doesn't have a
Mhm.
body. Like if I'm 100%
So
soul, I don't have a body.
do you exist separate from your body?
No, I don't believe so. I know in your worldview you think I do, but
Okay.
if I
So
do, let's
let's
say I have a soul. What that
okay.
means is that I have parts. I've got one part is a soul, and another part's a body.
I would agree with that.
Right. Actually,
Currently,
listen.
you
I don't
have,
have a lot of love
or
for
maybe
Mormon theology, but I think
it's
the Mormons actually got this one right. I think the Trinity is logically incoherent on every level, and the only way to fix it is to become a heretic and adopt partialism or modalism. Which you can do, by the way. Nothing's stopping you from adopting partialism. Partialism is logically coherent.
I disagree. Actually, well, as far as the Bible is concerned, I would disagree with it being lining up with the Bible. Just to hang on, I'm checking myself here.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I would agree that it is at least logically coherent.
Mm-hmm.
But whether or not that actually describes reality, I disagree with.
I think the problem is the reality of partialism is logically coherent. The reality of Trinitarianism is not. So if I have to pick one, I'm going to pick the one that's logically coherent. Why would I try to think of a God that is illogical?
I don't think it's illogical.
But
So if we put it this way, like the essence of God is one thing,
what's
and the
essence mean?
personhoods are another. So we could say being or nature or
It
something like
usually
that. So
refers to God's nature,
whereas
but what do you think God's nature means? So like with the Trinitarian debate, it's basically a shell game of words, right? You're changing words every time you get caught up, but they actually all mean the same thing. The nature, the essence, all of that means is those are the essential characteristics of God. These are the things that make God God, right? So one of those characteristics is omniscience. And if Jesus isn't omniscient, then he's just not God. That's where we started with.
right. So would you agree that it's logically consistent that if the person of the Son within the Trinity humbled himself and took on an additional nature, a human nature, that human nature would not be omniscient, but
No,
his
I
godly
don't.
nature would be omniscient?
I don't agree with that. I don't know how something that is not divine can limit the divine, and I don't understand how the nature of God can change. Right? If God's nature can change, especially in the way that you're describing, then you're suggesting God's nature has disposable parts. But that's partialism.
What do you mean by disposable parts?
If you can have a body and omniscience one minute and not the other minute, that means they're disposable. They're not essential.
The person of Jesus had an additional nature, which was I guess, uh, which was limited, which was a part of Jesus.
So Jesus is made of parts, which means he can't be God because God doesn't have parts. See, this is what I'm talking
What
about,
prevents
Jukebox.
you
Every time a
from
Trinitarian
logically?
tries to solve the problem, they walk right into this another problem. It's just like a ring around the rosy. It's a merry-go-round of heresy.
So I don't think that's a problem to say that Jesus has parts.
Well, then he can't be God. Does God
Jesus
have parts?
has parts.
But is Jesus 100% God?
Yes.
Well, then he can't have parts because God doesn't have parts. This is the law of identity. This is just how transitivity works.
When you say God, we can say God to refer to a what, as in the nature, or we can say God in reference to a who that describes their nature.
No, a
So
what and a who can't have the same identity. Like you can't say that God is a what and a who, but like the who has multiples and the what doesn't. That would just describe three different entities. Like a what, I'm a human being. Now, if there become three of me, well, there are three human beings. So just saying who is different than what just means now you're a polytheist. You're going from one heresy to another.
So would you agree that, for example, you and I have one nature or one being and one personhood?
Well, I think everything that exists only has one being. A being just means you have existence, and nobody has more than one existence. You either do or you don't exist. Nature, yeah, I would say we have the human nature. That's it.
Okay. I guess this is where we come into the idea of the personhood. So you would agree that you and I are both persons. So if we take a chair, for example, a chair has being but does not have personhood.
Mm-hmm.
So the two are kind of separate.
I mean, the ideas are
We've now
separate.
logically
Yes.
separated. Yeah, we've logically separated the idea of being and personhood.
Mm-hmm.
So
No, I agree.
I
Not
don't think
everything
there's
that has
anything
being has
logically preventing.
personhood.
Correct.
Okay, so what
So
that means, but things that
if
have
a being can
personhood,
have,
what does it take to have personhood?
I would say probably mind, will,
Man, you just got to be an agent. Now, if it happens to
agency.
be, that as a human being, there's another agent in the room with me, then that agent is another human being. It's not another. It's not like a part of me. It's not like one human being. It's two completely distinct agents.
Yeah, but I think that's isolated to the nature of human beings as having one being and one personhood.
But why would it be different for God? What makes them one God rather than two gods?
The fact that they share the one being,
But they don't.
the one divine essence.
They can't. Well, they can't share divine essence because Jesus lacks part of the divine essence. He doesn't have omniscience or omnipresence.
He limited himself while he was on earth. That's true.
It's not true.
But there
It's
are
logically
instances in the
incoherent.
Bible. Hang on. There are instances in the Bible where Jesus demonstrates omniscience.
No,
For
he doesn't.
example,
He demonstrates that he has really
can't-
good powers. Like he's got a lot of really cool powers that we don't, but he doesn't have omniscience.
what would you describe? I forget exactly who it was. The guy that was under the fig tree.
Zacchaeus
Jesus saw him under the fig tree.
is not omniscience.
No, not Zacchaeus. It was.
He was in the tree, the sycamore tree.
Yeah, not the sycamore tree. There was a guy that that was under a fig tree. Jesus then comes into town, meets the guy. The guy doubts Jesus, and then Jesus tells him that he saw him under the fig tree, and then he believes Jesus.
Yeah, but that's not omniscience. If I could read somebody's mind, let's imagine I could read somebody's mind right now. Does that make me omniscient?
No, but I don't think that has anything to do with whether or not Jesus saw him under the fig tree.
It's entirely analogous. What I'm saying is you can know something that a normal human being wouldn't be able to know. That doesn't mean you're omniscient. It means you have some sort of perception that normal human beings don't. But Jesus doesn't know things. He doesn't know the day or the hour. And in Luke 2:40, he has to learn things. He has to grow in wisdom and knowledge.
As a man.
So what that means is he didn't know all things.
As a man.
It doesn't matter if it's a man or a boy or anything. He's obviously not all-knowing.
So if we go back to the analogy of closing your eyes, Jesus as a man, the person of Jesus, or the person of the Son, that is God, essentially closed his eyes to, let's say, to omniscience.
No, God, that would be parts. God can't have parts.
What's the part?
You just said he closed his eyes.
Metaphorically, in the analogy of us closing our eyes.
What's it mean to metaphorically close your eyes?
In the same sense that closing your eyes is limiting your vision, within God's power, he can choose to limit himself.
Right, but what I'm suggesting here is pretty simple, which is if Jesus is limited, there's no distinction, right? So, for example, jukebox, I'm omniscient. I'm omniscient and I'm omnipresent. Do you believe me?
No.
Right, but I'm limiting myself. Am I omniscient now?
I would say it is logically consistent that you could be omniscient and limiting yourself,
Fuck, it must be
but
God.
that's not what I'm saying. Would you agree that it's logically consistent
It's logically
to be on
consistent that you
to
could
have the
limit
ability?
yourself in something that is like physical, like something in nature, but in something that is completely transcendental. No, I don't know how you would do that. Something that is like transcendental, like omniscience. I have no idea what mechanism you would use to limit it with. How do you limit that?
I don't know what mechanism you would what mechanism you would use to operate omniscience either, but it doesn't,
Yeah,
just
because
because
it's
it's beyond our comprehension doesn't mean that we can't apprehend aspects of it.
well, I mean, it's not beyond our comprehension. It's beyond like physics, right?
But God's not physical.
Well, we don't need to go there. The Bible says so that he is, but we don't need to do that right now. So the problem that you have is you
Well,
have no indication in the Gospels that Jesus is omniscient. He clearly demonstrates that he's not. Now you're just claiming that he is, despite the fact that he says he's not.
John 1:47.
First John also said that God knows
Oh
all
wait,
things, but the Bible doesn't say that Jesus knows all things.
in the sense of Jesus being on earth, it's like I said, you have to ask the question twice. Could Jesus at any point choose to know all things? Yes. But doing so would kind of defeat the whole purpose of living as a human.
Well, I mean, having superpowers would defeat the purpose of living as a human, and he didn't care about that.
Sure.
So it seems like that's not a real big concern.
Which, what superpowers would defeat the purpose of living as a human?
You're literally healing the sick. You're
Mhm.
you're limiting like the amount of suffering here. In fact, he raised Lazarus from the tomb because it made him cry. Like he didn't even know where he was. He had to ask where Lazarus was. He didn't know that either. And then the dude cried, and then you just raise him from the dead. That's not being human. When you're human and your friend dies, you're just dead. You don't get to raise him from the dead. That's the human experience.
Sure. But I would argue that the reasons why Jesus did those things, the miracles, for example, have a purpose beyond just, you know, having superpowers and doing whatever you want. Jesus could have flown everywhere and, you know, done any number of things that he chose not to do. But that doesn't
Again,
mean
but that's you just
that.
ascribing that to Jesus, right? So I get it. He's super powerful. He's like a superhuman. He's like Superman, right? But again, in the Bible, he's just not described as being omniscient. Not anywhere. He demonstrates that he's not omniscient. And it fails. The Trinity fails on every level, Jukebox. This is why everybody who's not a Trinitarian Christian pinpoints this as like the weakness of Christianity. That's why Muslims and Mormons and everybody else is debating with Trinitarian Christians on this particular topic, because this is logically incoherent and it doesn't actually agree with the Bible. Like this idea that God has like part of him is body, and that body's limited, but then he's also 100% God is preposterous. Jesus can't be like limited in his bodily form and still be considered God. And God can't be part spirit and part body because the body is temporary. So like you're gonna just jump from one heresy to the other, whether you think Jesus limited himself or not.
Do you think that the fullness of the divine essence, like, was moved to the physical body of Jesus?
I mean,
Like
that is
the Father and the Spirit left heaven and came with the Son to inhabit Jesus's body?
well, that would be modalism, and that's another heresy. But
Right.
no, I don't believe that. The only way to fix the Trinity is to be a partialist or to believe in multiple gods. That's it.
The verse I was referencing earlier, referring to the fig tree thing, I think is John 1:47.
It might be, but it's not really relevant to what we're talking about. Listen, I agree. Jesus knew things that normal people wouldn't know. That doesn't mean that you're omniscient. You got really cool
Well,
superpowers.
Jesus. Oh, sorry. Yeah, 48. Jesus saw Nathanael approaching him.
Mhm.
He said to
Yeah.
him, "Here truly is an Israelite whom
Why
there is no
are we
deceit."
telling the story? We agreed the story is the story. I'm trying to help you
Because
figure out
in
that
48 it says,
you don't have to read the
well, I'm
story
saying if we're
twice. You don't have to read it once. I can grant you that Jesus
Sure.
knew there was a guy under the sycamore tree that nobody else would have known. You needed some sort of like divine revelation to know that. I agree. It's not omniscience.
Well, if you let me get to the verse, if we're saying if we're trying to stay logically consistent within the Bible to prove that the Trinity is logically consistent within the Bible, verse 48 says, Jesus answered, "I saw you while you were under the fig tree before Philip called you."
Yeah, so what?
Jesus isn't claiming to know he was under the fig tree. Jesus is claiming that he saw him under the fig tree.
And no one cares. It has nothing to do with omniscience, which is what we're talking about.
Is it not true that this statement demonstrates that Jesus perceived something other than where he was at,
Again, it's
which
not
is a function of
relevant.
omniscience?
No one's asking whether or not he could perceive things that normal humans couldn't. The question is, did he perceive all things? And the answer is no.
Do you have any proof that he couldn't?
I don't need proof that he couldn't. I have proof that he said he didn't.
Okay. Logically, within the Bible, how else, apart from this here? Sorry, I'm trying to gather my thoughts.
I told you, I got a bunch of people waiting to get into the live stream. Take some time, think about the Trinity, figure out if there's a solution. Come on back. We'll talk about the Trinity again, okay?
All right, I got you. Thank you for having me on.
All right, cheers, buddy. Good to hear from you. Well, nice enough. Just, can't support the Trinity. Who can? Nobody can. It's nonsense. Gavin says, Justin, don't forget to repent, Lamau. You know what? I will say this. Jesus died for nothing if we don't go on sinning. So I don't know if I'm ever going to repent, but I will continue sinning. And I recommend that y'all do the same. Tracy, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, you on the run from the Christian mafia? Rock hard for Doug, simply wet for Sharon, and rock hard for Justin. Thank you, Tracy. I'm not on the run. I'm not even in prison. I'm just in a hotel room. And I'm in Temecula, California, and I'm going to the California meetup tomorrow. So we've got a meetup in California that Crystal has graciously organized. RSVPs are already closed. So if you're not already signed up, sorry about your luck. Maybe go beg Crystal. But we're doing a meetup tomorrow. So I'm in Temecula doing the thing. So anyways, if you're here, if you're in Temecula, we'll see you tomorrow, friends. And unexpected Spanish Inquisition says Tel Aviv is currently being swarmed by angry bees. I didn't know that, actually. I wonder why. Like bees? Like they're like killer bees surrounding Israel? I got questions now. Birdkeeper Mikey, good to see you, friend, says, I'm sure this has been said before, but Christianity is just coping through fanfic from a book you really liked and never got finished. Rocker for Doug and gay for Justin. That is the case, actually. Yeah. Christianity started as like, hey, our Messiah died. What do we do now? And then like, well, here's a Band-Aid. Well, here's a Band-Aid. None of these Band-Aids are good. Here's a Band-Aid. That's not a good one. And it just goes on and on and on. The Real Doro, good to see you, friend. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. And we've got a bunch of memberships out tonight. Carissa, with 20 more. Thank you, Carissa, for sending 20 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. We've got a bunch of new members here tonight. Big W for everyone who got one. And a real Doro with another super chat. Thank you. Says, can you share the best verses to clarify where God really stands on abortion? Or will looking just find me a big old contradiction palooza? No, I think so. What you need to know is, one, God doesn't care about babies in the womb. Hosea 13:16, he says he's going to rip babies from their mother's wombs, cut open pregnant women, and dash their heads against stones. That sounds like an abortion if I've ever heard one. He also states that he's going to cause, in Leviticus 26 and elsewhere, he's going to cause wild animals to bereave mothers of their children, meaning even if they're born, wild animals are going to come and eat them. That seems crazy to me. Also, Exodus 21, if you look at the personal injury laws at the end of Exodus 21, if you kill a human being or you injure a human being, it's eye for an eye, right? Life for life. If you accidentally kill a baby in the womb, right? It's not the same. You actually pay a fine. So it's not life for life if you injure a fetus in the womb. And so there's a apologetic that it's not meaning like that there's a miscarriage. I disagree. The laws in Exodus 21, 22 seem to follow like the Middle Assyrian law code. And in the Middle Assyrian law code, we find like the exact, and the other law codes actually, we find almost identical laws about what happens if you unalive a human being versus a woman who's pregnant. And a woman who's pregnant, if that fetus is lost, is never the same value as a human being. They didn't value babies the same way they valued grown people, not even children. Deuteronomy 21. If your son is rebellious, you get to murder him. Gone. And last, Numbers chapter 5. In Numbers chapter 5, God says if you find the spirit of jealousy is upon you and you think that your wife has cheated on you, and which, to be fair, is probably if she shows up pregnant and you're like, I don't think it's mine, you can take her to the priest. She'll drink a magic potion. If she's been guilty or if she is guilty of committing adultery, then whatever's in her womb will discharge and rot. And if there's a baby in there, that means the baby's coming out and that's going to discharge and be a miscarriage or abortion. So those are the verses I would look to. Susan says, God is the eye of Sauron. Beware lest he look right at you. That is indeed the case, my friend. Evil eye of Sauron. And WC6 says, why stop at 3? Why not 4, 5, 6, 7? Why not 6, 7? Fair question. I think it's a joke, right? Mind, hey, good to see you. Thank you for the 616. Hell Nero says, I always wonder the most obvious. If Jesus died, who resurrected him? That must be too obvious. So what's the apologetics? If you know, rock hard for Doug. Well, according to the Bible, God raised him. That's in the book of Romans. We'll do Romans 10, and we want verses 9 and 10 in the book of Romans. See if Bible Gateway is working now. It is! Bible Gateway is now working. About 20 or 30 minutes ago, Bible Gateway was experiencing a server error, and it looks like they're back. But if you go to Romans 10, 9 and 10, it says that God raised him, right? It says, if you confess with your mouth that Jesus is Lord and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, right? So the general idea is not that Jesus raised himself from the dead, it's that God raised Jesus from the dead. That's kind of the original message of Christianity. So no, I wouldn't. If a Christian said that Jesus raised himself from the dead, I would actually just push back on that and take them to Romans 10, 9, and 10 and see what we get there. All right, let's grab, we're going to grab Good, Tophus is back. Let's see if Tophus's equipment works, and then we'll grab Good Shepherd after that. Let's see what we got here. Welcome back, Tophus. Let's see if the hardware works.
Hello, one more time again. Does it work?
Working. It is working now.
Yeah, oh, thank God. Yeah, it was an issue. I had to restart my entire computer.
It happens sometimes.
Okay, yeah, it happens. I think the problem was from yesterday. I didn't close my computer completely. There was an issue from yesterday. I forgot to fix it. Anyway, it's working now. That's not the issue here. What exactly you want me to help you with? Because I do see you are asking some very nice questions people don't have the answers to. For example, the one you spoke previously about the Matthew one, was it 16, about the kingdom of God that they would experience before their deaths? Do you want to go back to that, or what is the thing you truly want to know?
Yeah, Matthew 16 and Matthew 24, Jesus says he's coming back within the lifetime of his disciples, and then he didn't. So what's up with that?
No. What exactly happened there when he spoke about the kingdom that they would see? Because if I recall correctly, it's about the thing that he said. Can you bring me the verse? Because I really need to. I think it was Matthew 16. Let me check. I don't want
Yeah.
to speak from memory
Matthew
because if I
16,
speak of my
27 and 28 says, did I type in the wrong
28.
word? We want 16. There we go. It says, the
I don't
Son
want
of
to
Man
speak
is
from
to come
memory.
with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everyone for what has been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death
Taste
before they
death.
see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom, which would imply that at least two of his disciples would still be alive if in fact, or when he comes back.
Okay, there is a reason why you think that this didn't happen when it actually indeed happened. Let me ask you
Yeah.
this: What do you think? Let me ask you this: What do you think death is?
Death is when your body expires and your soul, in the biblical time period, your soul would end up in Sheol until judgment.
Okay, so when you understand this, you say the death is this, but if you want to describe life, how would you describe life based on the Bible? Okay.
Life is when you have a body and you're alive. The second death happens in the lake of fire, according to Revelation 21. There's no such thing as spiritual death in the Bible, just the second death and the physical death.
Okay. I don't know where you got this from, and
Revelation
many
21.
Christians. Yeah, I know. I
Want me
mean,
to read it for
if you
you?
get one verse and sure, if you want to read it, tell me again where it is, and I will explain to you what exactly death actually is. I can bring you the
Yeah,
verses.
you're the one that's going to explain it, I'm sure. All right, let's bring in
I don't
Revelation
know. I
21.
will try. I will try. I don't know if I'm gonna be the one. I will try. At least I will be honest.
Yeah, 21:8
What did you say the
says,
verse was?
Revelation 21:8.
Revelation 21:8. Ah, I will love this. Okay.
Okay, so
Feel free to make
says,
your case so I can answer to you.
yes. The cowardly, the faithless, the polluted, the murderers, the sexually immoral, the sorcerers, the idolaters, and all liars, their place shall be in the lake that burns with fire and sulfur, which is the second death. So the second death is what Jesus says on multiple occasions, like in Matthew 12 and others, where he says that the soul will be killed in the afterlife. It says, "Do not be be wary.
That
Do
part
not
of
fear the
the
one that can
soul.
kill the body, but fear the one that can kill the body and the soul in hell."
Let me ask you this, okay? Because here it is implied that God has the ability to actually destroy even the person, okay? But when you read it here, or if you go to, for example, in Revelation 20, when it speaks about the devil cast down to the lake of fire where the beast and the false prophet is,
Yeah, they're still living. I
you know,
agree.
yeah, they still exist, okay? They
I
still
know.
exist. They still are like in torment, okay? But there it says that it will be forever. It doesn't
So,
say that there will be in a time period it stops and then torment is gone.
well,
But
that's the problem
my
is the Bible is divided. Actually, there are some passages that talk about the judgment and the fire being eternal, and there are some that talks about annihilation, like when Jesus says that God can destroy your body and your soul in hell. So just like your
yes,
body gets destroyed in this life, your
let
soul
me
gets
ask you this.
destroyed in the next life.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. Does it say it does say that it has the ability to do so? Just because he can do it, that doesn't mean it necessary that he will actually do it. It's like, how can I describe it better without making it confusing? It's like, I can break this. I have the ability to break this. That should make you be afraid. But doesn't mean because I will judge you the way I will that I will actually break this. Do you get what I mean? I mean, he has
I
the
told.
ability to do so. No?
Did you not see the part where he connects it to hell? He says, "Kill your body and your soul in hell," meaning there's something about hell that would annihilate the body.
Okay. Let me. Did you realize what you spoke about? The
Yep.
body and what else? The soul, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I want to help you to understand what death actually is because without it,
Yeah,
it
I
is incomplete. You can't make it
actually
sense
give
out
you
of
a
it. And
definition. Maybe you have a better definition. Tell me what your definition of death is.
okay, the way look based on us, we define death by when our soul separates our body. But based on God, death is when our spirit is dead. We are alive, but our spirit is dead. We have no connection with God because we are sinners.
Okay, then
When
nobody
we are
ever
born,
dies.
Where did you got this from?
If death is when your spirit doesn't exist, then nobody dies.
No, you still don't get it.
Listen, you said that death is when your spirit doesn't exist anymore, and that never happens in
No,
your
spiritual
worldview, which
death.
means you never actually
Okay,
die.
let me puzzle it out so you can understand. We are made out of flesh, soul, and spirit. Okay, so our body is what makes us have contact with the physical world. With the glasses, with everything we do in our current state. Okay, our soul is actually who we are. Okay, and then you got the spirit who helps you do the same connection you do with the physical
What's the
world,
difference between a
but
spirit and a
with the
soul?
spiritual world. What?
What's the difference between a spirit and a soul?
Did you not hear me what I said? The body helps you have connection with the physical world, while the spirit has helps you have connection with the spiritual world. Do you not
This
see that one reflects physical
I'm asking
world, the
you
other one is about spiritual world?
what the actual difference of them are. I'm not asking about their function. What are they made out of?
What do you mean, the material?
Yeah.
I mean, is there anywhere written what is the material of the spirit?
I'm
Do
just
you hear
asking
yourself?
you what is the actual. I'm not asking about functionality. I said what's the actual essential characteristics that differentiate a soul from a spirit?
A soul from the spirit. I told you.
No, I'm not asking about its job.
Okay, let me put it
I'm not
like
asking
this.
about the job. I'm asking about the actual characteristics
Yes,
of the thing.
yes. The differentiation is like the spirit with the body do the same with the soul.
So they're the same.
Did you hear my question? Like the
I didn't hear a
difference you
question
have
at
with
all.
your
I heard
soul
you
and your
describe two
body.
things that are roughly the same.
No, because look, there is a spiritual world and there is a physical world.
Are souls
Okay?
physical?
Your soul is the personality. It's what is born through the unity of the creation. When
So
God created man,
personality
what did
comes
he
from the
do? He
brain?
took the dirt. He took the no.
Okay, so personality
Where
comes
do
from
you
the
get this
spirit.
from? Yes,
So then the soul is spiritual.
the soul is you. The spirit is what helps you
So then
being in connection with God.
so then the soul doesn't exist. The soul just describes the union between the body and the spirit.
No, where do you get this from?
From your
You are.
words.
I'm telling you this.
I'm summarizing
No,
your words.
you are not summarizing it. You're simply changing what
Oh,
I'm telling
boy.
you according to what you are understanding. I'm telling you this. Okay, when God created man, you have God taking the dirt and then He blew in the dirt, and there you have a man. We have the spirit from God, and you have the flesh from the ground.
Ah, now you're getting
And
somewhere.
then this
Yes, according to the Bible, the spirit is from God. It's not something that is individualistic like your mind, will, and emotions. So the spirit in the Hebrew Bible just refers to the life force from God. That's it. It's not sentient.
this can you focus to what I'm trying to explain to you though?
I just explained it to
A
you.
fully human is all three. You have to be if you are fully human, you have to have your spirit, you have to have
Sure.
your body, and you have to have your soul. Okay, when you die physically, you no longer have contact with the physical world. Your flesh is gone, is back to the ground. Okay, when you die spiritually, you are no longer in connection with God.
But that's not what that has nothing to do with what I'm asking you. What I'm trying to help you understand is that a spirit and a soul are roughly the same thing in your verbiage. You just haven't realized it yet.
No. I don't agree with the way the Christians of today's age how they describe the spirit and the soul. No.
So the spirit
I'm
comes
not a
from
person
where?
who comes from
Where spirits come
God.
from?
All
Okay.
spirit comes from God. Yes.
Yeah, and the
I'm
spirit that
trying to
was breathed
explain to
into
you
mankind came from where?
the spirit. That's what I'm. Did I not say that already?
Comes
The
from where?
spirit that came from God. The
Okay,
spirit.
so the
We're
spirit,
talking
which
about
is
the
the
spirit.
breath of God, is in human beings. That's what causes them to be animated. That's why human beings are alive. It's like a life force. So the soul in Hebrew, like if you nephesh in Hebrew, just look it up, just refers to the life force of something, right? So the life force is in the spirit that God breathed into human beings, the ruach, is in fact the life force, as well as the blood. Both the blood and the spirit come from God, and both of them is where life is. The
No,
Bible just
you are
tells you life is in the
describing
blood,
what the life.
Leviticus.
Yeah, you are describing what the life is in our terms.
Mhm.
Did you not read what Jesus said in the New Testament about those that there are people who are alive even though they are dead? What do you think that it speaks about?
Not certainly
Why
what
do
we're
you?
talking about. We're talking about. This is a crazy thing. We're talking about Matthew 16, by the way.
Yeah. We're talking about Matthew 16, but if you
Uh-huh.
don't understand what death actually is, even if I explain it to you what happened, you won't
Well,
accept it because death is something different to you.
I'm
Okay,
actually
let
just
me answer you.
rejecting
Let
your
me answer you.
definition of death,
Okay,
because what you're trying to
let me.
say is that it means spiritual death. And what
No,
you're
what
not going
I'm
to be able to
saying
do is
is,
actually show me in the passage where there's a spiritual death being mentioned. In fact,
okay,
the
let
timeline
me.
makes a lot of sense if you think that you're coming back within the lifetime of those people, which is why he said in Matthew 24, he reiterated that he's coming back within the lifetime of his disciples.
Let me answer you then the passage, and then we can work this from there. Okay.
Hmm.
So basically, when Jesus said that they would not taste death before they actually see the kingdom. If I want to read it correctly, it says I left from here. Yeah, it says death before they see the Son of Man coming in His kingdom. Okay. So the kingdom the Son of Man has to offer, you know what it is? It's the presence He will have at the time when we are actually there.
What do you mean by
So when
presence?
Jesus died,
Isn't
yeah,
God omnipresence?
what? We are talking about the Son. Why are you
So
making it
is
about
Jesus going to be omnipresent?
did you spoke about this passage correctly? What we should focus on the passage you gave me. Why are you
Well, you
changing the
said
subject?
something about Jesus' second
I
coming that sounded incoherent, so I asked you a clarifying question.
let me backstep a little bit because I don't know if you noticed English is not my main language. There might be a language barrier, so you have to be kind of understanding. Uh, our topic here is about those who lived during Jesus' time that would not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in His kingdom. Correct?
Yes, I agree. I don't think this is about spiritual death, though.
What I'm trying to tell you is
Which one of his disciples
Jesus.
spiritually died?
No, that's not. That's what you don't let me explain. You're jumping into conclusions, and you're not
So
letting me tell you what I mean.
I'm
So
actually
I'm
just
telling you
wanting
something.
you
You're using what
to.
I'm giving you to weaponize it against me without being
Well, I
honest to let
was
me
trying to
explain.
get you
Are
to
you
address the
seeking to learn the truth?
passage.
Let me ask you this:
The
are you
passage
trying to
says
seek the truth,
the
or are you
passage
trying to
says
weaponize it?
that there is some standing here. What does that mean?
Yes, there are
Okay,
some standing there who are
and
alive who will see
okay,
the Son of Man coming in His
and what
kingdom.
does it
What?
mean
So
when it says that some of them will taste death, or some of them won't taste death?
that means they will see what the kingdom of Son of Man is before they die.
That's not what that
So
means. I'm asking about specifically the phrase of tasting death. What does it mean when he says some of you won't taste death?
here you can tell it means the physical one.
It's physical death. Listen. We actually agree on this one. Yes, I believe, and it would be a good demonstration from Revelation that this is talking about
Yeah,
physical death. Okay, so what this
yeah.
would mean
It
then
wouldn't make
is
sense to be a
that.
spiritual one if you, yeah, I
So
know.
what that
But
means.
I'm telling you this. Yes, that's what I'm trying to explain to you. But instead of hearing me, you are trying to
I
weaponize everything I
I'm
tell.
not weaponizing
And
anything. I'm helping you to understand that your interpretation doesn't actually work, and you've already agreed with me now, which is that this is talking about a
how it doesn't
physical
work when you
death.
don't. I haven't even spoken, and I didn't even express my idea. How do I
But
not agree with
so
your?
what
How
we're
do I not
doing is
make any sense when I didn't
we're
even say
stepping
anything?
through the passage, and I'm having you tell me what it means. I'm asking you to tell me what this means. So it says, "Truly, there are some standing here who will not taste death." Now, you told me that's a physical death, right?
Yes,
Okay,
that didn't change in my mind from
it
before. Yes,
says
where did I
says
backpedal?
that there are
Where did I
some
go wrong?
who won't experience physical death prior to what?
prior to see the Son of Man's coming in his kingdom.
There
What
you
do
go.
you
You nailed
think
it.
this is?
So what that means is that
Yeah,
there are going to
what?
be some of those people listening that are still alive when Jesus comes in his kingdom.
Can I explain?
Listen, you can tell me anything you want to.
Yeah, I know. But if you don't let me, you won't be able to see it. Okay. So you think the kingdom of Son of Man, you think will come at the second coming?
Yes, Jesus said so. In fact, he describes it pretty vividly in Matthew 24 and Matthew 25. Maybe you weren't reading it, or maybe you took the cope that Luke took. Is that what you're referring to? You're referring to the cope in Luke?
No, my friend. No, my friend. That's not what I'm telling you. You see, because many Christians today, they are so blinded the same way
Yeah.
the Israelites are. They don't even know that the
I bet you're
kingdom
the one that got it
of the
right.
Son of Man. Don't worry. You will hear me and just use what I'm saying against me if I'm wrong. But
I
just
will.
please,
Yes.
yeah, please do. So the kingdom of God doesn't start immediately at his second coming. It comes after he died, because when he died on the cross, what did he say to the thief on the cross? Today you will be in paradise with me. So
Well,
basically,
that's a issue of commas. So he didn't say today, like this very day, you'll be in the paradise with me. He says, I tell you today, and because there's no commas in Greek, you have to figure out where that comma is. And he didn't go to paradise that day. He descended into Sheol. That's where the harrowing of hell comes from. That's why 2 Peter talks about it. So he didn't join Jesus in paradise that day.
No.
What he
Right
said,
now, I will shatter this
what he
down. I will
said
shatter this
was,
down.
today I
Let
tell
me ask you
you.
this. Let me ask you this.
Want me to show you?
Based on no. You don't need to tell me. I know. You don't need me to tell me. It doesn't
I don't think you
change
do
anything.
know.
You will see it. It doesn't change anything. Let me ask you this.
He
Okay?
says that he's going to
Since
be in the ground for 3 days and 3 nights. That's why First
yes,
Peter
but
says
let
that
me ask you this. Yes.
he was put to death
Let
in
me
the
answer you.
flesh, but made alive in the spirit, in which he went and
Let me answer
proclaimed
you.
to the
Let me
spirits
answer
in
you.
prison. They were imprisoned in paradise?
This doesn't work against me. Let me answer you. Life and paradise is being in the presence of God. So when Jesus died, where did you go? To Hades. So Hades, at that moment, Jesus transformed that place into paradise with his presence.
Hades is paradise now.
Did you hear me? Paradise is being in the presence of God.
Oh boy. So that's not
Life
true,
is
but
being
also
with God. That's not
are you
true.
are you saying
Get-
that when we die we're going to go to Hades and Hades will be paradise?
Did you hear what I said?
I heard exactly what you
When
said. You said that he
Jesus
turned Hades into
listen to
paradise.
me. Listen
Wait,
to
are there
me.
2
When
paradises or
Jesus
1?
went, we spoke. What do you think? You think paradise is a place?
You said that Hades
Paradise
was
is in the
changed to
presence of
paradise.
God. Yes.
Wait, where is
At
Hades
the
now?
duration. Do you hear me? You keep weaponizing it and you don't even listen.
I'm
Let
asking
me
you to
try
answer
again.
a question. Where is Hades?
It's down.
Is
Down
okay?
below.
Is it
Where
still
exactly
there?
location wise, I don't know. Yes.
Okay, so
But
it's
is
it's
Jesus
down
still
in
there?
so
Wait,
it's
is
down so
Jesus
it's
still
down in
there?
the earth.
Wait,
No, it doesn't answer
is
my question
Jesus
though.
still
My
there?
question is
No,
actually pretty
but
clear, which is namely, if Jesus changed Hades to paradise, are you saying that paradise is now below our feet?
no. Do
Well,
you didn't even listen what I
so
said?
is
I told
Hades
you. Let me
still
repeat one more
paradise,
time.
or is it temporarily made
No,
paradise?
no. Paradise, I'm telling you again, is being in the presence of God. Do you get it? So
Well,
when
God's
Jesus
presence is
died and
everywhere.
went to Hades, he doesn't listen.
If
Just because he
paradise is the
sustains
presence of
everything.
God, then it means that everyone's always in paradise because that's where God's presence is.
Right now, just because the Holy Spirit is present everywhere, that doesn't mean that is we are in a complete state. Because right now, in order to be in paradise, you need to be spiritually alive. Since people are
What's it
not
mean to be in
spiritually
the
alive,
presence of God?
to be spiritually alive, in
I
order
didn't
to
ask
be in His
that.
presence.
It's like you're not listening.
What did you
So
ask
what's it
then?
mean to be in the presence of God?
What part did you got you confused? I answered to you. You told me it's
I'm
not
still
that.
waiting for
You
an answer to the
rejected the
question. I
answer.
said,
No,
what does it
I told
mean
you.
to be in the presence of God? What's that phrase mean?
So you're going completely somewhere else, evading
I'm
completely. what I
addressing
just
the
told you.
thing that you just said. You said paradise is being in the presence of God, and I'm asking you, what does that even mean? What does it mean to be in the presence of God?
Okay. In Revelation 21:22, you see that Jesus will come down and the heavenly city will descend down here, and Jesus, who is in the flesh, will be in our presence. That's how the final paradise is actually described. Okay, because we will be in the presence of God. God, in our case, is Jesus. In our case, Jesus will be in our presence of God.
Oh,
Details
jeez.
about what will happen with
So,
the Holy Spirit or the Father, I do not know. The Bible doesn't say.
so is
But
God omnipresent or
since
not?
how did you jump from one to the other?
See,
This is
I'm
not
I'm talking
our
about
topic.
God's omnipresence, and you mentioned Jesus, and Jesus is not
No,
omnipresent. So
Our topic was
maybe
about
we need to
death. No,
actually
our
focus
topic was
here. Like
about
I
death.
I,
You
I
are
agree
jumping. You
that
are jumping.
like adult ADHD is a real problem. I take medicine for it myself. Sounds like you haven't got diagnosed yet. I'm talking specifically about God's presence, right? If God's
No,
presence
our
is
topic was about
everywhere,
Matthew
how can
16.
you
No,
not
our
be in
topic.
God's presence? Unless you just mean
Our,
Jesus's presence. Do you mean Jesus's presence?
you don't even understand the topic. You keep changing every time I'm making a point. You go
I
and
love
give
it.
me something else.
I'm directly addressing the topic and he can't comprehend it. So then he just accuses me of
How
not
does
understanding
this
it.
has any?
It's
Okay, let me
wild.
ask you this. So if I answer you this, you won't. This will answer the first topic we opened, the Matthew 16, right? I mean, if I speak about omnipresence, this will address Matthew 16. Is that what you're saying?
I'm waiting for it. You
No,
said
I'm asking
so.
you,
What you
because you need
let
to give
me
me a topic.
recap it for you since you weren't listening. So what you're saying is that those who don't taste death are going to be in the presence of God, and we were describing what it meant to be in the presence of God because it seems like everybody is in the presence of God already.
Not in the presence of God that God talks about. It's not about like we are in the creation. Right now, judgment has not fallen upon us.
Right. That doesn't
Right
answer my
now.
question.
But the question was about the Matthew 16 about
Do you
death.
know what my question is?
No, right now I'm confused.
No,
because,
you're not even
we
listening.
started-
No,
we
you're not even
started
paying
with Matthew
attention.
16. No, we started
Mhm.
with Matthew 16, and you went to omnipresence. How did we go from one topic to
You
another?
went to omnipresence.
I didn't
So
know.
we'll start again, and
I
maybe
said
maybe you can use the power of the Holy Spirit to pay attention the second time. So it says, "Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death." We agree that means that there are physical people that are not going to taste death before what? It says before they see the Son of Man coming in His kingdom. And you're trying to say that this is God's presence coming, but God's presence can't come; it's already here. So what that means is that this must be referring to Jesus. If something is omnipresent, it can't come or go.
yeah, but that's what I said. I told you. We are talking about the coming of Jesus. How did you go from this to that?
So again, the coming of Jesus
When I
can't
said
be.
paradise, I didn't say how God sustains reality, because you cannot sustain reality without God. That's another topic.
I didn't ask you about sustaining reality. I'm asking you, what does it mean when he says that the Son of Man is coming in His kingdom?
And I told you
You
the
didn't.
way we are seeing this. Yes, yeah, you didn't let me even finish a point. You kept cutting me off, giving me another question answer about something else, because I don't know where you are getting this from.
The Bible.
You know when Jesus came, went to his disciples, that there was a specific. I can find the verse if you want, that speaks about Moses and Elijah being presented to
Yeah,
his
it's the
disciples,
very
right?
next
You know
chapter.
this,
It's
right?
chapter 17. I'm aware of it. That's the Transfiguration.
Yes, correct. So
This is
that
going to cook you
moment,
worse
his
than the first talking
disciples.
point.
Yeah, sure.
I love it
This
when they think
moment,
I've
his
never heard this
disciples
before. It's my favorite thing.
Of course, because you're blinded. You simply you are not here to seek the truth. You're here simply to.
You've never bothered to
make
actually
fun
ask
of me.
why this apologetic fails, have you?
I didn't say it fails.
It does fail.
I'm about to tell you, but
Do you want me to
keep
explain to you
cutting me
why
off.
the Transfiguration is not the fulfillment of this promise?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, for a couple of reasons. One, nobody dies. The Transfiguration is only 6 days later. Number two, the Transfiguration, Jesus doesn't come in His kingdom. He walks up a mountain. Coming means that you're coming from somewhere, and He's clearly coming from heaven, the clouds, which is why He's coming with the angels. So coming with the angels is different than walking up a mountain and then the angelic forms appearing. They're not the same thing.
So it is impossible. Okay. So you think when it says here see, it means experience?
I mean, I believe it's experience. I don't know why you would think that it's not seeing it, given that he says elsewhere that they will actually see the Son of Man coming on the clouds. It's watching the Son of Man coming on the clouds. This is not like a vision. The transfiguration wasn't a vision of this passage. This passage says that Jesus is coming with his angels to judge mankind. This is the second coming.
Here it says see. Okay, it doesn't say
I know.
experience.
And they're going to see what?
Okay, so since they died,
And they're going to see what?
It means they will experience. They will see.
They're going to see
that
what?
Means the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. See,
which they didn't do.
Previous prophets saw it, and
they didn't
died.
see it. Nobody did.
They didn't.
Nobody's seen Jesus coming in his kingdom. So you're trying to refer to John. You're going to say that John fulfills this prophecy because he saw Jesus. But this isn't about having a vision. This is about his second coming, which is clarified in Matthew 10:23 and Matthew 24:32.
I will find it. Don't worry.
I bet you will. I believe in you.
Think,
I'll pray for you. Go ahead and find it. I'll start praying.
You think I'm talking about New Testament?
Everyone in chat, pray for guests. Pray for Tophus. Make sure he finds a verse.
You think I'm talking about New Testament?
I think you're talking about the Bible. I didn't say anything about New Testament.
Yeah, but the way you expressed it when you spoke about John, you meant it as if I'm talking about the New Testament. When you see people seeing the kingdom of God that is from the Old Testament, then they see it. You think that.
So you're probably confusing Daniel 7. Daniel 7 is not about Jesus. Daniel 7 is when the one like the Son of Man receives the kingdom from the Father in the clouds, or at least from someone who's described like the Father. It's not said that they're actually son-father relationship. It's clearly just the Archangel Michael if you've bothered to read Daniel. But that's the only vision of this that you'll find in the Old Testament. Chitofes, I have these on my memory. I've read this book. You're out here Googling answers.
I don't deny you did not. Okay, you are talking about specifically about this one, even though I have many more to show you that it doesn't actually say per word about the kingdom of God, but it does actually express it. Does it still count?
Whatever you think is going to help your position, let's have it.
Okay, let's go to Ezekiel 38.
Oh, you do not want to do Ezekiel. The war of Gog and Magog has nothing to do with this.
Sure. Of course. Then if you want to say it's not about this, then go to 39 because
Ezekiel 38 is a prophecy for the final battle, and then the new heaven, new earth, new Jerusalem, which includes a Messiah that still gives animal sacrifices and spills blood.
No. Go to 39.
Yeah,
to 39.
It is there. Isaiah 46 says it.
I have to prove it to you first because it seems
I don't think you do.
You're not, no, let me ask you this. Is Gog and Magog the same war as Armageddon?
No, Armageddon comes from Har Megiddo, which is a Greco-Roman version of the valley or the mountain of Megiddo. Har in Hebrew means hill or mountain, and Megiddo would be the name of the mountain. So Har Megiddo is the same as Armageddon in Greek, because Greek has nominative case endings. I bet you knew that, though.
Don't worry. You keep going. It's fine. There is no way you can see it. You are so blinded, there is no way you are going to see it. Let's say
I just told you what the meaning of the word is.
Sure.
Do you want me to show you in like a Bible dictionary where it says that?
Why would the location from where the word is going
I can
to
show
come,
you where it says that.
But let me ask you this.
Okay, I'll just show you
if
real
it's
quick.
If it's a different word, let me ask you this. I have two objections that will actually shatter your own argument.
I'm sure you do.
In order for this to make sense. Sure.
This is shattering.
You're not listening. That is what is sad. You're not listening.
This is earth-shattering, actually.
Let me ask you this. If it's a different war, who is left to die and go against God when the ones who are saved fear not the second death, The ones who died in chapter 19 died, and the ones who are already dead have not risen yet to go against. Who is the group that's gonna go against God in that time? Gog and
Certainly not
Magog.
the Christians, because this battle is described in Zechariah 12 and 14, and it's all the nations coming against Israel. And then after the battle, the nations that are left over are going to serve Israel and continue to do offerings and sacrifices according to the law of Moses. So it's certainly not the Christians. But if you wanted to know, you can look at the etymology of Armageddon on the Armageddon wiki page. It's going to tell you the same thing I said. It says the word is a Greek transliteration of the Hebrew word har Megiddo. Oh, look at that. Har right there in Hebrew, and then Megiddo right there. That's what it means. Means mountain or range of hills. It's we're just
Why would
referring to the
that
mountain
make
of
it to
Megiddo.
be a different word? That doesn't work against me. Why would that make it a different word when I'm
Make
telling
what a
you it's
different
the
word?
same? Armageddon and Gog and Magog, it's the same word described by different
No,
angles.
Gog and Magog have nothing to do with Armageddon. The mountain.
Oh, really? So we have to cleanse Israel, the Israelites twice.
I have no idea
So
what you're
we
talking
cleanse
about.
Israel.
I didn't say anything
you
about a
will know now.
cleansing.
Sure. Yeah, sure. Go read the 39:25.
What do you want to do?
And then go read
39?
Romans.
Why?
Yeah, because that's how you are going to see it. Because basically, if they are two different words, then we have two different cleansings.
Uh-huh.
One in the presence of God, one not in the presence of God. Go read it. You say you know the book?
Everything's in the presence
read
of
it.
God, Tophus. There's no such thing as not being in the presence of God unless you want to admit that he's not omnipresent. We've already went over this. You weren't paying attention.
What I'm talking about is what I know of. Okay, if you want
You
to
don't
jump
know
in
it.
things that I might, you don't know it. I'm telling you. Can you go?
I'm already
Go
there. What do you
Ezekiel
want to see?
39. Yeah, therefore this is what the sovereign Lord says: I will now restore the fortunes of Jacob, and I will have compassion on all the people of Israel, and I will be zealous for my holy name. They will
Wait,
forget
which verse
the
are you
shame.
reading?
25.
Oh, I heard the wrong verse. Sorry. 39:25. There you
Yeah,
go.
39:25.
So God's going to restore the fortunes of Israel. That's wild.
Yeah, so let me ask you this: if you go read Romans 11, where it speaks about the same thing that actually happens after Armageddon, technically, because that is after his second coming, after the Gentiles' number are filled in, and then goes to his people, and there are other verses where the Israelites recognizes their Lord, that they pierced him, that actually speaks at the
That's
second
Zechariah
coming.
12, and that's not the same thing.
Yeah, so if this happens after the 1,000 years go, that means they need another cleansing.
I don't think there's two cleansings. I don't even think there's
But
one.
that's what you are
There's
telling
only
me. If
one
they are two
cleansing
different
according
words.
to Jeremiah 31.
Yeah, but if you say it's the different words, the one happens before the 1,000 years and the other one happens after the 1,000
I
years.
reject that there's a 1,000 years at all. There's 1,000 years in the book of Revelation. There's not 1,000 years in the rest of the New Testament. In the rest of the New Testament, Jesus just comes back with the sound of a trumpet with his angels, and he collects all the people of the earth, both dead and alive, and judges them. Revelation switches it up with this 1,000 year nonsense.
Nonsense.
Yeah.
You know what it means when it speaks about 1,000 years? You think
Listen,
it speaks literally about
I don't think
1,000
it's 1,000 years. Literally, no.
No, I don't think either it's 1,000 years.
Well, then
It's
we
a number.
agree. So
Yeah,
how does
yeah,
this
yeah, sure.
how does
But
this fix the problem with Matthew 16?
No. How does this fix the problem about the previous one I told
Keep
you
in
about the
mind,
cleansing?
well, the goal of this conversation is for you to resolve the inherent problem in Matthew 16, 27, and 28, where Jesus says he's coming back within the lifetime of his disciples, and then they didn't do it. So what you're going to what you're trying to do is you're going to reinterpret Jesus's coming in Matthew 16 as something other than his second coming, which is what we're waiting for. So what does it mean?
Yeah, which I told you. When it says here about seeing, since the people they died, I'm sure it doesn't mean the same way we would thought that it would be like they would live and actually be like what you said, like the presence, like it's like they will live when Jesus will come back. It speaks about seeing the kingdom of God like previous prophets did.
No, wrong again.
Why it's wrong? Where do you base that? On your opinion?
Nope, I can just base it on the text. You want to see why?
Sure.
So your problem is you're relying on like cope rather than what the text says. I'm actually just relying on what the text directly says. So the text doesn't say that this is going to be a vision. It says you will see it happening. Says you will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming. It doesn't say a vision of the Son of Man coming. It doesn't say they'll have a prophecy of the Son of Man coming. In fact, that wouldn't even make sense because the vision would have actually came before he even made that statement. So that doesn't work at all. So this is referring to the second coming. That's why it says the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then they repay everyone for what has been done. There's no reason to believe that this is a vision that people are having, and it wouldn't. And it wouldn't be resolved in John's vision because John's only one, and it says some. Some is more than one.
Can I answer both possibilities? Will you
Yep.
let me without cutting me off?
I do enjoy though how you went from the transfiguration to the John argument, which are entirely different arguments.
Okay, doesn't matter what you love or what you don't. Can I answer both positions just in case? Okay, so if it was physical, the meaning before they die physical, because I told you in order for you to understand, you need to understand what death is. But it's fine. Let me answer it, even though you don't understand. It's fine.
So I'm the one that don't understand.
Death,
I'm the guy that didn't get it.
Yeah, sure. If it's physical death that it talks
I'm not smart. You ever have to spoon feed me.
It's fine. I told you not to cut me off.
I'm not smart, and I haven't read the book.
It's fine. I told you, at least don't cut me off. Let me try to answer it. And then you can tell what you want to say. If it talks about a physical one, which you said it's not a physical one, then the way I phrased it about seeing it, maybe it's not the case. But the way they will experience the kingdom of God, it says before they die. But for God, death is separation from him. So they won't experience separation from him before they see the kingdom of God. That causes another problem. That it could be, for example, so what they are saying, they will see the kingdom of God and then they will die. Then I would say, I'm not sure if that's the case.
This is not about human beings having spiritual salvation. This is about Jesus coming, the Son of Man. I don't know, maybe you forgot to read the Old Testament. The Son of Man is a very specific figure. There's no confusion among scholars about what the Son of Man is. The Son of Man is a fulfillment of Daniel chapter 7. In Daniel 7, is where the phrase originates. You won't find the phrase Son of Man anywhere in the Hebrew Bible except for Ezekiel, and Ezekiel is talking about the mortal himself. The phrase the Son of Man comes from Daniel 7, where it says one like the Son of Man is going to receive all the kingdoms of the earth when he comes and meets God in the clouds, which is why this is what that's about. It's reiterated again after the transfiguration. It's reiterated in Matthew 24 and Matthew 25 and Matthew 26, which means this isn't about the transfiguration. You can rule that out. So what that means is you've only got a couple different options. It could be talking about spiritual death, but that's nonsense. The spiritual death would be the second death. It could be referring to, I don't know, some sort of metaphorical like bullshit death, but then the passage becomes incoherent. Truly, I tell you, there are some standing here who will not be spiritually dead before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. But that's not something that he has to say. We know that. This is not even a time marker. Listen, the reason why this is working as a time marker is because you can tell when people die. We know when people die. We have no inclination when somebody is quote unquote spiritually dead because that's an internal status, right? You can't read somebody's internal status. So this statement only works if you read it naturally in line with what he says in Matthew 10:23 and Matthew 24, which is that this is a physical time marker about when his second coming will happen.
Yeah, and that same logic people use to understand the revelation. That's why they made it such a big mess. That's not the case. We are trying to understand God from his perspective. Of course. Mm-hmm. We are trying to understand God from his perspective, not from ours. Just because he's speaking in a tense that we understand, that doesn't mean everything that he says, it's actually what we understand. You're making yourself
maybe the words just mean what they say.
That's not what I said.
So again, if the words just mean what they say, it means that Jesus' second coming was going to happen within the lifetime of his disciples. He says it 3 times. Paul reiterates it too. Paul in 1 Corinthians chapter 17 says that the present form of the world is passing away, so don't even have kids anymore. Don't even get married if you're single.
there are two types of deaths. One is physical and one is spiritual. Okay, so basically here it could be it could mean
Mhm.
either. Okay, you said if it's physical, then they didn't experience it. Then it
How do you
should mean the other.
measure? How do you measure if one of the disciples is spiritually dead?
If they are not in the presence of God after they
Oh,
die.
everyone's in the presence of God. We already covered this.
No, that's not the same.
It is the same. Yeah, if God's omnipresent, that means we're all in his presence. You can't get around that one.
I didn't spoke about this. You brought it up. I don't care about
You
this.
brought
I
it
haven't
up.
done
You
study.
said that being spiritually dead
Did I
means you're
brought
not
the
in
word?
God's
Did I brought the
presence,
word?
but you can't be not in God's presence if he's omnipresent. This is just basic definitions. I learned this like in the 5th grade or so.
That it's like, yeah, but
We can do a
the
breakdown
Bible,
of the
the
word.
Bible
Let's
itself,
see.
the
Meaning
Bible itself
of
expresses you that what type
omnipresent.
of
Let's
what
see.
type of presence it talks about when it speaks about paradise. Just because the presence of God is everywhere, that doesn't mean you are in paradise just because you are in His presence.
Well, maybe you said the wrong
The
thing.
Bible
Maybe
speaks
you need
about
maybe you need to say
Old
is that
Testament.
spiritual death is
the-
when you're not in paradise.
Yeah, you could say that. You could say
Oh,
that.
so
You
so
could
you're
say that.
spiritually dead right now.
No,
So you're not in paradise.
spiritual. I'm not resurrected in the presence of God.
Well, are you in paradise right now?
No,
So then you're spiritually
I-
dead. You said spiritually dead is when you're not in paradise. This is rough.
paradise is described when I'm with Jesus. Right now, the only presence I have in the world, in me and everywhere, is the Holy Spirit.
Sure. So what's it mean to be spiritually dead?
When you don't have the Holy Spirit dwelling within you to keep the connection with God when you die, so you can be
Sure. And how do you
resurrected
measure
with
that?
God. By believing in Christ, by believing
No.
in Him.
How do I
by-
measure whether or not you
No,
have the Holy Spirit?
You cannot. That's a relationship
Okay, so
between me and
then
God.
the marker in Matthew 16 is useless. I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death, meaning being without the Holy Spirit. There are some of you who will not have the Holy Spirit before they see the Son of Man coming in His kingdom. What a useless time marker to be helpful. The goal here is to tell them like what the cutoff is for the second coming. Like, listen, the second coming is going to happen before these events occur, which is why he says in Matthew 10:23 and in Matthew 24 the same thing. It says, when they persecute you in this town, flee to the next. For truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. See, seeing the Son of Man coming is the same thing as the Son of
Who
Man
is he
coming.
talking
It's
to?
it's
Who
not a
is he
vision.
talking
He's talking to his disciples.
Yeah, correct. What is he saying about going
He's
to
saying
each
that
town of what?
before you go through all the towns of Israel, the Son of Man is going to come. He didn't say you're going to see them come. He didn't say that it's going to be a vision of a coming. He says the Son of Man will come, which is what he reiterates in
Let me
chapter
ask you this:
24.
What do you think Israel is when it speaks about that?
Israel in the Bible is a people group.
No. When you read it like this, do you think it speaks about the location?
What do you mean location? When the Son of Man comes, that's what happens when in Daniel chapter 7, the one, like the Son of a Man, meets the Father in the air, or meets God, or whoever you want to call him, in the air, in the clouds, and all authority is
That wasn't my
transferred to
question.
him, and then
wasn't
his
my question.
dominion is over all the nations of the physical world.
I asked you this. I don't know why you're not listening. I asked you this. What does it mean for you when it says all the towns of Israel? Does it mean the
It means
location
all the
wise?
towns of Israel.
Yeah, but what do you mean
That's
for
what that
you?
means.
Is
A
it
town is a group of people that lives in a particular region, and within Israel, there's lots of towns. So when it says all the towns of Israel, it just means all
okay?
these groups of
Since
people
now, okay,
living in
correct.
clusters
But
in the land of Israel. That's all it
okay,
means.
correct. Okay, so when Israel in the New Testament is not the one that it was before, but it includes also us, the outsiders.
There are
That
spiritual
shouldn't
towns
the
now.
town. What do you think a name is given for a town when it is given by God? It's actually
It's
giving the condition.
it's
It
usually
actually
given by
describes the
humans.
spiritual condition.
Cities are named by
No,
humans.
when in the Bible, yeah, the humans. But when in the Bible, God
Except
uses
for
those
LA.
names, it's
LA is
actually
maybe named after the angels or something. Who knows?
when the God uses those names, is actually to describe spiritual condition.
What
When it
names?
speaks about the towns, huh?
What names?
The names it uses. You want me to be specific?
Which cities did God name?
No, the uses.
Which
Uses.
which
Let me
city
correct
which city are you
myself.
referring to? Are you referring to the mythological cities like in Genesis that are named because of like their role in the story? Like the name of Bethel means the house of God in Hebrew, or like Sodom and Gomorrah, which basically gets
Or
translated
Babylon, or
to like
Babylon,
a fire in a valley. Or Babylon, which is
or
a real city that
yes,
has a
but there
different
are
meaning in
also cities.
Hebrew than it does
There
in
are
the
also.
original root language. Babylon wasn't named by God; it was named prior to the Hebrew people even
That was a
existing.
mistake of mine. That wasn't my focus. You're trying to fight me through my mistakes, not through what I'm trying to say.
Listen, stop
which
making
is
mistakes, and we won't
which
have
is
to waste any time on them.
yeah, but but that still doesn't change my argument. My argument was this:
I don't even know what your argument
God
is.
uses those names.
What
What was my
names?
okay? Repeat my argument back to me to see if you actually
You don't
understand.
have one
Repeat my
yet.
argument back to me.
Your argument is when
Yeah,
God
that's why,
uses
because
names, and then
you're
I asked you
cutting
what
me
names, and you can't tell me what names it is.
every time I'm trying to make a point. You cut me off in the middle.
I'm asking you
throw
to
words in
define what you're
between.
saying, Tofas.
I
When you say
okay.
God naming towns, I don't know what you mean. What do you mean?
I am telling you, when God uses those names to describe the
What
condition those names
names?
are. You want me to give you an example? That's what you're
Yeah,
saying.
that's what I've been asking for.
Okay, like Babylon.
God didn't name
When
it Babylon. Try again.
I didn't say that. Why are you changing what
You
I'm
said
saying to what
when
I'm telling
God
you?
gives it names, and then you
I
said
corrected myself.
Babylon.
Stop.
All right,
I
I'll write it down. I'm
corrected
gonna get a note.
myself.
I'll get a notepad open then and make sure. All right,
I
see, I got my
corrected
notes
myself.
open, and I'm gonna write down exactly what you're saying, word for
Okay.
word. So go ahead and tell me what
Sure.
your claim is again.
Okay, my claim is this: God uses names to describe condition, spiritual condition. When it speaks about Babylon, uses their name and gives a condition. Later, that same name, it's been used in Revelation. That's another topic. To
Okay,
describe condition. There are multiple towns. You can have more. That's not just this one. I can search if you want me to give you more
so
examples.
you
But
haven't
when
given
you
me a
read the
single example yet, so I'm gonna put the notepad on the screen. I've got a notepad that I use to keep track of these types of nonsense arguments. So give me a second, and I'll get it loaded up here. Because now you're about to go off and say some nonsense. Let's see, where's the notepad
no.
here?
You want me to find the specific one? Okay, don't worry.
Notes.
I will
There we
give you
go.
one.
Okay, notepad is open though, but give me a second. It's gigantic. 1 second. So we'll take this down to a normal size. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. We'll cut this off. There we go. And then we'll do the same thing over here. Okay, so the question is very simple, right? So what you've said, and I literally wrote it down verbatim, is what you said. You said God uses names to describe a spiritual condition. Great. I maybe that's true. Who knows? Let's find out. Your example was Babylon. The problem you have is Babylon wasn't named by God. Do you have
Okay,
another? Do you have another example where God does name something?
Sodom, Genesis 13. Now
Did
the
God
men of
name
Sodom were
Sodom?
wicked, great sinners against the Lord. Yes, go check it out.
Where does it show
Genesis
in the
13,
Bible that God gave Sodom its name?
Why are you changing? What did I not correct myself? And I told you that's not what I said. That's not what I
So
meant.
I wrote it down
I told
verbatim.
you
Maybe you need
use it.
to
No.
just
I
rephrase what
told
you
you
meant. So what I
uses
wrote
the
down
name.
was
Look,
God uses names to describe a spiritual situation. What does it mean
did
when
I say gave names? Did I say gave names?
use would be the
I said it
same.
at first
It'd
and
be
I
the same
corrected myself.
thing. What's it mean when
Why
God
would it?
uses names?
So if God uses your name to describe your condition and then uses your name to describe
Well,
other
he
people through
couldn't.
your example,
That's
why he
impossible.
couldn't? Who are you to say no?
That's actually
Who are you to say
impossible
no?
because when you use a name, it just means what it says. So, for example, if my name is Justice, my name Justin, it comes from the Greco-Roman name for justice. My name essentially means justice. Now, if God calls me Justin, it doesn't mean that God is using my name to describe justice. He's just using my name because I already have the name. So it's useless to say
Really?
that
So
God
so
uses names to describe spiritual conditions. He uses the names
really?
that already exist.
So when Jesus spoke about John the Baptizer being the Elijah, it didn't do that, right? It was something else.
That's different because he says that John the
Wait,
Baptist, if you
that's
accept
different.
it, is the fulfilled prophecy of Elijah from Malachi 4, which he's actually not, which is another problem.
Okay. So you basically deny what God describes as what it is. So basically on your
Well,
own
no,
logic,
I'm
not
saying
what
that the God of the Hebrew Bible described what Elijah was going to do in Malachi 4, and John the Baptist didn't do it, so he can't be the promised Elijah.
what did he do? What it was promised and that he didn't do?
It says he's going to return the hearts of the children to their parents so that there's not a curse that comes upon the land. But John the Baptist certainly never did that. And also the other problem is if John the Baptist is Elijah, then who the fuck was at the Transfiguration?
Oh, there is no way to show it to you. You're so blind. You will
Elijah,
keep cutting me off.
when the Transfiguration happened, was it Elijah or was it John the Baptist that showed up on the mountain?
The thing is,
Were there two Elijahs?
I didn't say that.
Well, who is the
didn't say
Elijah
that.
during the Transfiguration? Was Elijah was Elijah John the
Look,
Baptist
our
or was
argument-
Elijah
our
Elijah?
Argument, our argument was whether God uses other names to describe other people.
This is a fun conversation.
Sure, it is fun, but you're not answering. You're jumping around all the time. I give you answers, then you go somewhere else just to try to.
No, I'm actually not going
find
anywhere else.
something
So what's happened is you keep saying stupid stuff, and then I have to correct you on it. Stop saying dumb stuff, and I won't correct you.
Okay, so when I told you that when God uses names, uses, not gives them, uses the names they have to describe conditions. When I speak
John?
about Sodom, I gave you verses. Then I tell you Nineveh
You
also
you
is used
didn't
the same
actually.
way. Jerusalem also is used
God
the same way.
God called Nineveh because that's the name of the city.
No, I said what it's like either you don't understand what I'm saying.
Maybe you're not
and
good
I
at.
need to
Maybe you
better
shouldn't
phrase
try
myself.
debating people in English. You should stick to your native language because what you said was God uses names to describe their condition, but the names that you just listed aren't there to describe their conditions. That's just the names of the place. Nineveh wasn't named by God. Calling it Nineveh does not describe the condition of Nineveh.
Us calling it doesn't describe the condition of
Neither
anything.
one do.
Us, us. God, you can't. I mean, you're trying to put the same rules we live under that God has to abide by the same rules.
What are you talking about? You said God uses the names of cities to describe the city, but the word Nineveh doesn't describe the state of the city. So God calling Nineveh means nothing.
Listen, okay, let me rephrase that. The moment it speaks about the city, it gives the name, like the name is this, and that's the condition this city lives
What's the
under.
condition?
Later, so for example, in Nineveh, it says in Jonah 1:2, it says, "Arise, go to Nineveh, that great city, and call out against it, for their evil has come up before me." And
Yeah,
then
what's
in
the name
3:8
Nineveh
says,
mean?
condition.
What
Do you know
does
what condition?
Nineveh mean? That's the name of the city.
I don't know. I haven't looked that up.
Scholars
If you
typically
want me
believe
to
it
learn, what's
means
the name?
the house of fish. So
Yeah,
when
but how
God
that has anything
so
to-
when God described Nineveh, he described it as full of fish, huh?
No,
Oh, well, that seems like you're confused then.
no. What I'm saying is,
I don't think
you're
you're saying
a
much.
person. Okay, let me change my example. Make it personal, so maybe you can understand. You're a person. Okay, you're a person.
I
You
am
have
a
name,
person.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Yes, correct. You have a name. Okay, that's your identity. Okay. So when God speaks about you and describes who you are, uses your name and uses your so who he's gonna
My
give
name
you
is
another
not a
name?
description. My name is not a description
No,
of
I'm
who I am.
no. You're jumping ahead. Let me give you the example and then you can tell what you want. You're jumping ahead. I'm telling you, when God speaks about you, if he wants to speak about you, it calls you by your name
You mean
then he can
identify?
tell you what. Yeah, identify you and actually tell who you are, what are your strengths, what are your weaknesses. He can like talk to you about you for you.
That's what everyone does.
Later
When you identify a human,
later
you use
on,
their name.
later on might use your name to describe a condition that people need to understand that they experience through your example.
You're talking about calling it idiom. It's called an idiom, right? When a person's name or the title of a city becomes an idiom, then you can reuse the name of that place to describe something. So, for example, we used to call people that were uncouth, we would call them Corinthians, even if they weren't from Corinthia. People who used to engage in particular practices, it was fashionable at one point to refer to them as sodomites. You did a very poor job of clarifying that you're referring to idioms. How do idioms respond to anything that we've been reading here?
I kind of lost myself, but it
Yeah, you
actually
did.
doesn't negate what I said.
I don't even know what you said anymore.
Yeah, but okay. Our topic at the beginning was that's what I'm telling you. You're jumping so much that I even lost
This
track
was
to
your
where I
point,
was.
not mine.
Yeah, but you brought me here.
No, you brought yourself
And my
here.
point
Sounds like you're
is it
concussed.
wrong? No, is it wrong?
Is
Is
what
it wrong?
wrong?
You're not answering it. Is it wrong?
Is what wrong?
Whether my case about the names when God uses them the way He does, is it wrong?
Yeah, because God doesn't do that, humans do.
God doesn't do that.
Yeah, when does God do that in the Bible?
In Revelation, when it speaks about Babylon, the city is not a specific one, it's global, it's the entire world.
Yeah, no, it's not the entire world, it's Rome.
Sure. Just like the beast, it's not all humanity.
Well, I agree. Yeah. So the point is, yeah, we agree. Like it's coded language. Like Rome is, or not, sorry, Babylon, which is the greatest enemy in the Hebrew Bible, is codified to refer to ancient Rome. This is typical in apocalyptic literature. You have to take code names for like enemies and sometimes use them so that your real enemies at that time don't come and crush you. If they wrote a treatise about God destroying Rome, what do you think was going to happen?
I don't know.
Yeah, they get fucked up even worse than they already were. So, anyways, listen, I don't know what any of this has to do with what we're talking about. We're talking about the fact that Jesus failed his second coming prediction because he wasn't the Messiah. He was a liar and a fraud, and he failed his second coming prediction at least on 3 different occasions, which is why he says, "The sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and all the tribes of the earth will mourn. They will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. He will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from 4 winds, from one end of heaven to the other." Then he says, "Truly I tell you," verse 34, "truly I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place." He's saying that these events, he's answering the question at the beginning of the chapter, these events, when are they going to happen? And he says, they're going to happen within this generation. You guys.
No, it speaks about the generation that will experience what you just told me. It doesn't speak
Nope.
the one that was at the time.
Wrong again. This wouldn't actually answer the question. If the question is, when will these events take place? Then saying they'll take place when they take place isn't an answer. So you don't have to say that these people that witness the events will be alive to witness them. That's redundant. You don't have to say the people who are going to witness these events won't pass away. Yeah, before they witness them. We know that's what it means to witness them.
Do you know what I'm thinking just as you talk? How can I speak to you without cutting me off to help you understand what is happening when you are so like in your brain, you're not like in a position where you search about the truth. You're like, that's it. I'm not hearing anything. Even if you are going to make a good point, it's not a good point anyway because you don't see it.
I responded directly to your point. Something? Your point was that it was a future generation that's wrong. That was your point. Your point was that the generation that it's referring to is a future generation. And then I told you why that's wrong.
Where does it... Okay. First of all, you don't understand what experiencing death is. So even if, so regardless of what I'm going to tell you,
we're going to need you to actually pay attention to what was in the text. It says pass away. Passing away means dying. So what you're doing with the book, and you're saying, listen, these words don't actually mean what words mean. I need to change them to mean something else.
No, I didn't say that. The Bible itself says that there
What does
are
it mean
people
to
who are
pass
alive,
away?
but that they are to pass away.
Mm-hmm.
Your
Did
spirit.
Jesus ever mention a spiritual death?
There is a spiritual death.
Did Jesus
that
ever mention a
happens
spiritual
only-
death?
That happens when you are alive.
Did Jesus ever mention a spiritual death?
That happens when you are alive. I don't know
Did
if
Jesus
he spoke
ever
about spiritual
mention
life.
spiritual death?
From what I recall, no.
No, he didn't. So I have no reason to believe that in these situations where he's talking about people dying, that he's referring to a different death. This is simply about death. The question was, when will these events take place? Clearly, this is a marker that they can use to know when the events will take place. This generation, the one that's living right now, they'll still be alive when these events take place. If you say that this is some spiritual death, bullshit. That's not a time marker. That's not something people can track. It's not something that's even helpful, and it doesn't answer the question.
Yes, I agree
Your
on
reading
that.
of the passage is based on Cope, and it ignores the grammar and the context of the passage.
No. What the way I'm reading is like this. I will try to make a sentence.
You got the
if
Cope
you cut
goggles
me off.
on. You're like, let me put
No,
my Jesus
no,
Cope goggles
will,
on.
sure,
I'm just
sure,
gonna
sure.
read. Oh, that word? Oh, I don't like that word.
It's
We gotta
fine,
change
it's
that
fine.
word. That word over there? Oh, fuck. That one's a problem. Let's change that one. That one over there? Holy shit, that cooks me. Let's get
I'm
that
not sure
fucking
even
word
if
out of
you're gonna
there.
let me talk.
That's kind
You're
of what's
not even
happened.
letting me speak. You're cutting me off every time I'm trying to make a sentence. You are trying to put things that are not in the topic we are talking, making the discussion even bigger. We are not closing arguments. You are opening new ones again and again, making it impossible for me to track. And right
I'm
now I'm
responding.
sick and I'm little dizzy. And I'm trying my best. I told you my English is not my main language.
You are dizzy.
If you were truly interested to seek the truth, you would be actually being understanding to see
Tofus,
what the other
what do
person
I
has
have to
say.
do to demonstrate that I'm seeking the truth?
You're not. You're making fun of what I'm saying.
What does no? I'm making fun of you. What do I personally have to do to
I see your
demonstrate that I'm seeking the
expressions.
truth?
Look. If you, I can see it in your expressions. What do you mean? I see
What
your
do
face.
I
How
need to
you
do
react
to
to me.
demonstrate that I'm seeking the truth?
You already how you're
You won't
already
answer a
doing
single
it, but
question. The reason why I keep interrupting you over and over again is because you'll never answer questions. Listen, if I ask you a clarifying question about something you said, then your next thing should be answering my clarifying question. If I say something and you're like, listen, what does that mean? Then my next response needs to tell you what the fuck I meant when
how
I
can
said
I
that.
answer you
So
something
Tofas,
when
if
the
I
author?
ask you a question about something you said, you need to answer my question before we can move on. If you ask me a question about something I said, I need to answer you before I move on. That's how this
Okay,
works.
let me
So
ask you
if you
this.
say
How
something stupid and I ask you a clarifying question afterwards, we'll never move forward until you answer my clarifying question, because my clarifying
okay,
question
let me
is required
ask you
for
this.
us to move forward in the conversation.
Okay, let me ask you this in order to understand what is happening. You are giving me a question saying like 1 plus 1 equals 2. Oh, no, actually, no. 1
That's
plus
a
1
statement.
equals how? Wait, no. Let me correct it. 1 plus 1 equals what? Okay, so you want me to answer you and give you the answer. But from my perspective, from where I see it, the plus, it's not you don't have the same meaning to you that it has to me. So when you say 1 plus 1 equals what, you might mean 1 minus 1, and when I see it, it's 1 plus 1. So even though the symbol is the same, in order for me to explain you the outcome, you need to understand what you're actually calculating.
Yeah, unfortunately, you didn't actually address the problem, right? So the question that we're asking is, what does it mean when it says just generation will not pass away? Now you're going to say some bullshit about how it doesn't mean they're actually dying. It's some sort of spiritual thing. I responded to that already. Maybe you weren't listening. Do you want me to respond again?
You're not listening.
Did
What
you
I'm
hear my
saying is
response?
this.
What was my response?
I can't remember.
I
have
know,
brain
because you
fog
weren't
right now.
listening. You're not listening, which is why you can't track the conversation. I know that this is talking about a real physical death for a couple of reasons. One is because spiritual death is untrackable. It doesn't answer the question. It leaves the disciples in the same position that they were left before. Number two, because it literally says pass away. That's what happens when you die. You pass away. There's no such thing as passing away spiritually. Number 3 is because this isn't referring to spiritual death, because spiritual death is not really a thing that exists in Jesus's vocabulary. Jesus doesn't talk about spiritual death.
Okay.
Jesus talks about physical death all the time, though.
Let me. Okay, if you don't cut me off and let me finish one sentence, you might get what I mean, and then you can destroy my argument however you like. At least let me finish it. Can you let me do that? Even if you know or think what I want to say, can you let me try and let me finish it, and then you can destroy my argument however you like.
Whatever you need, whatever tickles your pickle.
Okay. Previously, I told you this thing. We are made out of flesh, soul, and spirit. The flesh gives us the ability to have a contact with the physical world, while the spirit gives us the ability to have contact with the spiritual world where God is. Okay. So when you die, since we are sinners and there is no payment for sin, when you die, your spirit cannot goes to God, but your soul cannot go in His presence because you are a sinner. Okay. So when you die, you go to
the
Hades.
spirit goes where?
To God.
Is the spirit
just
going
just
to
like the body,
going to God,
listen,
and the soul
yes.
the soul going where?
To Hades.
You just said Hades
Just
didn't
like
exist.
listen,
Great, okay.
just like it's in the Bible. Just like the body returns to dust, so does the spirit returns to God.
So God's
Is it
spirit
not?
returns to him.
Ecclesiastes. Can you read it if you think I'm saying
so the
nonsense?
soul goes to Hades, which you said Jesus turned to paradise. That's cool. So what else? What's the rest of the explanation? How does this address the problem in Matthew?
So when Jesus died on the cross, He actually made it possible so we can be resurrected.
Wait, did He
in the
die
presence
spiritually?
Of God. Huh?
Did He die spiritually or physically?
Can I finish my sentence? I told
No,
you let me make my argument.
Because I don't know what you mean by died.
You're when He died on the okay. Do you want me to let's explain how Jesus died on the cross. When Jesus died on the cross, died both physically and spiritually.
Oh,
How do I know that? How do I know that? Let me tell you how I know that. Okay, because when Jesus came and became a man, He became a man. He didn't denied. He didn't use His divine power. He like holded himself trusted his Father that He would do all the work that He needed to do when He was the earth. When He died physically, but before He died, did He not say, I give my spirit, or I commend my spirit? I don't know how the phrase is in English. That He gave His spirit to God. Did He not say that before
This
He
is
died?
way too much talking. I'm asking how Jesus died. You said physically and spiritually. That's all I actually really needed to answer the question. What does it mean to die spiritually?
Spiritual is when your spirit returns to God.
So it just is death. That's when your physical body passes away.
As you said, spiritually, not physically. How did you go from the one to
I said
the other?
when your
What does the flesh
physical
have to do with the
body
spirit?
when your physical
No.
body dies, that means you die spiritually because your spirit goes back to God.
Deaths, okay?
Those are actually just your words, right? It says you said when Jesus died, He died physically and spiritually. I said, what does it mean to die spiritually? You said your spirit goes back to God. So what that means is the only time your spirit goes back to God is after you die physically. So having a spiritual death is synonymous with having a physical death.
Correct.
So it's the same.
Yes.
So having a physical death and a spiritual death are identical. You didn't fix anything yet. Keep going.
That doesn't actually. That's.
Keep going. I'm waiting for the rest of the argument.
Nothing to do with. Okay. You're okay. We're good. Then okay. So what I'm saying is this: when Jesus died, and then He rose from the dead, He paid for the penalty of sin. So when we die the same way Jesus died, that means when our spirit returns to God and our flesh returns to the ground, we are going. Our soul is hanging to Hades. But since Jesus paid for the penalty, we are resurrected in spirit first, in the presence of God, in the spiritual world, awaiting His second coming, so we can get our physical bodies as well, where we are gonna be complete.
Yeah.
Okay, tell me what is your problem?
Nothing addressed the passage in Matthew 24. The question at hand, which you clearly didn't address, is what does it mean when He says this generation will not pass away?
So if I tell you what I'm thinking, even though I need to look into it, even though I think it.
Listen, if you don't know the answer, just say so.
So okay, so if I tell you when it means that it won't pass away, that means they will be in the presence of God, since they never truly died after after their physical deaths. They are in the presence of God spiritually. Simply, that doesn't negate what I said.
Well, how do they become in the presence of God spiritually? Because you said that the spiritual death is when the physical body dies. So what that would mean is that he's saying, truly, I tell you, this generation will not pass away, or this generation will not physically die until all of these things have taken place.
It doesn't say physically, it doesn't say spiritually. That's why you need to take it in the context of how God makes death.
You already told me that spiritual death is synonymous with physical death, because spiritual death happens
but
when the soul goes back, when the spirit goes back to God, and that happens when the physical body dies. So what that means is that this is talking about physical death.
The first resurrection happens in spirit. That's when we are in heaven.
How can a spirit be resurrected if it's not dead?
Because the soul goes back to the spirit. The soul with the spirit become one again.
What's it mean for a spirit to be dead?
To not be complete the way it was before.
What? So that's physical death. Yeah, to not be complete the way it was before is to die physically. You keep describing physical death, which is interesting because this passage happens to be about physical death. This is wild. This is a good time.
No.
I'm having fun. I bet you're having a lot of fun, actually.
I'm doing great, even though I'm a little bit dizzy from my sickness, but I'm doing fine. You are confusing what I mean about physical death when you are meaning the physical outcome. It's two different things to say. Physical death is when the body returns to dust, and physical death being how it actually breaks down. I'm not saying how it breaks down. I'm telling you that physical death is when the body returns to dust, and spiritual death is when the spirit returns to God.
And they happen at the same time, right?
Yeah, it happens at the same time.
Okay, so then that means this time marker works the same. Truly, I tell you, this generation will not spiritually die until all these things have taken place. That's synonymous with physical death. Spiritual death happens when the physical death happens. Also, I don't know how a whole generation spiritually dies. How does an entire generation spiritually die?
When they live according to their beliefs without seeking God.
That's not what that means at all. Dead. All right, listen. Really? This has been a fun. This has been a fun cope session. But I think we've had you up probably long enough. I don't know how long he's been up. Probably damn near 45 minutes. But come on back. We do a lot of different topics on the Bible, and I'd love to hear you. Utter random, incoherent sayings about those topics as well.
Sure, I can prepare something maybe about what we spoke today. Maybe I will enrich my vocabulary in order to be able to express it better, because I think the problem is not. It could be also my part that I am not expressing myself the way I want to. It could be. So I will prepare something, and next time when I come, I will be able to actually express myself better.
Sure thing. Sounds good.
Yep.
Cheers. Wow, he really explained it. He knew so much more than all the other Christians. He really clarified it. Cool. I do love it when Christians shade other Christians. Like they were too dumb to answer your questions. I got you. I'll answer your questions. Yoda St. Cloud says the TikTok crackdown on anti-Christianity is in full effect. I think you're right, actually. Rock hard for Doug. Are we still doing the schism? You know what, motherfucker? If we do one more schism, it might be fun, actually. What do we do? What do we want to do a schism about? Whores versus verts? To be fair, I think the whores won out. The whores now have as many memberships, channel like Crack and Crew memberships, as the vertical, and they've got way more views. So I could be wrong, friends. I got to be honest. If there was a schism, it seems like the whores won it. I hate to say it. I love the vertical streams. I watch vertical on my phone all the time. In fact, when I see Ian cooking and I'm using my phone, I put it on vertical. That being said, I'm just saying that the whores seem to have won this battle. But you know me, I love everyone, and so does Doug. And Reverend Nate, good to see you, friend, says the path to heaven requires accepting Jebus. So baby Cain and baby Abel had zero chance of getting into heaven because Jebus didn't exist yet. Scumbag Yahweh. That's why they have to do this retro causality thing, right? They have to say nonsense things like, well, Jesus' death had effect for those who lived before him as well. Well, that's nonsense. The Bible doesn't say anything. The Hebrew Bible doesn't say anything about that. You have to just add that into the book to fix the fact that Jesus was useless. Bacon and Bush says, you'd think for a 2,000 plus year old religion, there would have been enough time to work out the answers to your questions, Justin. Maybe another 2,000. I know. You're right. And that's part of the problem, right? Part of the problem is that the religion has placed one Band-Aid on top of another, and none of them actually work. Like, and every time they put a new Band-Aid on, they just cause another open wound, and they need another Band-Aid that also doesn't work. Angry Amalekite Infant, good to see your friend, says, a bigoted caller on your last live tried to that I forget his name right. He was a real piece of work. A bigoted caller on your last live tried to disparage NRSV. That's quite ironic because King James had several affairs with men. True. That is true. By the way, caller found out KJV beautiful. Or found KJV beautiful. I know. King James beautiful. Oh boy. Yeah, it's a wild one. I do love the KJV only people. To me, they're like flirfs or like science deniers. The KJV people are living in a special land of delusion, I think. I'm a 1983. Good to see you, friend. Says, isn't Israel a lion? I don't know what you mean by a lion. David has to kill a lion and wait, what? David has to kill a lion and others before him. Are there a lot of lions in Israel? Well, lions, I wouldn't say there's a lot of them in ancient Israel, but they existed. I would say they more existed as like, I would say like a bear, like a grizzly bear, like wherever you might live in the Great White North, about grizzly bears. You might have even seen one from afar, but you're not really going to encounter them all that often. It would have been like that in the ancient Levant. A lion wasn't out of the question, but it's not going to be like walking around like, oh my God, a lion. It's more like, just a characteristic animal that represents like the maximal amount of danger. And Stay Brown, good to see your friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, you are so close to Tijuana. That's true, actually. BC and San Diego, you should find yourself and guests with enough time. I'd love to take you on a food tour. We have amazing seafood and tacos. Thanks for all you do. Well, thank you, Stay Brown. I appreciate that. I would love to do the West Coast again. I've got a couple people that want to be part of a meetup. I might schedule next year around the same time, maybe schedule like another meetup like what Crystal did, but we can make it bigger. Maybe we can do, if we get enough signups, we can rent out like a winery or something like that and do some Southern California wine and really have a nice hangout. I think it'd be really good. Maybe even just do a full conference at that point. But yeah, I'll definitely be back on the West Coast again sometime in the future, friend. And Singer Soul, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, someone said in 1 Samuel 15 that the Amalekites were sacrificing their children. That's not true. And continuing to attack Israelites. Is this true? Not really. There are some skirmishes between the Amalekites and the Israelites after the Babylon, after the Egyptian Exodus. That's true. But we don't really know much about them. We don't really know like that much about who started them, not much about really who won them. Eventually, we learned that the Amalekites are kind of wiped out, but not really. So it's difficult to know about like the nature of the Amalekite wars. But what we don't have any information of are their religious practices, their cultural practices. The Bible itself doesn't even accuse the Amalekites of sacrificing their infants. That's something that like apologists have to place on it because they otherwise they don't know why God would want to kill them. But the answer is there. In fact, I think you've got it in your super chat because I thought it was blood vengeance for the events in Exodus. It does. Exodus 17 talks about the blood vengeance, and then it gets enacted in 1 Samuel 15 when he says that this is happening because of what happened when I brought you up out of Egypt with the Amalekites. So yes, this is obviously vengeance 400 years later for what happened between the Amalekites and the Israelites. There's nothing about the Amalekite babies being murdered or sacrificed or anything like that. The Bible doesn't mention that. Scribble Scrabble, thank you for the 20 Canadian dollars from the Great White North. It says, here's a few bucks to contribute to the Anti-Blood Cult Fund. Praise Doug for his unconditional forgiveness and love. Indeed, Doug will never need you to harm yourself, to harm somebody else, to harm an innocent animal, to do anything other than be you, exist, be yourself, and love each other. Real Marcus Holloway says he's confusing Jesus and Superman. It's true. It happens a lot. That caller was actually pretty confused, as was Jukebox. Game Guy says, damn it, Jukebox. Knowing something is not the same as knowing all things. This isn't complicated. Jukebox was struggling pretty hard, to be fair. Trying. Devil says, Devil says, I love what you do, Justin. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you, Devil. I appreciate that. I'm going to keep up as much of the good work as I can. So we'll see. We'll see. I think I missed this. I missed this from mine. I always wonder if the most obvious, if Jesus died, who resurrected him, that must be too obvious. So what's the apologetics, if you know? Oh, yeah, we talked about this earlier. The thing that raised Jesus was the Father. It was God the Father in heaven who looked down and raised Jesus, which is a crazy thing to think. If God can't die, how did Jesus die? Right? So if God can't die, God can't tell a lie, God can't deceive, then it just seems to me that Jesus wasn't God, because Jesus theoretically kind of, did some things that God can't do. It also says in James that God can't be tempted. Well, that means Jesus being tempted wasn't God. Like, it's just, that's how it is. Adam Brown, good to see you, friend. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And hey, back at you. Long time no see. I assume everything's going well for you. All right, I got more super chats, but I'm going to get our next guest in here as to not belabor the point. And it looks like it's going to be the Good Shepherd, but also I'm going to bring in my buddy Cyber Deconstruction. Sorry, Cyber, my box. I've got limited monitor space right now, and my box was kind of closed, my guest box. So I didn't see you waiting. I just opened it up to see who was in it, and I saw you. So welcome in, Cyber.
Hey, thanks for having me. Glad to be here.
Cyber, I've got a guest in the box, Good Shepherd, and we're going to see if Good Shepherd can, provide some answers for us.
And Good Shepherd, please have better arguments than that last guest.
Hey mate, you're right. I'll try. How are you?
Doing well, thanks for asking. So, Good Shepherd, the topic tonight is kind of multifaceted. The claim is Christianity is a failed apocalyptic blood magic death cult, which basically is kind of three claims. One, it's a failed apocalyptic cult in that Jesus was supposed to be the Messiah and usher in the end times, and it never happened. It also happens to be fond of blood magic. And it's also a death cult in that Christianity was teaching that the end of the world is right around the corner, and that death was imminent, and that you shouldn't even get married or have children because the world's about to end.
Yeah, so I'd like to stay on the same topic as the last chap, if that's all right, the Matthew 16, Matthew 24 passages.
Sure, what about them?
I agree with you.
Oh, okay.
About the death, yeah. He was talking about that generation.
Okay, so what's the problem?
No, I don't see a problem.
You disagree with me?
I think he did. Yeah, I agree with you in the sense that he was talking about that generation.
Oh.
But I disagree that it was a failed prophecy.
Okay. Well,
I'm curious now.
Actually, you know what, Cyber, go ahead and tackle this for me. I apologize. I have to run to the bathroom, but Cyber is more than capable of getting this taken care of.
Yeah, and your screen just went black, Justin.
Yeah,
but
I don't know why it did that. Go ahead and keep talking. I'll get it fixed.
But yeah, so the idea is not only do we have Jesus saying, this generation, but he's telling his disciples that some of them will not have tasted death before these events happen. And clearly it is the case that we are now in 2026. These people, none of them are still alive. They've all gone. So how is it not a failed prophecy?
So just looking at Matthew 16, it says that some of you standing here will not taste death till you see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think the New Testament does teach that Jesus did come into his kingdom in their lifetime.
Well, hold on though, but can you read it? What does it say specifically?
So this one's King James. I'm not King James only. That's just the one that's in front of me. says, "Verily I say unto you, there shall be some standing here which shall not taste of death till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom."
Yeah, and did they see him coming in his kingdom? Because it goes on to explain, because it's heeding to Daniel 7, right?
Yeah, I think they did, yeah.
Right, so if this is heeding to Daniel 7, and we then would go back to the source material, is what's going on in Daniel 7, is this what's happening with Jesus coming down literally on clouds with trumpets blaring, announcing his arrival? Is this happening?
I don't think it says that he's coming down in Daniel 7. It's actually ascending. The Son of Man ascends to the Ancient of Days.
Wait, say that again?
I said I don't think it's the Son of Man coming down on the clouds. Daniel 7 talks about the Son of Man ascending to the Ancient of Days.
Yeah, sure, he ascended, but we're talking about him coming back. This is when he's coming back.
So maybe that's the confusion. That I don't think is talking about him literally returning bodily.
Well, it's
just saying about coming in his kingdom.
Well, let's read it. For the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everyone for what has been done. Truly, I tell you, there are some of you standing who would not have tasted death. So when did he come back with his angels?
Mm-hmm.
And how did he repay everybody?
Yeah, so I think that's talking about the local judgment on Jerusalem in AD 70 on the covenant breakers.
He paid them back by utterly wrecking them?
Yeah. Yeah, he destroyed the apostate Jews that denied the Messiah and had him crucified.
Well, no. They weren't apostate. He just wasn't the Messiah. But also, he didn't come back.
That's what. Well, it came in judgment. That's that's what you believe. The parousia.
How could you possibly demonstrate that Jesus was doing that? Because that happened to be the Roman army doing it.
Yeah, so I think that's what Matthew 24 talks about. It talks about the destruction of the temple, which is what happens in AD 70. Obviously, it was the Roman army that does it. It talks about the
Matthew 24,
abomination of desolation in Matthew, but
that happened under Hadrian during the Bar Kokhba revolt. But Matthew 24 reinforces what Cybra was saying, which is that this is the guy coming on the clouds of heaven to the earth. Right? It says the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven. Right? It's going to appear in heaven. All the tribes of earth are going to mourn. They will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven, coming from heaven to here.
So what I was saying is the Daniel 7 that he was referencing about the Son of Man coming on the clouds, it says that he's ascending. It doesn't say descending.
No, I'm not disagreeing on Daniel 7. I know in Daniel 7, he comes to meet Yahweh in the clouds, but then, remember, he's given the kingdoms of the earth, which means he's going to end up going from the clouds to the earth.
No, I don't see that's necessarily true, because in Matthew 28, Jesus says that all authority in heaven and earth has been given to him already.
Yeah, but he's
so it
going
doesn't necessitate that. I don't believe that he's coming to literally. Sorry, go on. Sorry,
he's coming to the earth. It says, to him was given dominion and glory and kingship. This is not a spiritual thing. Dominion is a real thing on the earth. It says, all people, nations, and languages should serve him on the earth, not in the clouds. His dominion is an everlasting dominion that shall not pass away, and his kingship is one that shall never be destroyed. This is not a cloud-based dominion. It says all the nations of the earth.
I would just read that in light of Matthew. So I would just read that in light of Matthew 28, of Jesus says that all authority in heaven and earth has been given to me.
Yeah, but you're kind of missing the point. The picture that's being laid here is that there's a guy who's meeting in the clouds, and he's going to be given a kingdom and come from the clouds to rule over that kingdom. That's why in the New Testament it says that he's coming on the clouds of heaven.
Yeah, so I think that's talking about his ascension.
No, coming is from somewhere.
The coming is the parousia, so it means the arrival. So
yeah, coming. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like, that's
it's
what we're talking
it's the
about.
arrival of his kingdom. That's what Matthew 16
No,
talks
it's
about.
the arrival of
When-
the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with the angels.
Yeah, and in light of Daniel 7, we know that the coming of the Son of Man and his kingdom is talking about his ascent to the Ancient of Days and him
No.
being handed over and having an everlasting dominion
On the earth.
in heaven and earth. And Matthew 28 says that he has
agree, on the
authority
earth.
in heaven and earth.
No,
Yeah,
in
but,
the
if
renewed
you
heaven,
think-
renewed earth, they're gonna be living on the earth again. They're not gonna be living in the clouds.
Yeah, so the context in Matthew 16 is about the kingdom, right? And Jesus says, if anybody says to you, look, here's the kingdom, don't believe them. It says, because the kingdom doesn't come like that. It comes and grows like a mustard seed.
Well, Luke said
It's
that.
like leaven that slowly grows over. Yeah, and it slowly grows over time.
Well,
So I think
we're not
that
talking about
in
what
light
Luke
of,
said, though. So I tried.
I'm
to
just
address
in
with
context of what the kingdom is.
I know. I tried to address with the last guest, and he was too concussed to listen. Luke has a different idea of the kingdom. Luke was written later than these other gospels, and his idea of the kingdom is coping. He's got to figure out why the kingdom didn't come. So Luke explains it by suggesting that the kingdom's not a physical thing. But again, we're not even asking you about the kingdom itself. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about Jesus coming.
Yeah, that's the parousia. So
I
that doesn't
agree.
necessarily. I think that people then are implying that means that's talking about Jesus physically returning back to the
It
earth
is.
bodily. It doesn't say that. It just says parousia. It doesn't
It
say that
says-
he will bodily
It
return.
says, the Son of Man will be coming on the clouds. Where's he coming from?
The coming on the clouds is the reference from Daniel 7,
Where's he coming
which doesn't
from?
talk about him coming to the earth.
In Matthew
goes
24,
from
where's he
heaven.
coming from?
He's coming from the earth to heaven to ascend to the
No,
Ancient
it
of
says
Days.
the man is coming on the clouds of heaven. The Son of Man is coming on the clouds of heaven. Try again. In Matthew 24, when he says the Son of Man is
But it
coming on the
doesn't-
clouds of heaven, where's he coming from?
Well, I've just restated that. That doesn't say that it. Where does it say coming on the cloud of heaven means that he's going to return from heaven to the
verse
earth?
31 says he's coming on the
Verse
clouds
30.
of heaven, which means from where?
And how do you know what the clouds of heaven means? Where would you get that from?
The clouds are in the sky. We know what that means. I'm sorry.
No, it doesn't mean that.
Are
You
the
have to
birds
use
of the
what
air not
the
clear? Do
Bible
we not know
says.
what the birds of the air are?
I think we should. If you don't,
Wait, are the birds
I
of the
think
air
so. We'll
penguins?
watch a Forrest Valkai.
So if you look in the Old
and-
Testament, every time that it says that Yahweh's coming on the clouds, that's not saying that he's like floating on
Yeah,
the
it is.
vapor in the air. That's
Yeah, it
talking.
is.
That's talking about him coming in judgment.
No, it's not. It literally says that who is like him among the clouds.
Yeah,
This
and
is the
it's always
problem.
referenced
You
to
haven't
judgment.
actually haven't read. It's not actually.
It's-
You haven't actually
okay.
read the Hebrew Bible. There's nothing in the Hebrew Bible that says that every time clouds in heaven are mentioned, it's judgment. That's just something someone's told you because you're obviously a preterist.
Well, if you just stick to the text, when you asked me about what the clouds of heaven means, you said the only place where it mentions this ever is in Daniel
didn't say
7. So
I
if you
didn't
read
say
it in
that at
line
all.
of what Daniel
I did
7
not
says.
say that. Do not put lies in your mouth about me.
Apologies, that's what I thought you said. That was the only. I thought you said that's what you said to the last chapter. That was the only reference of the.
No. Cyber and I agree that when Jesus talks about the Son of Man coming, that's a reference to Daniel. That's what that means.
Mm-hmm.
And in
So
Daniel,
why do you think that it means that he'll return rather than ascend?
Because he says so.
I don't think
Have
it does.
you-
I
have
think
you-
that's what people are implying on.
That's
I
what
think
the
that's what a
Bible
lot of Christians
says.
believe, but
The Bible says that the heavens
But
and
I
the earth
don't
are
think
going to
it
be
does.
destroyed and renewed, and that they're going to live back on the renewed earth again. So if you read in Isaiah 65 and elsewhere, people aren't going to die and then go live in the clouds with Jesus. That's not what's happening. They're going to live here on the earth again.
okay. So that I still don't see where it says in that text in Matthew 30 that where he says about coming on the clouds means that he's going to return physically and bodily. It doesn't say that
I tried
anywhere.
to explain it to you, and you weren't listening. Want to do it again?
I'm
going to ask you some questions.
I'm
going to need you to actually answer the questions, and maybe you'll grasp it, right? So it says,
sure, go
the
ahead.
sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven. So now we're saying, hey, something's happening in heaven. And it says, then all the tribes of the earth will mourn. They will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds. Now, if he's coming on the clouds, what that means is that he's coming with the clouds, right?
And what are the signs?
If I say I'm coming on a skateboard, does that not say that the skateboard's coming with me? Or at least that we're together when I start my coming? It's like you're not. He won't answer the question because he's afraid to. He's afraid to read. I'm asking very basic questions.
No, I think you just imply, and yeah, I'm trying to, but I would just answer from what the scripture says rather than just
I want
saying,
you to
well,
answer
surely
my
this,
question.
like we see clouds, and this
My
is what this
question
means.
is, when it says coming on the
I'm
clouds,
just using what scripture says.
Where is he coming from?
I already told you, but you didn't like the answer.
I'm
said
still
that he's
waiting.
ascending to the Ancient of Days. I told you, but you just ignored it.
I didn't ask you about ascending. I said where. Where's a location? Where is he coming from?
He's coming from earth to heaven to ascend to the Ancient of Days.
Gotcha.
But you didn't
Now that's
agree with that
unfortunately
interpretation.
not what he says.
But why does it not say that?
It says he's coming on the clouds. That implies that the clouds is where he's coming from. He's not coming to the clouds. He could have said, I'm coming to the clouds, the Son of Man coming to the clouds, but coming on the clouds implies that you're coming from where the clouds are.
Well, that's the exact same language that it used in Daniel 7, and Daniel 7's talking about ascending. Doesn't mean that he's descending, coming to the earth.
Again, in Daniel 7, yes, it does imply that he's descending to the earth because he's going to be a king and have a dominion on the earth. And if you read the rest of the Hebrew Bible, the Messiah has a kingship and a dominion on the physical earth. So again, I'm reading Daniel 7 in light of what the rest of the Hebrew Bible says, and you're not. You're just ignoring it.
And to be clear,
no, because you've got to establish what the kingdom is. But you're saying that the kingdom is the literal enthronement of Christ on the earth. But I'm saying that it doesn't work like that.
That's what the Hebrew Bible says. So the problem you're going to have is the Hebrew Bible describes a physical. I don't care what Jesus says. The Hebrew Bible has a physical.
Well, there you
kingdom.
go. That's the problem. You reject Jesus. How can you even have a conversation?
I'm showing you the contradiction, Good Shepherd. So I'm demonstrating this in the Hebrew Bible.
No, but I'm just saying from what Jesus says. Go on.
I know. Pay attention. So I'm saying that according to the Hebrew Bible, the Messiah, the guy that's going to end up in Daniel, like theoretically, the person in Daniel 7 is an archangel, not even the Messiah. But the person, like the kingship that is given is going to be on the earth. Like it's a physical dominion. That's why all the nations are going to serve it. That's what it says about the Messianic age, that basically the heaven and earth are going to be renewed. The people of God will live in the renewed promised land. He even gives you measurements for it in Ezekiel. And that the prince is going to live in the promised land with them. So if we're going to say that Daniel is referring to the same individual as the Messiah from the Hebrew Bible, then it must mean that this picture ends with them coming to the earth. That's what that means, unless you want to throw out the rest of the Hebrew Bible.
No, I do agree with you that it does end with him coming to the earth, but that's not what that passage is talking about. So the consummation of all things. Can I just put in my kind of 2 cents then of what I think? Mm-hmm. So I think that passage is talking a reference with Jesus' enthronement, which it says in Daniel 7. Jesus then says in Matthew 28, all authority in heaven and earth has been given to him. And the 1 Corinthians 15 talks about the kingdom, and it says that all his enemies must be made a footstool for his feet. So that implies that he's actually already ruling and reigning. And then it says, and when all his enemies have been made a footstool for his feet, then the end will come. So Matthew 24 and Matthew 16 isn't talking about the end. It isn't talking about the end of the world.
You just contradicted yourself.
Go on, explain.
The enemies of Jesus haven't been put under his feet. Also, that passage.
No, so that's what
passage in the Hebrew Bible is not about the Messiah; it's about King David, and it comes true. It's a misapplication of Psalm 110.
No, I know that all Christ's enemies haven't yet been put under his feet. I'm saying they are being put under his feet.
But they're
So
not.
I don't think the Matthew 24,
How-
Matthew 24 passage. How are they
But
not? Because for a start,
first of all,
Christ started with 12 disciples, and now
everybody's being placed
Christianity is
under the
worldwide,
feet of
global
Muhammad
religion.
right now. Yeah, they're getting their asses kicked by Islam right now. Islam's going to overtake Christianity real fast.
Well, yeah, there's peaks and waves within the kingdom. It's
There you go.
but if you see from the very beginning, there's 12 disciples, and now there's millions of Christians worldwide.
So what? There was one
So
Muhammad, and now
there's
millions/billions of Mohammedans. So it doesn't really fix the problem. It just means that this failed cult was popular. But it also doesn't fix the problem that you have with the text. The text isn't whether or not Jesus is popular. The text, what we're trying to figure out is what does it mean when it says that the Son of Man is coming on the clouds of heaven. Now, as it turns out, we actually know what this means, not just because it's a reference to Daniel 7, but because if you keep reading the Olivet Discourse, he tells you what it means.
Mm-hmm.
Did you bother to read the
24.
whole discourse?
Yeah, so it talks about like in Matthew. Are you going to go to Matthew 24?
Where's the end of the speech?
What in the Olivet Discourse?
Yeah, where's the end of the speech?
Is it like I'll get it up now.
I already know, by the way. It's a rhetorical question.
Go on then. You can correct me. You tell me.
It ends in Matthew 25. He's still talking. Truly, I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all these things have taken place. And let's read the full chapter. He keeps going. It goes all the way on into 25. And then he gives you what that's supposed to look like. He says, hey, this is when it's going to happen. And then he says, hey, you're not even going to expect it when it happens. That you're not even. It's going to be like the days of Noah. And then he gives a parable about, hey, listen, be ready.
Yeah.
You don't know when it's going to happen, so be ready. And then in Matthew 25, he gives you another parable about, hey, be ready. You never know when. It's coming anytime. Then a third parable. And then finally, after he get done with these parables, like, hey, don't fuck around, be ready. Then he describes it. He says, when the Son of Man comes in his glory and all the angels with him, he will sit on the throne of his glory, and all the nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate people from one from another. The shepherd separates, so on and so forth. This is the second coming. It's all one discourse. He's not talking about two separate events.
No, yeah, I get that, because that was the passage that I talked about of what the kingdom looks like. When people say, look, here's the kingdom, it says it doesn't arrive like that. It arrives slowly, like leaven. But from your interpretation, you're saying that it does arrive like that. There's the immediate coming of his kingdom. And I don't think his disciples were caught off guard, because Matthew 24, Jesus clearly says, these are all the things that need to take place.
I don't think you've grasped what I said.
He tells them.
Matthew 25, the same discourse, says that the coming of the Son of Man is when he comes to judge.
Yeah.
When the Son of Man comes in his glory and all the angels with him, he will sit on the throne of his glory, so on and so forth. This is talking about
and he does judge.
The coming of the Son of Man is when he comes to judge mankind.
He does judge. No, not mankind. He judged the apostate Israel. So Matthew 23, before the Olivet Discourse, he gives all the woes.
He doesn't say Israel.
He gives the woes.
He doesn't say Israel.
So Matthew 23.
It says all the nations will be gathered. It says all the nations will be gathered before him. It's like they're impervious to reading the text.
No, you won't let me actually say what.
Is Israel all the nations?
He does judge the nations, yeah. He judges Israel, and then he judges
all
Rome.
Of the nations?
Israel's not all the nations, no, but he does judge all the nations.
Okay. Does Matthew 25 say he's judging all the nations?
Christ has sat on his Davidic throne, and he's currently judging
all the nations been gathered?
Judging right now. I think the problem is you're reading the text like a dispensationalist.
I don't think so either. No, I'm not. I'm reading the text.
Mormons think it's happening.
Yeah. Also, I'm not a dispensationalist. That's crazy that you think I'm a dispensationalist.
But no, that's how the dispensationalists read everything in a completely literal way. Like that.
I agree. Yeah. They don't, by the way. They do believe in metaphors, and so do I. So again, I'm not reading this as a dispensationalist. Can I say what I mean by why I think he's talking about Israel? For what it actually says. It says all the nations will be gathered before him. And so I have no good reason to believe that all the nations being gathered, and he repeats it in 24 as well, all the people under heaven. I have no reason to believe that all these people, all these nations, are actually referring to Israelites.
Sure. Can I explain?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. So in Hebrews, it says it's appointed for man to die once, and after this comes the judgment. So Christ is currently sat on his Davidic throne now, and if you die in your sins, Christ will judge you. That includes all the nations, according Jews and Gentiles.
Sure, this is gathered.
So, but you're interpreting it in a literally.
All the nations. Yeah, I am. I'm interpreting it because words have meanings. And in this passage, he says, all the nations will be gathered. He didn't say that they'll be judged individually, one sequentially when they die. He says, I'm coming to the earth and I'm gathering all of the nations. It just literally what the words mean has nothing to do with what you're describing.
And in fact, all the parables that Justin listed earlier, right? We have the wise and foolish virgins, the talents, we have the faithful servant and the evil servant. These are all cases where they are like you mentioned, like it's going to be this slow thing, but that's the mistake that these individuals make in these parables. They think it's going to be slow.
I don't mean that. Sorry to interrupt. I don't mean that. I mean the consummation and the fullness of his kingdom is a slow thing, but that a judgment was immediate. He said it'd be like a thief in the night. That he would
that's what I'm saying. These don't suggest this, right? These suggest that like responsibility has been given in the case of the servants or these virgins. They're going out, and 5 of them think they're going to have enough time to get oil. They go without oil, and they expect they're going to have time to get it. And then all of a sudden, the bridal party is coming. The savior, the big event is suddenly happening, and they're without. So it's not like this ongoing slow thing. I think these stories were picked specifically to show that you may think it's going to be this slow burning process, but it's not. It's going to be quicker than you know.
No, so I agree that the judgment coming like a thief in the night is quick, but I'm saying the consummation and the fullness of Christ's kingdom is slowly. No. So I agree with you in that sense. So this is why I believe that it's a local judgment coming on Israel in that generation, as you said. It says Matthew 24, it says, they say to Jesus about the destruction of the temple and his parousia. So it doesn't say about when you will come bodily, but he talks about the parousia. And he says he says, well, just let me just say my piece, then you can refute it. He says about the abomination of the desolation. Luke says, and he says this to Gentile audience, he says that when Jerusalem is surrounded by armies, then you should know that this is going to come, the destruction of the temple. And he says to them, it says, pray that it's not on a Sabbath day. Well, I don't think anybody now in 2026 would be concerned about that they can't go get in the car because it's a Sabbath. It says if you're on the rooftop of your house, don't go downstairs. Nobody goes on the rooftops of the house. So he was talking about first century specific local judgment on Israel. That Matthew 24 passage, and that's
it just failed. So that's the problem you've got here, good shepherd. You're saying, listen, this language would insist that this is something happening like back then. We agree. The language insists that this is all something happening back then. The problem is that it didn't happen. That's our point. We're not Christians. We don't believe this is happening in the future.
Only if you assume that it means that Christ had to come bodily, then he failed.
That's what
he
says.
Didn't. I would agree. Yeah, it doesn't say that. It says the parousia.
You can't see him if he doesn't come bodily.
So in Revelation 2, he says to the churches, he says that I will come and I will put out your lampstands. And Revelation 3 he says, if you don't repent, I will come. But he doesn't say that he's coming bodily.
He says he's coming soon. And also he describes a bodily coming. Also, none of this actually addresses what
Where does he describe the bodily coming?
So, well, I'll show you.
Where does he describe the bodily coming?
Because you have to be able to see him. He says you're going to see it happening. So it says you'll see the
Son of Man.
No, it doesn't.
It says you'll see the signs in heaven.
It says you'll see the Son of Man coming. Matthew 26, he says you'll see it.
It doesn't.
He does. Matthew 26.
No, he doesn't. He says you'll see the signs. He says you'll see the signs in heaven.
I said Matthew. I said Matthew 26.
Okay.
Yeah, you were so busy trying to argue that you weren't listening to what I said.
It's not
Matthew
that.
20,
I think it's that
Matthew
we're talking
26.
over each other
What does he
because
say to the high? What does he say to the high priest?
he says that you will see the Son of Man coming.
Yeah,
And
you're
they
going to
say, what
see
more
the
need
Son
do
of
we?
Man
Yeah,
coming, seated on
blasphemy.
the right hand of power, and the coming on the clouds
Sure.
of heaven. So, coming on the
See
clouds
the
of
Son of Man coming
heaven
on.
is something that you can
So,
see with your eyes.
so just repeat what you said, that you'll see the Son of Man what?
You will see the Son of Man seated on the right hand of power and coming on the cloud. So that means it's something that you
So
will be
where?
able to see. And as it turns out, coming on the clouds, being able to witness that, means that he's coming from the clouds to the earth.
So it says, you will see the Son of Man sitting on the right hand. Where do we know that? That's from Daniel 7. That's the ascension.
Oh, yeah, it's like we said that.
Yeah.
Coming
But
on the clouds to the earth.
No,
These
ascending.
simple words like coming, it doesn't say ascend, it says coming.
And
This is the
how
problem.
do you know
like
when,
we're reading the book and we're just like, hey, coming means coming. And you're like, no, actually coming means ascending. It doesn't mean ascending, it means coming.
No, you have to look at what the biblical text says about coming, and it says that
I
he's
did.
ascending to the Son of Man.
I did, and I already told you that
in
according
Matthew
to the Hebrew
24,
Bible,
he
the
says,
Messiah doesn't stay in the heavens, the Messiah is on earth. So
No,
again,
it says
the
you'll
problem
see
you
the
have is
signs
I'm
in the
actually
heavens.
integrating the rest of the Hebrew Bible with what Daniel says, and you're not.
No, it says you see the Son of Man, you see the signs in the heavens. And then Jesus says, what are the signs? And he says, when you see basically the destruction of the temple. When
No,
you
he
see
didn't
all
say
these
that.
things coming, the abomination of desert. Yes, he
I've
did.
never. This is
Matthew
crazy
24,
that
he
Christian
talks.
will lie so much in one live stream.
I'm not lying. I'm literally just reading the
think
text.
that we're not going to like call him out on it. It's crazy. We'll just go back
just read
to
the text.
Matthew
Just read the
24,
text then.
and I'm going to read you the text
Matthew
because
24:30.
He didn't say just
let me
the
read it
temple
then.
is going to be destroyed. He said a bunch of stuff is going to happen.
No.
Right? He
Yes,
says
I
immediately
didn't
after
say
the
that. So
suffering of
you're
those
putting
days, the sun will
words
be
in my mouth.
darkened and the moon will not give its light. The stars will fall from heaven and the powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and then all the tribes of the earth will mourn. Did all the tribes of the earth mourn?
Yeah, so in Acts, when Jesus preaches to them, they were cut to heart. Yeah, and they were pierced. That's that. Yeah.
Show me in Acts when
So-
all the
so
tribes
in
of the earth
Matthew-
mourned.
So let's just stick to Matthew 24.
No, show me the
30
verse. I want the
now.
verse. Where's the
No,
verse where
'cause
all the
no,
tribes of
'cause
the
you-
earth mourn?
No, 'cause-
Oh, so
No, I
now
wanna
that
prove
now
the
you
point,
don't
'cause
want to
you
show
s-
me the verse.
No, you said I
okay,
was-
I got
you
you.
said-
I wouldn't show.
you said I was-
if
no,
I
you
was in
said
your
I was a
position, I wouldn't
liar.
want to
I'd
show the
run
verse
too.
either. Yeah, I'd run away from that real fast.
You said I was a liar.
You are a liar.
You said I was a liar about Matthew
Yeah,
24.
we're showing that right
no,
now.
Matthew 24
Which is,
talks
and
about the
you're a
destruction
liar
of the
and a
temple.
pivoter. You're trying to pivot
and
right
Christ
now rather
proved-
than actually
and
address
Christ-
the passage. The passage that
look,
I'm
you
asking you
don't
the
want me
question
to
about
finish
right
Matthew
now.
24 because you know.
I'm asking you
No, you don't want me to
finish
finish Matthew 24
to answer
because
my
you know that I'm
question
right.
about
'Cause you wanna-
Matthew 24.
You want to jump off it.
No, I asked you a question about Matthew 24.
Let me just
I'm still
finish.
waiting for the answer. You didn't finish
I'm
because you
still
never
on
fucking
Matthew-
started.
I'm still on Matthew 24.
You never started,
I'm
which
still on
means you
Matthew
can't
24.
finish. You can't finish till you answer my question.
Well, you don't want to talk about Matthew 24 because you know
I did.
that you're wrong about
I have
it.
Matthew 24
It
on the
talks about the
screen, you
destruction of the
dullard.
temple.
Maybe you should actually answer
And
my
it says-
question.
Oh, look, well, you don't want to give me
Cyber,
a chance to
did you
speak
hear
about
my
it, do you?
question? I bet Cyber heard my question.
So I was looking something up, but it
I
does
asked-
seem like you're just ignoring Justin.
Yeah, I
Well,
asked
I'm
when.
ignoring him because he
when
won't
did
finish.
all the
He won't
yeah, I
finish
know.
talking about Matthew
when
24.
do all the tribes
He
of
told
the
me
earth
that I was a
mourn?
liar, but then
When do all the tribes of the earth mourn?
in Acts 2, because
Oh,
there's
in
all the
Acts
different
2.
nations
Great.
that he.
Where's the verse? Where's the verse?
Let me get it up. But you don't want to talk about Matthew 24 still, do you?
I'm waiting.
Because
we're
you know
in
that
Matthew. We're in Matthew 24 right now. I read you a verse from Matthew 24. Try to follow. Where do all the
but you
nations
said-
of the earth? Where do all the tribes of the earth mourn? It's not. It's certainly not
said
at
that-
the day of Pentecost. I can tell you that.
You said that I was a liar about Matthew 24, saying that that's where you see the
Okay,
signs.
listen.
And then I said, what
you
are
know
the
what?
signs?
You know what? I'll fucking change my mind.
I'll
Good-
flip
You're
to
the
Acts
you're
2
the
if you
true
want.
you're the truthiest truth teller on the planet. I don't fucking care right now. Try to focus, okay? I'm sorry I impugned your character even though you were a fucking liar. So again, try to focus on the passage. No one cares about the meta commentary. You can call me a liar all you want. I'm not going to waste time on it. I don't care if you call me a liar. I care about the text. So try to pay attention. We'll try this again. Show me in Acts where all the nations, all the tribes of the earth mourned when they saw the coming of the Son of Man. It says they'll see the sign of the coming of the man, Son of Man, and then they'll mourn. So show me that passage.
Let me get up Acts 2. But in reference to the signs, again, I said that it was local because it was specifically talking about judgment on Jerusalem.
I didn't ask you about local. I asked you about all the
I'm
tribes
just
of the earth
giving you.
mourning.
I'm just giving you context.
I don't need you to say things that are unrelated to the question.
Do you want to?
The question at hand is when did? No, I don't. My question was,
well, then
when did all the tribes of, because it's not related to the current question. The current question is, when did all the tribes of the earth mourn? That's the only thing we're talking about until you answer that question. We're not doing 3 questions at once. So again, when did all the tribes of the earth mourn? You said Acts 2. Let's go to Acts 2 and find the answer. Where is it?
Sure. I can't remember the specific verse, but it talks about obviously them speaking in tongues, and 5. All the other nations hear them in their own language. Yeah.
You want verse 5?
And then it talks about that was the prophecy that was fulfilled in Joel. And it says that, and then it says, and I will show you these wonders in heaven, signs on earth, blood and fire. And it says, then the sun shall be turned into darkness and the moon blood before the great and terrible day of the Lord.
So waiting for the part where all the nations of the earth mourn?
So that was what Jesus was talking about.
Still waiting for you to show me in Acts 2 where all the nations of the earth mourn. Still waiting.
It's all right. I'm just trying to find it because I'm just kind of going off the top of my head. So I don't know.
You're not going to find it. Because all the nations of the earth
there is
there.
Because they say about them.
It says
well, no,
Jews.
It's not talking about the whole.
Jews were all there. It says they were all together in one place, and suddenly from heaven there came a sound. So this is the Jews. Now there were devout Jews from every people under heaven living in Jerusalem. These are the people that were there. There's Romans that are there, and there are Jews that are there. Not all nations.
Sure.
Not all nations of the world were there.
So what? No. So what's the context of the world? You said it earlier that it was the Roman world. It didn't mean I
didn't say the Roman
China,
world.
Russia.
No, it says all the tribes.
You said that earlier
all
on
the
your
tribes
last
of the. I didn't say that. I said all the tribes of the earth means all the tribes of the earth.
No, it doesn't. Romans 10 already says that the end will come when the gospel goes out to all the nations, and Romans 10 says it already did go out to all the nations.
They thought no, it didn't say that. That's why Paul. That's why Paul. It was known world. You're wrong again. That's why Paul. He could have said he could have said known world. He could have said inhabited world. He didn't say that. He just said world. So Paul thought that the end of the world was probably on the western tip of Europe, which is what a lot of people believed, which is why he wanted to make his trip over to Rome. But he didn't actually know how big the world was. He had no idea how big the world was. None of them did, which is why they made these preposterous claims about all the world when they had no idea how big the world was. If you look at maps from Paul's time period, the world was impossibly small. They didn't know.
Okay.
So it says all the tribes of the earth. That just means all the tribes of the earth. You're obviously some kind of partial or full
that's your interpretation.
Which means no, it's not an interpretation at all. My method of reading this book is that unless there's a clear metaphor happening, like saying I flew like an eagle, or like God calling himself a father to King David, when he actually can't be a literal son, it has to be a metaphorical son. Unless there's something like that happening, I have no reason to believe that this is referring to some sort of metaphor for a localized group of people. In fact, it'd be a bad metaphor. It'd be the worst metaphor ever to speak about a localized group of people, and there's no need for it. There's no need to speak about the Israelites when you could just say the Israelites.
Okay, so maybe let's come to, well, there might be a point of agreement, I don't know. But do you think that the judgment in Matthew 24 is pertaining, in some way at least, to Israel, the people that reject Jesus as the Messiah?
It's referring to everybody.
Okay. So I think that's where, obviously, we're seeing things differently. In Matthew 23... So in Matthew 23, preceding 24, Jesus gives all the woes to the Pharisees, he says that all the blood of the covenant will be on them on this generation. The same phrases he uses about the Olivet Discourse about this generation will not pass away. Jesus says in Matthew 24, all the blood of the covenant will be on this generation. Yeah, and then when they crucify Jesus, they say to him, his blood be on us and our children. And it was. So that's the way I interpret it. So I think that's where we're seeing things differently.
He says, truly, I tell you that this will come upon this generation.
Yeah.
The judgment.
That's the near demonstrative.
Yeah, the people he was talking to. I agree. Yeah. In both cases, that generation is that generation currently alive.
Yeah. So would you then agree then
you're
that
proving my point for me?
How do you mean? So I'm saying that in Matthew 23, when Jesus is pronouncing the woes on the Pharisees, that he's saying that it's that generation there.
Yes,
the blood of the covenant will be on them.
I agree. Yes,
so
they're going to get blamed.
They will be cut off
because the
blood
blood of the covenant requires Jesus to be murdered, and the Pharisees and scribes are the ones handing him over to be murdered. So the blood of the covenant, literally the blood that needed to be spilled, is going to be on the scribes and Pharisees because they're the people having him killed. That's what that means. That doesn't mean that God's not going to judge the entire world. That's why it says in Matthew 24, it says all people, all nations. In Matthew 24, it says he's going to collect the elect from the four winds, from the ends of the earth under heaven. That's all of them.
Yeah.
That's not Israel.
Yeah, well, the elect, I think he's talking about, obviously, the Christians.
But obviously not.
Yeah, okay. Well, I think there's eschatology is a hotly debated topic even within like Christian circles. But what my point was that I agreed with you with what you were saying, that he was talking about, he was using the near demonstrative, like that generation. I don't think it meant the generation that this happens to in 2,000 years, 5,000 years when it happens. So I agreed with that. I agreed that the destruction of the temple was included in that, and that would happen within their generation and that lifetime. But also that the ascension of the Son of Man coming into his kingdom,
he didn't say
was also going to happen. But that's what it says in Daniel 7. So I think that's
it doesn't.
I don't think
it doesn't say in Daniel 7 that he's staying in heaven. Again, you're failing to integrate the rest of the Hebrew Bible. And again,
no, I do think that. I agree with you on that.
Words have meaning. If Jesus' words have meaning, it means that he's coming from the clouds to the earth after he does whatever he needs to do in Daniel 7. That's what that means. If Jesus was saying, I'm going to the clouds, he could use the right word and say, I'm going to the clouds, rather than saying coming with the clouds.
So I agreed with you, and I said that there was an imminent sense of Jesus saying that he was coming quickly and like a thief in the night. But in terms of the fulfillment of his kingdom and the consummation of the kingdom and the end of the world is completely different to the end of the age that Jesus, because he's talking about.
But you didn't demonstrate that. You just claimed it.
I forgot.
Show me.
I did demonstrate it.
Show me. You did.
I used the biblical text. The text that it talks about the coming of the Son of Man on the clouds.
Matthew. No, you didn't. You referred to Daniel 7, and I explained to you why it doesn't mean what you think it means. It does not mean that he's going up to the clouds to receive power and authority. In fact, if you really want to be hyper literal about it, Daniel 7 is not even about the Messiah. Daniel 7 is about the archangel Michael. Michael is the one that's like a son of man. He's described that twice in the book, and he's also described like the son of a god and also described as an angel. The one who's like a son of man and like a god and is also powerful and is going to defeat all the enemies is Michael the archangel. There's no Messiah in Daniel chapter 12 whatsoever. That's something that you're reading into it. Now, Jesus, the only reason why I'm allowing this interpretation is because Jesus agrees with you and we're talking about what Jesus thinks.
Yeah, so in Revelation, when it's describing the Ancient of Days, do you not think that's in reference to Daniel 7? Or it's meant to throw you back to Daniel 7?
I agree. The question is, do the New Testament authors think that Jesus is chilling in the clouds or coming on the clouds? If he's coming on the clouds, that means he's coming from the clouds to the earth. That's what that means.
But I don't think it does, because like I said in Revelation 2 and Revelation 3.
Let me ask you a question.
Let me just finish my sentence then,
if I said I'm coming
it.
from the store, does that mean I'm going to the store?
But you're using the human analogy, and I'm going to what
No,
Scripture
I'm using
says.
words.
So
I'm just
let me
using
just finish
basic
the.
words.
Let me just finish.
But
Let me just
it
finish
doesn't
what
fix
Revelation
the
says about coming,
problem.
and then you can refute it if you like. Well, let's see then. Let me
Quote
say
me the
it, and
verse
then I'll
that
be
has no
quiet, and
meaning, and
then
then
you can refute
I'll
me.
ask you the same question. Yeah.
So I'm paraphrasing it. You'll know it anyway. But in the letters to the churches, Jesus says that he will come and put out your lampstands if you don't repent. And he says in Revelation 3, if you don't repent, that he will come. That doesn't mean there that he's going to come physically and bodily.
Why? Why would we think that? Why would we think that it's a spiritual coming?
Well, otherwise, like, how many comings is there? So when Jesus is threatening to come and put out the lampstands, does he come up and down and up and down and up and down? Yeah, so then it can't mean that Revelation 2 and 3 can't mean coming physically bodily.
Yeah, it can.
But then if it can, then it means that there's not one coming, that there'll be multiple comings. He'll come up and down and up and down.
No, I disagree. Just one. Although let's imagine there was multiple. That's still not a fucking problem. But this is not talking about multiple comings.
So I do agree at the end of the world that Jesus does come physically, that heaven and earth are reunited and consummated. But I don't think those passages in Matthew 24 and Matthew 16 are talking about that. I think that's specifically
you have
talking
yet
about
to
is
address
inauguration and
the
ascension.
main reason why it's about Jesus coming from the clouds to the earth. And I've been trying to get you to focus on it, and you can't do it. So again,
but I only reason from what the text says. You're reasoning from
you're not reasoning
human
from
analogies.
the text. I'm reasoning from what the text says. You're reasoning from what you want it to say. The text literally says coming.
When we read the text and when we read how Matthew utilizes ekronomenon and nepheli, it's a literal coming. He uses this phrase when God is speaking during the baptism of Christ. It's like the same phraseology, right? And so it's a literal like coming.
Well, if you say that the literal coming is that, then also you have to say that in Revelation 2 and 3, that's a literal coming, that he will literally come bodily, put out the lampstand.
Well,
I did say
that's
that.
only if you look at the text as one text. We look at what an author says in the case of Matthew. We look at what Matthew says and how Matthew uses words. I'm not going to care how another author uses words because it's not Matthew. I only care how Matthew uses words.
That actually is a very good point.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Bible
basic,
holistically.
like hermeneutics 101, you're not. In hermeneutics 101, you have to ask yourself, how did the individual author intend these words to be used? Because if you're just saying, well, it means the same thing every time it shows up in the Bible, you're making a huge mistake, because the Son of Man in Ezekiel, the Son of Man in Ezekiel refers to a literal human figure, the person of Ezekiel. The Son of Man in Daniel refers to a different individual, a mythological figure that kind of shows up and is part of the Enochic literature. That's a different type of character. So you can't just say, well, I'm using, whatever Luke or Revelation to tell me what Matthew meant by that word. I agree. Maybe they are roughly talking about the same thing. But at some point, you have to understand that Matthew and Luke and whoever wrote Revelation have different vocabularies, and they might use words slightly differently, which is why Cyber is right to point out that, listen, the way Matthew uses these words in his gospel is a particular way.
Yeah, and the word that's used for coming in Matthew's gospel is parousia.
Yeah, that means coming. Agreed. Yeah.
Arrival. It can mean arrival. Yeah.
But, I know. It means arrival. You got it.
The arrival.
I'm arriving.
The arrival into
I'm arriving.
What?
I'm arriving with the clouds. I'm coming with them.
But I don't think that's the case. I think he's means that he's been inaugurated. His arrival into his kingdom.
Well, it doesn't say that.
He's been sat on the Davidic throne.
Unfortunately, it doesn't say that. And also, there's no Davidic throne that's not on earth. The Davidic throne is on the earth. That's why Jesus failed to be like the Messiah, because he never touched that throne. He didn't even breathe on the throne.
That's the dispensational view. Jesus already says that all authority in heaven and earth has been given to him. So that implies That implies that he's already on the
I said a
throne.
throne in the prophecies of the Messiah. The throne is never in heaven. It's always a physical throne on the earth, which is why I said he's a liar. He didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy until he sits on that throne and rules the actual people here on the earth, the Israelites, and subsequently the rest of the world, according to Isaiah 11, Micah 4, and so on and so forth. Then he's not the Messiah.
So I think that's incorrect for a couple of reasons. Like in Daniel 7, you said about coming, and he came on the clouds. So in Matthew 24, sorry, you say that.
No, he didn't.
No, in Matthew 24, you said coming on the clouds. But in the vision in Daniel 7, it says that,
I didn't say Daniel.
one like the Son
Daniel
of Man
7
came
doesn't say coming
with
on the clouds.
It says came with the clouds of heaven.
That means to the earth.
It doesn't say that. It says he came with the clouds of heaven and came to the Ancient of Days.
You can't come with something without changing locations. Coming is a change of locations. If you come with the clouds, that means you're with the clouds changing locations. You're changing from the location of the clouds to a new location.
Mm-hmm.
That's the earth.
Yeah. Yeah. And no, it doesn't say that. In Daniel 7, it says, I came with the clouds of heaven and I came to the Ancient of Days.
Uh-huh.
And they brought him near before him. Where's the Ancient of Days?
No, Daniel came
is he on earth or in heaven?
Daniel came in his vision.
The Son of Man came with the clouds of heaven, it says.
It came to the Ancient of Days.
Yeah, and where's the Ancient of Days?
The Ancient of Days is in the clouds. Again, we already discussed this. It's like you're not even listening. You're just like repeating yourself over and over and over again. It's like a merry-go-round of not listening.
Well, no, because it doesn't fit with your view.
We agree we agree that the Ancient One and the person meeting the Ancient One are both in the clouds. That's why they're meeting in the clouds. It doesn't say he came to the clouds. It says he came to the Ancient One, which means wherever this figure is, he's coming to where the Ancient One is. It just happens to be that both these figures during this meeting are meeting in the clouds. In fact, if this is Archangel Michael, he was already in the clouds to begin with.
The clouds of what?
The clouds of heaven, the sky.
And heaven doesn't just mean sky, does it?
Yep, sure does.
Okay. So I don't think we're going to get past on that point because I think we both are interpreting that in a completely different way, and we're just going to talk over each other. But do you think that then Jesus can't come into his kingdom until he literally returns bodily? Is that, or the kingdom can't come until he returns bodily?
Coming with his kingdom is coming the same way it says in the Hebrew Bible, coming with his kingdom, the new Jerusalem, new heaven, new earth, defeating all the enemies of Israel, reuniting all the Israelites back to the land, all that stuff, all that's part of the coming.
Yeah, and I think he does do that slowly. So you know, well, that's the point, that he's saying that's how the kingdom comes slowly. He says that in Matthew 26.
Well, no, he says in Matthew 24. He says in Matthew 24 that he's coming quickly like a thief, and when he does, he's judging all of mankind. He doesn't say he's slowly judging them one by one as they die.
No, I've already separated this between his coming in judgment and also the end of the world, the consummation of all things. Jesus says that my kingdom won't come like that.
The consummation of all
slowly,
things.
And it says that, and it's Psalm 110 that says, the Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I make all the nations a footstool for your feet.
You can repeat yourself as much as you want. It doesn't fix the problem. Nothing you say ever addresses what I'm saying. It's like you're not even listening.
No, but because you're taking it as literal that Jesus' kingdom can't come until...
I agree.
Yeah,
I'm taking the words the way the Hebrew Bible tells you they should be taken.
Yeah,
you nailed it.
Like dispensationalists do. Yeah.
It has nothing to do with dispensationalism. It has nothing to do with dispensationalism. It has to do with how to properly interpret the Hebrew Bible. The Hebrew Bible is not giving you spiritual things. They're not spiritual puzzles. When it says that all the nations of the earth are going to come against Jerusalem, it means all the nations of the earth. When it says that all of the lost of Israel are going to be regathered back to the physical land, the land that was given to their forefathers, and there would be a king on the physical throne from the physical line of David that comes from his physical body, Yeah, these are all literal things.
Yeah, and I agree with that, but I just the application is incorrect, I believe.
Also,
do you
I'm
believe
looking
in
at
Revelation
the
where it talks
application is
about
correct. The application
do
is
you
100%
believe
correct,
in
and I actually opened up the Hebrew of Daniel 7:13, and it doesn't really even say clearly what you probably wanted to say. In fact, it doesn't say that he came on the clouds or coming with the clouds. It literally says that I was watching. It's a participle. Daniel's saying, I was watching upon visions. So he's saying, I'm having visions. I'm seeing visions in the night, and behold, with. Im here is with. It says, with the clouds of heaven, one who is like a son of man came coming to the Ancient One, meaning he's seeing them already in the clouds. Jesus is in, or whoever this is in the clouds, just with Yahweh. Yahweh and this dude are in the clouds, and he comes to Yahweh. That's all it's saying. Doesn't say he's coming from the earth. Doesn't say he's coming down from the earth. He's just saying there are two people in the clouds, and one came to the other. That's all it says.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I think it's because
So,
you were forcing me
there
to
you go.
say, trying to get me to say the clouds, and you said, well, if he's coming on the clouds, where's he coming from and to? And you were saying, well, that must mean he's coming down to earth. But you've just said
No,
then yourself there, it wasn't
that's
talking
what
about a
it means
physical
in the New
location of
Testament.
him.
That's what it means in the New Testament. In the
It's
Old Testament, in
he
Daniel,
just repeats
it
the
says that
phrase.
he comes with the clouds or in the clouds to Yahweh. He tells you from where to where. To Yahweh. They're both in the clouds. That's where Yahweh lives.
Yeah.
So the
And it
problem
does,
you
yeah.
have here is it doesn't describe how he got there. It doesn't describe where he goes when he leaves there. The passage clearly is showing an actual dominion on the earth. It says all people, nations, and languages should serve him. So this is referring to an earthly dominion after he does what he needs to do on the clouds. So he comes from the clouds to the earth.
Yeah, and obviously when after the resurrection, the angel says that he's gone to heaven on the cloud and he will return in the same way.
I know he got it. Yeah, in the New Testament
So
it says
I do think
he's
at the
going to
end of the
return.
world,
He's going to return from the clouds the same way he went into the clouds, which is why when he says, I'm coming with the clouds of heaven, it means he's coming with the fucking clouds of heaven. This is not hard.
Sure, and honestly, I agree with what you're saying. But first, before he returns, he has to ascend, and the passage in Matthew 24 is a verbatim quote of Daniel 7.
He already did ascend.
Yeah,
He
first he has
ascended
to
to
ascend.
heaven, and he's coming back. That's why in Matthew 24, he gives you three parables. Those three parables are, I'm leaving and I'm coming back. The whole passage here is about, hey, I'm fucking out of here. I'm done. I'm coming back soon, though. And when I come back, here's what's going to happen. He describes what's going to happen. I'm going to judge everyone. I'm collecting all the nations of the earth, and I'm judging all of these fuckers.
Yeah, and I think most Christians, like obviously they have like slight nuance in terms of eschatology. Like that is a fine interpretation, and also to say that he ascends then and he's inaugurated and he ascends to the right hand of the Father. The coming in judgment is the coming in judgment in AD 70, not literal, but
he didn't judge
also
the whole world.
but they're very.
So
but the very end of the world.
We already covered this, and you never listen. This is why I hate talking to people who don't actually listen, because I've actually addressed this part like 10 times, and I'm really tired of doing it. Like if I was having this debate with Cyber, we would have been done an hour ago. Cyber and I, listen, if Cyber and I ever disagreed on something, it wouldn't take us more than 5 minutes to figure out where we disagreed and why we disagreed and who was wrong, because we would actually listen to each other. You're not listening to me. I already told you why all of these apologetics fail. You didn't respond to them. And now you're just going back to them without even responding to what I said, which means you never heard me the first time.
No, I did hear you, but I think
what did I
his
say?
final coming at the end of the world.
What was my response to that apology?
You said about the coming on the clouds was the way that he returned, the same that he went up as the same way.
You weren't listening to
returned.
that either. You're not listening to anything. I specifically am referring to judging all the nations of the earth, which I've given you 3 different opportunities to give me a reason why this is not all the nations of the earth, and you've yet to do it, which means I have no reason to believe your dumb interpretation that this is some sort of localized judgment on Jerusalem. And Jerusalem's not even all of Israel.
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm separating part of it that there was part judgment on Israel, but obviously as
Why?
Christians we do
Why
believe
would we do that?
believe that Jesus, because it's talking about a local
Good
judgment
Shepherd,
in Matthew
I already
24.
know is not. It doesn't say anything about local judgment, not once.
It is a local. It specifically said all the woes in Matthew 23. The Matthew 3. John says the axe is ready and laid at the root. You got the parable of the vineyard and the tenants, and he says specifically to those people there, and he says that he's gonna they kill the son, and he says then he's going to give your kingdom away, and they knew that he was talking about them. So that's what I'm separating in terms of the fulfillment of his kingdom.
Everybody knows the anti-Jewish message that Jesus has, especially towards the Theological discourse, when he's going to take the kingdom from the Jews and essentially give it to anyone who's willing to do his work. We're not asking about that. Yeah. We're asking specifically where he talks about judging the other people, the nations. So again, this is not described as something happening progressively. This is not something that's described as happening in pieces. This is all something that's happening in one day, coming like a thief in the night. Just like in the days of Noah, people were eating and drinking, and then boom, here comes the water. That's what he says is going to happen. And when that happens, he's coming and he's collecting all the people of the earth to judge them. And that's happening in that lifetime, and it didn't happen. This is a bad cope. Partial preterism or even full preterism is not good. This is not a good look. Nobody takes this seriously in academia.
Well, you tell me where I'm wrong then. But the way I'm interpreting it is, I agreed with what you said. What you said about when Jesus tells his disciples to go out, and that they won't finish going out to all the towns of Israel until he returns. That's what I interpreted as them going out. It says the messengers go out to gather all the elect. I know angels means messengers. So that's how I interpreted it, that they're to go out to all to the nations. They go out to the house of Israel first, and they reject him. Then they go to all the Gentiles. And then he says, and then Paul says in Romans 10 that he did go out to all the world.
No, he didn't.
So that's the way I'm interpreting it. You can say, okay, you can say I'm wrong, but I'm just saying that's how I see that. Can you see the connections that I'm trying to make?
I can see them, and I've already told you why
falsely interpreted.
I've already told you why they don't work. It's like you're not even listening. Like I've told you why they don't work, and then you just like, okay, well, I believe it anyways. Okay, that's great. Refute my rebuttal then. So I'll clearly show you.
Well, I said about the judgment.
I'll just clearly show you my. I'm going to clearly show you my point of contention that you've still never answered, and I don't believe you ever will answer. So again, I've got a notepad on the screen. I'm going to move it up here just a little bit.
Yeah.
And the problem remains the same. One, sorry, this is from a prior caller. Let me delete that. All the tribes of the earth did not mourn. That's what it says is going to happen within that generation. Number two, the elect of the earth. Let's see, I'll write this down, make it explicit. The elect of all the earth have not been collected. That's what he said was going to happen. The other thing was all the nations have not been gathered for judgment. These things did not happen. These were things that were supposed to happen within that generation, and they didn't happen within that generation. So what that means is it doesn't matter what kind of nonsense bullshit you want to do with, Jerusalem was destroyed in 70 AD, even though it wasn't technically all that destroyed. They had to do it again in 136. None of that matters. What matters is these passages were talking not about a localized military conquest in Jerusalem. He was talking about global events that did not occur.
And I think something that's important, and it's a shame, I think if one Enoch had been left in the scripture, this would make more sense, because it's clear that Temple era or Second Temple era Judaism utilized Enoch. Jude writes a lot about it. Peter writes about it. And when you take what Matthew says and you compare it to one Enoch, right? The idea is that the Son of Man reveals himself in the clouds, that these angels that are coming down are 10,000 of them, and they're going throughout the world to announce the coming of the Son of Man, right? And so that's how he's able to judge everybody, because of these angels that are going around the world. And so if you read one Enoch and then go back and reread these passages, I think you'll have a better understanding of what Justin's trying to say.
I have read one Enoch, but from the understanding of it, that Enoch come quite late, and it probably came after Daniel. That it basically borrowed from Daniel. You might know different, but that was from the consensus that I heard.
I think Enoch and Daniel were roughly being edited around the same time period, which is why they contained similar values. But I don't have a good reason to believe that Daniel came prior to Enoch. In fact, Daniel was clearly being written over a course of many generations, as is Enoch actually. But to what Cyber's talking about, it's quoted in Jude. Jude is picking up on this idea of Enoch, where it says, it was also about these that in the 7th generation from Adam prophesied, saying, Enoch, see, the Lord is coming with 10,000s of his holy ones to execute judgment on all and to convict the ungodly of all the deeds of ungodliness that they have committed in such an ungodly way, of all the harsh, and so on and so forth. So God in the Enochic literature and according to Jesus and his followers, this was supposed to happen on a judgment for all the world. This has nothing to do with a judgment on just the Jews.
Yeah, but I know you'll disagree because you're not going to take anything in a spiritual sense because you're obviously not Christian. So you're not
words mean words. Words mean words.
Well, no, I know that. So yeah, I am familiar with Enoch. I do know that Jude and Peter quote it from the understanding that I've read, that it wasn't classed as it wasn't canonized, but it was like useful for teaching. That like Jude and Peter would have been aware of Enoch and the story of the Watchers and the Son of Man. So
was Enoch a prophet?
Yeah, I'm not saying that he wasn't a prophet, but in terms of like the scripture wasn't canonized.
Were his words from God if he was a prophet?
Yeah, but I think there's other scriptures. Is it Jubilees? That's like that's
about
quoted that's not
I don't think you're following me. If Enoch is a prophet,
Enoch was a prophet.
He's regarded as a prophet, and his words are regarded as coming from God. That means his words should be authoritative, whether they're canonized or not.
I think what I'm not disagreeing with you on that. I think what I'm trying to say is the authenticity of those scriptures were up for debate from what I've read.
Well, not
that Enoch wasn't a prophet. So that it doesn't mean that that's the specific scriptures that they had. I think was it Jubilees as well that's quoted, but then
I'm not concerned about Jubilees. We're talking about Enoch. So Jude directly quotes First Enoch, chapter 9, I believe, right? Is it First Enoch 9 or chapter 1:9?
I believe it is.
I can look it up, but it's a direct quote.
But you must, I do agree with you, but obviously you must agree that the consensus is that Enoch isn't classed as scripture.
But nobody's asking you if it's scripture. Again,
but
Shepherd, this is why talking to you is crazy, because you're not actually listening to what I'm saying. Nobody here is saying
but
it's
you're
scripture.
Talking to a Christian.
Nobody here is saying it's
but you're talking to a Christian.
I don't care if I'm talking Christian. I'm not asking you if it's scripture. Again, your inability to pay attention to my actual questions is infuriating. What I asked you had nothing to do with whether or not it's scripture. What I asked you was it from God?
Well, that's what I'm saying. If it's not scripture, then you can't verify if it's from God.
I didn't ask you.
I do agree
if
that
it was scripture. I said, is it from God?
I don't know. Then
Jude is wrong. Jude said it's from God. Jude said it's prophetic. Prophecy comes from God. Do you want to try again?
I'm not saying that Enoch didn't say those words, but I'm just saying I don't know if the book of Enoch. So there's one Enoch, 2 Enoch, 3 Enoch.
I'm not asking you about all the Enochs. I'm asking you about the portion that was quoted by Jude.
The one that's talking about the Son of Man coming with the angels.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a quick question real fast. Are the with the early church, do we find the councils, the ecumenical, do we find these in the scripture? Are these canonized in the scripture? The early councils of the church, do we find these canonized in scripture?
What the canon is?
The Bible. Do we find the early councils or the writings of the church fathers? Do we find these in the scripture? Are they canonized in the scripture?
The early church fathers, no, aren't in the scripture.
Right,
No.
but people take what they say as authoritative, right? Some people do, some people don't.
Yeah, it's
correct?
yeah.
Likewise,
So there is a difference. Yeah.
people during this time period, while these texts may not have been like canonized in a text that's being used, that doesn't change the fact that there were sects of Judaism, clearly Jude and whoever wrote Peter and possibly the Gospels read these texts and took inspiration from them, meaning they put some validity into these texts.
Oh yeah, no, I agree that. But yeah, I agree that it's authoritative. I'm just saying the difference between
scripture is just nonsensical.
No, I just mean the difference between so Christians would differentiate between God breathed scriptures and like authoritative. So they could say that like the canon that we have now, the Bible, is God breathed, but teachings from like the early church fathers, Apostle Creed, and stuff like that is authoritative.
All this? None of this. Listen, none of this addresses what Cyber is saying. Listen, you've already agreed.
No, I'm saying I agree.
You've already agreed that these words came from God. And now you're trying to say, well, there's a difference between a word that's scripture and a word that's canon. And listen, you told us that these words came from God. That's all we need to know.
Yeah, I said that it was authoritative.
That's all we needed.
But all I was saying is
that's all we needed to know.
All I was saying, as I was differentiating, that I didn't know if the book 1 Enoch is actually all divinely inspired. That's all I'm saying.
Irrelevant.
That was the difference.
All that matters.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
All that matters is that the gospel writers, Jude and whoever wrote Peter, thought it was because they quote from it. That's all that matters, is that they thought it was.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Well, listen.
So
as fun as I like talking about Enoch, we're way off the beaten path, and I think Cyber and I have kind of demonstrated our position as well as it can be demonstrated. And it seems like until you can solve the problem of the stuff I had on my notepad which you refused to address, which is all the tribes of the earth being in mourning, being collected, and then being gathered for judgment. Until you can find that in history or the scripture, it just didn't come true. Do you have anything, or should I move on to the next guest?
No, because I don't think you'll accept what I say, so that's fine.
I won't accept words don't mean words. So, you got it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So what's if you were to specify, you would have to say that Jesus had to physically return bodily, and that angels had to physically descend to the earth visibly and judge the whole world.
That's clearly what it says.
But physically, yeah.
What it says.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think we'll agree because we'd have a different spiritual interpretation.
It has to be physical because you can't. It says you're going to see it, and you can't see it if it's not physical.
Yeah, but I already specified that what the seeing was specified in Matthew 24. It says when you see all these things.
That's the whole purpose of Enoch, is that it will be seen. That's the whole purpose. No. Jude, it will be seen. Matthew, it will be seen. Like, it's going to be seen. That's the point.
Yeah, but I know that, but Matthew 24 says these are all the things that you will see, and then you'll know, and then you'll see the sign of the Son of Man in heaven. But all the things that you...
These are all things you're going to see. You nailed it, including the judgment, including Jesus coming back, yes.
But you're forgetting about the destruction of the temple.
I'm not forgetting about that. I don't know why you keep going back to that. Good Shepherd, listen, stop for 5 seconds.
All the things that
stop
you see.
For 5 seconds. The temple being destroyed is one part of this prophecy. Nobody's debating whether or not it was destroyed. We agree, it got fucking wrecked. And then it got wrecked again in 136. No one cares. We're not asking if the temple got destroyed. What we're saying is there are parts of this prophecy outside of the temple part that clearly didn't fucking come true. So focus on that.
Okay, but what I'm trying to say is the signs that you'll see the Son of Man in heaven are the destruction of the temple. That's what he says the signs are.
He didn't say signs of the coming of the Son of Man. He says he didn't say that. You have to lie on the text over and over again.
I'm not lying. And because he says about the sun, the moon, basically a celestial falling of everything out of the sky. He says about the skies being darkened, the sun being darkened, the moon turning into blood. So they're the
How is
signs that he
Caiaphas?
says.
How
He
is
says
Caiaphas
he
seeing it
says
and
these
nobody
are the
else seeing it?
signs.
How's Caiaphas seeing it and nobody else?
What are the signs though that I'm just saying that he says
Verse
that you'll
30
see?
says, "They will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven." They will see it. Matthew 24, he says to Caiaphas,
Yeah.
"You will see it." These are not things happening metaphorically. They're the things happening physically that they can see. All right, now, Good Shepherd, listen,
But he
your
says,
head
but he
is
says
clearly in the
here,
clouds,
he
which
says
is why you can't
immediately.
track, and I'm not going to let you lie to me for another hour. I think the conversation's
We'll just
already
read.
got
Let me just
long
read
enough in
Matthew
the
29
tooth.
then.
No.
Let me just.
What I'm going to do is remove you because you've been out here for an hour and 13 minutes and you've not furthered the conversation at all. You can't track even, and you can't listen. And it's so boring that I'm losing guests. Like the people that were waiting to get in are so tired of hearing you that they're leaving now. And I've only got one left in the queue.
That was painful. Yeah, I was going back and reading Enoch. So I was reading Enoch. I gotta make sure I remember this correctly and doing some comparisons. And yeah, that was goofy.
That's
He
crazy.
even said it himself. He even said it, and they will see.
It's wild that you can twist yourself into that many pretzels and not realize that you're in a pretzel. It's pretty crazy.
Preterism, not even once.
Dude, preterism is it's the worst and final cope, I think, of anything. Also, I see PVG in the box. PVG, my friend, I know you're struggling, but you're not a Christian. I don't know what's happening right now. I could bring you up, but I'm looking at my notes right now, and I talked to you on January 9th, and I wrote down that you weren't a Christian. So I guess I'm not sure what's happening just yet. But friends, if you want to get in and debate whether or not Christianity is a failed apocalyptic blood magic death cult, please call in. Love to hear from you. The guest box is actually low right now, probably because we already got our live banned on TikTok or restricted on TikTok today. I considered restarting it, but I haven't done so yet. So, you know, but I don't have a ton of time left in the live stream anyways. I basically got time for like one more good guest before I have to call it quits. Let me grab a couple super chats. We'll see if a guest loads up. And awesome fucking hat, Cyber.
Yeah, so last Friday, I went live, and when I was running my God is a sick frack or God is a monster background, like within like a minute, it was your live has been restricted, and I'm like, is TikTok now deciding to crack down on this stuff?
Yeah, TikTok's trying to get rid of atheist talk. Yeah, we're gonna have to start using coded language. It'd be stupid. Oh well, friends, I'm gonna grab a couple super chats.
It's Jeebus.
If you disagree with the prompt on the screen, get into the guest box and we'll talk about it. And hopefully, maybe you can follow some conversation. Hunter Girl, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. A beautiful pup, too. Says, bought a new NRSV updated edition. Love to hear it. Bible per your recommendation. And for my fourth read through, was Christian for the first 2.5 to 40 years. I want to pimp your cheat sheet for a second. Fuck yeah. Love the cheat sheet. Get yourself a Bible with some Bible tabs and put those Bible tabs in your Bible using the cheat sheet. It says, I started this time marking the crazy stuff. It's a bloodbath. I know. Once you start marking your Bible with some page tabs, it gets messy fast because there's so much bullshit in there. You're like, oh my gosh, I kind of have to pick and choose what's going to get tabbed and what doesn't. Because if I tab all the bullshit in that book, it's going to get pretty wild. Simple Programmer, thank you for the $20 super chat. Friend says, I hope the West Coast meetup rocks with all the holy rocks. I can't make it, unfortunately for me. Next time, rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, and sorry you couldn't make it, but we'll definitely get another one going. We'll make sure that we have another meetup out on the West Coast. Maybe we'll have Crystal or Benny plan it for the same time next year. Chris, thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, it seems pretty self-evident that if you're going to stand on the Bible, you got to pick a team. Hebrew Bible, Jesus, or Paul. I kind of agree, actually. You're either a believer in the Hebrew Bible, Jesus' words, or Paul. Harmonizing those is just exhausting and a bit silly. Praise Doug, whose pretzel factory feeds all. Yes, indeed, that is the case. And we do now have a cooking apron in the gift shop if you need a Cooking with Doug pretzel factory apron. And I agree with you wholeheartedly, Chris. Jesus, Paul, and the Hebrew Bible cannot be like added together, synthesized, combined. They flat disagree with each other at every term. Sir Game a Lot, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, just entertaining a thought. Could the Son of Man coming into his kingdom mean his ascension into heaven? Well, that's what I'm saying. Coming into his kingdom is not what's used in this passage, which is what I was trying to say, right? So Jesus coming into his kingdom theoretically means ascending up to heaven. I agree with you. But this passage is talking about descending from heaven, which happens after he ascends, right? So it says, I think it's better to say than to say the passage is talking about the transfiguration. Well, that's what I'm saying. Listen, in Matthew 16, he doesn't say he's coming into his kingdom. I'll put it back on the board. And that's the crux of the argument, right? Is what is he actually saying? Is he saying into his kingdom, or is he saying something else? Well, what he says is that he's coming with the clouds, or on the clouds with the angels, right? Let me grab that. So in Matthew 16, he says, the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of the Father, and he will repay everyone for what has been done. So he's coming with them to the earth, obviously. Truly, I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. So coming not into, but coming in his kingdom, in the power of his kingdom, in the glory of his kingdom, in with the angels of his kingdom, right? That's what's happening here. He's talking about him coming in the kingdom from the clouds. In fact, let me grab real quick to see if they use the word "en," or I want to see what word they used specifically in Matthew 16:28. Yeah, they used "en." It could mean in.
Yeah, and in 21:27.
Yep. And let's see. It just means in or within, or it could also be, it's translated quite often as alongside or among. In fact, the most commonly used translation of "en" means among, like amongst, right? So he's saying the Son of Man is coming amongst his kingdom, right? He's coming with the kingdom. He's not coming to the kingdom. But I understand if you're trying to harmonize the text, how you could come to that conclusion. I definitely get that.
And when you compile that with 1 Enoch 1:9, behold, he comes with 10,000s of his holy ones to execute judgment upon all and to destroy all the ungodly and to convict all flesh of all the works of their ungodliness, which they have ungodly committed, and all hard things which ungodly sinners have spoken against him. So,
yeah, agreed. I'm going to grab 4 super chats. Oh, we had a guest on TikTok. They came and went. I was going to grab you. I didn't get to read your full name. But if you're still around, pop on in. Laz says, hey, Justin, I just signed up for the Patreon this week to check out the cheat sheet. It's legendary. Thank you. Well, Laz, thank you for signing up. I did the cheat sheet to help arm people with the information that they needed so that we can combat this nonsensical, ridiculous, cult. And Guitar Atheist says it's funny that now Christians know Trump is sick in the head. Now they're all claiming they didn't support him, at least down here in Franklin, VA. The sad thing is it took him 10 years. That's the hard thing is like, you're glad when people start to turn on him. You're like, finally. But you're like, where the fuck have you been? Like, this wasn't a difficult thing to notice. Like, we all saw it. Where were you? You're in cognitive dissonance.
But now it's bringing about like this new like last days thing, because now they're like, oh, look, clearly he's the Antichrist. And I just want to throw my phone up in the air and.
Indeed. Philodragon, good to see you, Aaron. Thank you for the super chat, friends. Says Justin, the pizza delivery guy already arrived spiritually. You can't see the pizza, but I can. I know, you can't smell. You can smell it, right? No, I can't even smell that shit.
Does it have spiritual pineapple?
Always. I got 1 super chat, and then we're going to bring in Ignacio into the chat. He looks like he's got his equipment working and is ready. XJW, good to see you, friend. Says, taking a break from my parallel computing class. Well, that's a lot. Which is killing me. Thanks for the edutainment. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, XJW. I hope that I can bring some education and entertainment at the same time, and we'll do as much as we can. Let's bring in Ignacio and hopefully get some robust conversation here.
devices. Wait, are you able to see me?
I can see you. How you doing?
Okay, yeah, not too bad. How about yourself?
No, I can't complain. Ignacio, are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 30 years old.
Fair enough. And do
This
you
type
believe
of
in
marriage?
Jesus?
Of course. Why not?
Well, there's a lot of reasons why. I think one of the reasons why is because he's a failed apocalyptic blood magic death cult leader.
Ooh, that's strong. Why is that?
Well, a couple of reasons. One, he claimed to be the Messiah. He wasn't. He completely failed at that. Number two, he also failed at his second coming announcement when he was going to come back. And also because Christianity is a blood cult, based on blood magic.
Hey, give me 1 second. I was hearing you a bit, but I'm over here trying to operate my hearing devices on a closer level because I could get real strong with my hearing devices, but if I don't want to hear you, I'll not even, go that far when it comes to correcting my hearing device, if you understand what I'm talking about. Nope, not at all. I know. Hold on. I just barely got this iPhone, and then, like I say, I got a hearing device, and it's not easy being a deaf man. Oh, I
get
got
that.
a question though, real quick, if it's not off topic. Do you know about that one time Jesus was talking to a deaf man in the Bible?
I know when he healed a blind man. I thought there was a time where he healed a deaf man too by putting his fingers in his ears, right?
Oh wow.
Hold on.
I forgot about that one.
Give me a second to double check. Yeah, Mark 7. That's the one I'm thinking of.
Damn, why am I having so much technical?
It is Mark 7, 31, 37, I think.
Yeah. Was that the one? Because
And
I
it
think that's
says-
the only one I can remember.
No, there was one time where he spake. Some people like to come up with their own lingo, but he spoke into a deaf man. Let me just put it like that, and then told them in Hebrew to be open.
Oh, yeah. This was the yeah. Okay, give me a second. I think that's a couple chapters later. 1 second.
Yeah,
Like that's got to be like Mark 8 or 9. Let me search for the word deaf.
Deaf, not deaf.
What's that?
No, deaf. Yeah,
Deaf.
you're right.
That's what I said.
Mhm.
All right, so it was Matthew 9:20, Mark 9:25. When Jesus saw that a crowd came running together, he rebuked the unclean spirit, said, "You spirit that keeps this boy from..." Oh, it was a mute and deaf. The spirit that keeps this boy from speaking and hearing, I command you to come out of him. Yeah, that's a different episode. That's the you're fair enough. What about it?
No, I'm sorry. I'm having glitches, man. Like my Wi-Fi is not going through or something. Like you were speaking and then it just, you feel me?
Huh. Okay.
Yeah. Can you, if you want, not unless we need to move on to the next, guest or speaker.
If you can't hear me, it might be problematic to have a conversation with me,
Yes, sir.
I can hear you just fine, but if you can't hear me, it'll be a problem.
Now, Mark 7 has the story where there's a deaf man and Jesus touches his ear, then touches his tongue, and he reads Ephatha, which means like to be opened, and then you could hear. That's in Mark 7.
Let me see.
Well, is this relevant to anything?
I'm sorry?
Is this relevant to anything? I'd kind of like to get a debate rolling here,
What was the debate about? I didn't hear that.
Debate is about Christianity being a failed apocalyptic blood magic death cult.
A failed apocalyptic, what is that?
A failed apocalyptic blood magic death cult.
Did you guys hear that thunder? No, I'm sorry.
We're just gonna move on. That's that. Going to be a fruitful conversation. Let's try Jordan. Maybe Jordan's prepared to engage. Welcome in, Jordan. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, hello?
Yeah, uh-huh.
Okay, it's good.
Jordan, are you at least 18?
Yep.
Awesome. And do you believe in Jesus?
Yep.
Sure. The prompt for tonight is that Christianity is a failed apocalyptic blood magic death cult. Do you agree or disagree?
Yeah, I would just disagree with that.
Sure. Which part do you disagree with?
Yeah, I wouldn't hold to it being failed or apocalyptic. How would that be the case?
It's failed because Jesus was supposed to be the Messiah, but he wasn't, and then he was supposed to make his second coming within the lifetime of his disciples, and then he did it. So, by the metric of what it means to be the Messiah, and even by Jesus's weird metric of second coming, it failed.
So, was there a specific time specified where he was going to come back, or no?
Yeah, within the lifetimes of his disciples. He says it in Matthew 10:23, Matthew 16, 27, 28, and Matthew 24, verses 29 through 32.
Okay, what would that time be?
Within the lifetime of his disciples, while some of them are still alive.
Okay, can we read through those verses?
Sure can, yeah. Pull them up right now. I did not know this topic was going to be a live stream of people just asking about this one topic the entire night. I thought we were actually get to talk about failed prophecies and blood magic and all kinds of stuff, but apparently this is the only topic people like, so let's make it work. All right, 16.
So, isn't this under a failed prophecy?
What's that?
Isn't this under a failed prophecy, though?
This is a failed prophecy of Jesus. I mean, failed like Messianic prophecies, like the many prophecies that the Bible claims Jesus fulfilled and then didn't actually fulfill, but this is fine. Matthew 10:23, when he sends his disciples out to preach in the villages, he says, when they persecute you in this town, flee to the next. For truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. And then he says, for the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and he will repay everyone for what has been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. And then he reiterates another time in 24. He says, the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and all the tribes of the earth will mourn. They will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. He will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call that will gather his elect from the ends, gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. It says, from the fig tree learn its lesson. As soon as its branches become tender and put forth its fruit, its leaves, rather, you know that summer is near. Actually, I must have mistyped. I needed 2 more verses. There we go. Let me load those up. The last verse says, so also, when you see all these things, know that he is near at the very gates. Truly, I tell you that this generation will not pass away until all these things have taken place. So he says on multiple occasions, he's coming back, he's judging mankind, doing all the stuff, while some of his disciples will obviously still be alive, but he didn't do any of that.
So, yeah, how will this translate? I'm sorry. Are you making the claim that the faith is failed in general, or just like the content
that Jesus
by
is
which
failed.
It's founded upon? How does Jesus failed?
Well, Christianity failed as well, because Christianity purports that Jesus is the Messiah, but he's actually not the Messiah. He didn't fulfill even one Messianic prophecy. So it's failed on so many levels.
So in what way? Just like a logical contradictory way, or just like an applicable way?
All the ways, applicable and logical contradictions. Like the Trinity is logically incoherent as well, but we already spent like an hour and a half on the Trinity tonight. I don't know if we want to do any more. So, I mean, to demonstrate my point, I'll just say I'm more than happy to hear an argument for why Jesus is the Messiah, or I can show you all the reasons why he's not.
See all the reasons he's not.
Mm-hmm.
What are the reasons he's not?
In the Hebrew Bible, when the Messiah comes, the Israelites are supposed to be gathered from where they were scattered and returned to the land. And then there's going to be a new heart placed within them, and they're going to follow God's laws again, specifically the laws given to Moses. And then he's going to rule and reign on the actual throne. And I'll show you all these passages. I'm not making any of these passages up. So in Ezekiel, we can go to 36 and 37, but it might be faster just to end it in 37, where he talks about the Messiah. My servant David shall be king over them. They shall have one shepherd. They shall follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. They shall live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. They and their children's children shall live there forever, and my servant David shall be their prince forever. It says, I will make a covenant of peace with them. It shall be an everlasting covenant with them, and I will bless them and multiply them and set my sanctuary among them forevermore, so on and so forth. So this is talking about like a physical king in a physical land. And Jesus couldn't have done that, right?
How is that the case? I just want to hear like a justification for why it needs to be physical.
Because it says so. It says they will live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob. That's a physical land.
How so?
The land that was given to Jacob was the land that previously were owned by the Canaanites. The promise was that the ancestors of Jacob would live in this land. That's the land.
Okay, so I take it they didn't live on this land?
They did for a time, but not when Jesus was around. When Jesus was around, they actually got evicted.
So they did reside on this land at one time or another?
They resided on the land prior to Jesus.
So wouldn't that just not be true to say that that prophecy wasn't fulfilled?
It would be true to say it's unfulfilled because it says they shall live in the land. They're going to be gathered, right? That's what the Messiah does. They're going to live in the land that was promised to Abraham. They shall, and their children's children will live there forever, and my servant David will be their prince forever. This is talking about the Israelites living in the land forever. They were removed from that land shortly after Jesus came.
Okay, so the word there is forever.
Yeah.
Okay, so what if I don't like take classical theism to be really entirely true, and I don't take the Bible to be perfect or flawless?
So what?
What if I don't take the Bible to be flawless?
It doesn't change anything.
Also,
Jesus still didn't fulfill a prophecy.
Okay, so yeah, if I say the Bible isn't necessarily flawless, then I wouldn't really have to propose that if he fails some kind of prophecy, then that isn't going to make him some kind of figure that has divine essence.
Yeah, because the identity of Jesus is the Jewish Messiah. That's the whole idea. The whole idea of Christianity is that the Hebrew Bible predicted this Messiah would come, and they're like, hey, Jesus is that Messiah. So all you got to do is go back to the Hebrew Bible and say, hey, what did they say was going to happen when the Messiah come? And then just ask ourselves, did it happen? That's it. So if you don't believe that the Jewish Bible is authoritative in any way, then there's no point in believing Jesus whatsoever, because Jesus thought it was authoritative.
He hinged on it.
So we're using the words of people labeling him as a Messiah to verify what he is?
We're using his
You don't think? Hold on. The question was, do you think he's the Messiah? If you don't think he's the Messiah, we can just move on to a guest who does.
True.
I mean, I would just think that saying he's a Messiah is a category error just because of human knowledge limitations.
He says he's the Messiah.
Yeah, he says he's the Messiah, but yeah, it'll be a categorical error.
He says he's the Messiah in John 4. Come on, man. The woman at the well. Have you not read this book? He's never read the book. He's got to be one of those philosophy goofs.
Okay, so
he
if
says
he
to the
says
woman,
that he is a Messiah, do you realize that he exists within the human mind as well?
What the fuck are you talking about? When he talks to the woman at the well, she says, I know that the Messiah is coming, who is called Christ. That's what it means to be the Messiah. The Mashiach would be Christ in Greek, or Christos. It says, when he comes, he will proclaim all things to us. And Jesus says to her, I am he, the one who is speaking to you. So Jesus does claim to be the Messiah, the Mashiach, the one who was promised to come according to the words of this woman.
Right. So his knowledge and his communication exists within the realm, again, of humans and human communication.
Oh, so he's just imaginary. Cool. All right, dope. Done. A contradiction within your own head is a much easier contradiction to deal with than one in real life.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Welcome to atheism,
Sorry, what?
Jordan. Imagine having to retreat from the biblical text so far that God, your Messiah, lives only in your head. That's wild.
No, I just wouldn't say.
And we
What do
agree.
you mean he lives in my
And
head?
we do agree. Jesus, the Messiah Jesus, does only exist in people's head. We agree.
So how would that eliminate his value? I'm sorry.
Value. Is he a math problem?
No.
What's the whole purpose? Hold on. What's the entire purpose of Jesus? What was his like mission in life?
What do you mean? What was his mission? What was his mission in life? I can't.
It was
say
the
that.
atonement, right? According to Christianity, his entire mission, the accumulation, the end goal was the atonement. The fact that he would be physically crucified and later on resurrected to atone for the world's sins so that we may be saved from the sin nature. So if
Okay,
Jesus
is there a
only
contention with that?
exists in people's heads and he didn't actually physically be crucified, then it's a non sequitur. You're an atheist. Welcome board. There's cookies over
How
in the
is it a
corner.
non sequitur?
Because he did nothing. It's all in people's heads. You agree with us.
Okay, so that's just saying something exists conceptually. That doesn't hold as something not being real or not.
Okay. This is cute, but listen, you've already retreated so much that your God doesn't exist. So we're gonna move on. This is getting into silly territory. Okay. What a goof. Imagine having to retreat from the Bible so hard that you're like, well, God's only conceptual.
I clearly haven't read the text. I haven't read the text, and as soon as somebody says something, I'm immediately cooked.
That's crazy. I'll never understand these. The minute he said the God of classical theism, I was like, oh, this motherfucker has no idea what's happening.
What you need to do,
yeah,
you need to clip that last little bit when he said it was a category error and put it on your sound clip so that when you can just play it when you can say it's the same. Like, what are you talking about? I don't know. Some Christian told me this.
It's crazy. I thought he was going to be our last call, but he was so short. We'll take another short one. And then we'll read super chats here. I think Ignacio wants to come back, but Ignacio, you weren't paying attention, my friend. I got to dump you. And Andreas, you're not fully connected. So your internet connections failed you. That leaves Kevin. Let me grab Kevin here and we'll have some discussion. Hopefully. How are you doing, Kevin?
I'm okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sweet. This is my first time doing this whole technology thing. Technologia. Fantastic. I love it.
Indeed. Kevin, are you at least 18 and do you believe in Jesus?
I do not believe in Jesus. I was about 16 when I took the crucifix from above my headboard.
Oh, thanks for being here, friend. I really appreciate it. But we're just doing debates. I'm not sure what we're supposed to do with this. We've actually run out of guests, but it's okay. It's already 8 o'clock West Coast time. I need to read super chats, wrap it up, and then probably actually eat some food and get to sleep at a relatively normal time so I could be at the meetup tomorrow morning. But are you going live? It's already late where you're at, actually, Cyber, right?
I will not be going live. I have to go pick my wife up. My plan is to start going live Friday mornings. Except I was going to go live this morning, but I overslept. I got to learn to get up because I want to go live and then pass it to Blitz. But I didn't wake up this morning. But Thursday and Friday mornings is when I'm planning on going live.
Okay, dope. Well, I'm going to read some super chats. Buddy, you're welcome to hang out with me and read some super chats with me. Or if you got a dip, I totally understand.
Yeah, I'll hang out.
Pat says, TikTok on your ass again, Justin. You know what? Actually, I think you're right. It's on all of us. I think all of the atheist debaters are basically TikTok's trying to force us out, which is fine. I mean, if the atheism debate stops, happening on TikTok, we'll keep having it elsewhere. Like, they're not going to stop the debates from happening. Like, you out of your mind? Chris says, bird blood magic is peak. My skin is like an angel. To be fair, listen, I've not tried blood on the skin. I don't know if it's going to be like Windex or like goat's milk, or I don't know what the application is going to be like, but I don't know. Maybe they know something I don't know. And Reverend Nate says, screw omnipresence. I want omni cash and prizes and not omni gift cards.
Yes.
That was a good play on words there. David says Jesus is more like Batman. Because sure, he's lots of people's favorite character, but at the end of the day, he's just a regular dude with 0 powers. That's true, actually. That's a fair point. I am shocked by the amount of people that give the argument like his popularity somehow makes him special. Techman says, say hi to my cuz in Temecula. Well, if I can, gotta love those pregnant pauses from prior guests. Nice guy, but he seems to be clearly in internal conflict. Rock hard for Doug. Yes. Cyber has heard it. We've all heard it. There's a sound of cognitive dissonance. Like, everyone knows it when they hear it. Mm-hmm. It's like a gulp in the throat, a dead silence. It's definitely something you can pick out for sure. Author Jack says, how will I know if I receive a gift membership? I don't know, to be honest, how you would know if you received a gifted membership, but I'm looking at your profile now, and there's no membership mark next to your name on the thing, so that means you probably haven't gotten one. It would have been marked up for you already, so I assume you don't have one, friend. And Skeptic Derb, there we go. Skeptic Derb has a membership mark from DZ Debates. I actually have different membership marks on DZ Debates than Deconstruction Zone. I don't know if I told you that. My Deconstruction Zone, I have custom membership badges that I made when my channel was newish, and they've got the Kraken logo. It's hard to make out, though, if your screen's small. It says, for the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory hole of his Father. Well, if we're going to be pedantic, it might be through the glory hole of his Father. In his Father, through the glory hole, I think might be the right way to...
And that would explain a lot why that last guest mentioned coming so much.
Right. I get excited when I read this book and I see that I'm picturing grade school Jesus on the cross with rock hard chiseled abs and whatnot. And I hear that Jesus wants to come in me. I get a little excited too. I mean, who wouldn't? What are we supposed to think? Gretchen says, Tophaz is giving Maynard's Christian cousin. Yes. Tophaz, you know what? I got to be honest. I know he was out of pocket. I maybe talked over him a little bit, but he was entertaining. The guy was funny. I kept him on longer than I should have just because it was kind of funny listening to him. Every once in a while, I kind of broke character and had to smirk at him. But the guy was kind of out of his mind. I may or may not have been playing with my food a little bit. Pat says, I love it when they try hard to explain God. I know. It is fun though, because you can see in real, Cyber, when we talk to these apologists, you can see in real time how the Bible formed. Here's a problem. Fucking Band-Aid, go. But did you know that when you apply that Band-Aid, now you've got 3 more problems?
And ultimately, when they get backed into the corner enough, it turns into, well, that's just a great mystery. We can't know God. And you're like, why the fuck have we been having this discussion then? You've been trying to defend him, trying to explain him.
It's a divine mystery. Listen, if it's a mystery, don't try to explain it. Just say it's a mystery. We're done. John says 2.5 billion followers with most published book in history, comprising the majority of charities, and the most central figure in history is failed. Oh, John, you weren't paying attention. I never said that Christianity is a failed religion in that people follow it. The same way Islam is not a failed religion in that people follow it, but Islam is a failed religion in that the God doesn't exist and Muhammad was just a pedophile nonprofit.
And in fact, when we take a look at why the Bible is the most published, It's the fact that churches print it in mass so they can give it away for free. In fact, if you take a look at Mormonism, if you compare how fast, how rapidly Mormon has spread in comparison to Christianity, Mormonism has spread more rapidly, and not by the sword. It spread more rapidly. They too give out the Book of Mormon for free as well. And so if we were to take a look at the spread of the Bible and its printing versus the Book of Mormon, I think you'd see that the Book of Mormon, if we're to do one-to-one comparisons, the Book of Mormon or Mormonism is outpacing mainstream Christianity.
Right. It's kind of like, look at all the organizations buying Bibles in mass, the Gideons, others, all the churches. Like, I get individuals are buying Bibles too, but like if you took away all the purchases from churches and organizations, the purchasing of Bibles would be crazy small compared to what it is today. D20 with a good question. Is spiritual world in the room with us right now? I mean, kind of. If you're a Christian, that needs to be the answer. But if it is, then we got a big problem. Cognitive dissonance. Thank you for the super chat, friend. Says the men who crucified Jesus were in paradise. Stop worrying about sounding foolish and have a real conversation. He's so dishonest, it's pathetic. They're not interested. Like, Cyber, when I was doing my like apologetic phase, I was rapidly changing my thoughts and positions every time I had a conversation with new information. I never got this situation where I was like just saying dumb stuff to preserve my position. Like somebody would give me opposition. I'm like, oh, that's actually really interesting. That's a very thoughtful, like maybe I need to look into it more. Maybe would have a follow up. But I wasn't just like walking through a room concussed trying to find a plug the leaking boat. You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. Hold on, this is a tough one. Anarchist Antichrist. There we go. Anarchist Antichrist. Thank you for the super difference. Says, do you know anything about the Word of Life Bible College? I know about the Word of Life churches. I didn't know they had their own Bible college now. Let me check into that. Hold on. To be fair, any church, any institution, anything that's called Word of Life is almost always a scam. I've never been to a Word of Life named anything that wasn't just complete garbage. But I'm looking at the Word of Life website right now, and
one thing that's important too. Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying, it just says it's a Bible Institute. It doesn't really even say that it's necessarily a college. It says the Life Bible Institute offers collegiate level biblical study programs. Doubtful. What are you going to say, Cyber?
Yeah, I was going to say one thing that's really important too. So it looks like the Word of Life isn't attached to a specific church, but it's like a non-denominational evangelical organization. But the important thing when you read about people who have PhDs and all these things, and that PhD does a lot of heavy lifting, but you need to realize that a lot of these individuals, their PhD comes from their own church. It's a Bible college that is held by their own church. You pay money. They throw some Bible courses at you that fit within their own doctrine. And then once you're done, you get your PhD. But outside of that faith, that specific denomination, that PhD means nothing. It has no weight because it's not accredited in any way, shape, or form. They don't go to school to critically learn and think about the Bible. They're there just to learn their own doctrine better.
Yeah. I'm looking through the course catalog for this school, and here's what I'm looking at it so far. I have zero love for Word of Life movements. However, it looks like this is a small school that's not very old that is trying to eventually become a legitimate school. It doesn't look like they're a diploma mill. It doesn't look like they're a scam school. This school actually just looks like it's young and it needs maybe a couple decades to mature. I'm looking at their course catalog. Freshman fall semester, you've got Old Testament literature 1 and 2, studies on Roman and Galatian, all that could be an elective. evangelism, Christian discipleship, systematic theology. Second semester is Daniel in the book of Revelation. Really weird niche classes, but again, a lot of these aren't classes you have to take. A lot of these are probably electives. Like you could take an elective on Daniel and Revelation. It's not part of your curriculum. They've got New Testament literature, Gospel and Acts, New Testament exposition, hermeneutics, disciplines, systematic theology 2. And then they've also got world religions, Old Testament 2, hermeneutics 2, world religions, apologetics, New Testament, so on and so forth. But okay, so it looks like it's a 2-year program at most. I don't see a 4th year. I don't see a junior or a senior year. And I don't see any Greek. I don't see any Hebrew. And I don't see anything like that would be for studying the ancient Near East or the Mediterranean world. But it does look like they're offering real classes. I just don't know what they're teaching in those classes. So Anarchist, I can't tell you if it's good college. What I can tell you is that I bet it would be a waste of your money. It was $23,000 a year to go there, which means you'll pay $46,000 for 2 years for something that's not a real degree, something that you can't say you did a degree in anything. And you're not like, if you take a 4-year degree in biblical studies, even if you don't go to seminary, you will have taken Greek and Hebrew. This isn't going to get you anywhere close.
Yeah, and it looks like places that they kind of partner with for credits is Appalachian Bible College, Clark Summit University, Cairn University, Calvary, Cedarville, Davis, Grace, Cornerstone, Lancaster, Liberty, Moody, Pensacola, Carolina, Southeastern College at Wake Forest, the Masters College. So
it's like a young upcoming community college of sorts where they're hoping you'll transfer the credits to a list of maybe 10 different colleges that will actually accept them. It's kind of what it sounds like. But they're trying. We'll see what happens. Hope that answers the question, friend. Scribbles by Janice. Good to see you tonight. Says, believing that Justin has the patience of a saint is the closest I've been to religious in decades. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Scribbles. And listen, I was being tested a little bit tonight. In fact, during one debate, I was about to yell at him. I was like, no, we're not going to do this tonight. I'm not going to get a headache tonight because of the idiot across from the screen. Gray says, truly, I tell you,
what we need to do. Let's say what you need to do is talk to Dalton and have him go back through like your past videos, and we can watch the evolution of Justin from going from crashing out Justin to Saint Justin.
Cyber, you saw me when I was like kind of new at the debates. I was really hard on, like when I first started, I was really kind to everybody. And then I flipped a switch because I realized how vile these people were. And I was really hard on them for a couple months. Like I was really hammering people. Some of them didn't even deserve it. And then I had to like start calming down and be like, okay, not everybody in this religion is an asshole, just some of them.
Yes, just some of them.
Great Tactus Audio says, truly, I tell you, some standing here will remain until at least 2,000 years from now. What am I, omnipresent? Only the Father knows. That's a good summation of what they think he's saying. And Singer
so
said,
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
So I live in Mormon Central, and here, Mormons are taught you're going to see the second coming in your generation. You will see it. And then they'll tell their kids. Was that the case with you where you're told you're going to see the second coming? It's coming. So
the churches I went to were all emphasizing that you could, right? You could see it. And all of them, every church of every generation always thinks it's their generation. At least though, in the ones I went to, they would preface it with, well, it might not, right? It's not a guarantee, but if we think it's going to happen in this generation, here's why. So it's not really part of the theology. It's more like part of like, we know it's going to happen. Here's why we think it might be now.
That's fair. Thank you.
Singer Soul says, also, this same person said it was okay for the infants to die because they just got sent to heaven. His channel is on day 3. Fuck. Okay, well, he's going to have a difficult time on TikTok. Let's say it's that. If he's on day 3 of having an account on TikTok, it's going to be a tough one. We'll have to wait and see. Barbara, thank you for the super chat. Francis Justin, what do you think of the New English Bible? Not crazy about the NEB. I don't want to disparage it. I don't think it's terrible. I don't like it though. It was the Dog's Bullocks in the 70s. Ever saw Dictionary of Heresies and Heretics? Any good? Actually, I do have the Dictionary of Heresies and Heretics. I got the PDF edition of it. Yeah, I like it. It's actually really good. There's a bunch of other good dictionaries that you might want to consider, like the Dictionary of Deities and Demons in the Bible is another amazing dictionary. The Ivy Press has a giant 3-volume dictionary series of the Hebrew Bible. That's a dictionary set worth getting. And then also, in terms of dictionaries, let me think. There's another one. It's not coming to my mind. It's not a linguistic dictionary. It's more like a reference. It's not coming to my mind now, but I'll think of it eventually. It's fuck, I lost it. Anyways, that's a good dictionary though. If you have it, enjoy it, friend. Singer Soul says, oh, another one from Singer Soul. Thank you. It says, also, do we have any verses where the Yahweh monster says that punishing people for their sins of their ancestors, he said Yahweh doesn't approve of that? Oh yeah, he just says it. Deuteronomy 34:7 is one occasion where he says it, and we know he does it. For example, that's why he killed the Amalekites. With the Amalekites, he says that he's killing them for what they did when they came up out of Egypt. That was 400 years ago. It says Moses was 130 Exodus. I don't know why I said Deuteronomy. Exodus 34:7. My brain's starting to shut down. It says, visiting the iniquity of the parents upon the children and the children's children. So God punishes children for the crimes of their parents. That's why we'll find like Deuteronomy 23. He says in verse 2, those born of an illicit union shall not come into the assembly of the Lord, even to the 10th generation. Well, those people are getting punished. They didn't do anything. They're just born of an illicit union. Scribbles, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, I just hate it when my spirit and soul get separated. So inconvenient. I know. So I don't know if you're here for that. We had a guy trying to argue that the spirit and the soul were completely separate things, and he struggled mightily to explain how they were different.
Yeah, so I had a migraine earlier, so I was like sleeping through that, and that conversation just gave me a weird dream. It was like I
don't blame you. Prisoner fan, thank you for the super chat, friends. As I hear Jesus likes to drink, everyone is always telling me how hard he was hammered. Mm-hmm. He was hammered real good by a number of guys in togas, to be sure. Andrew, my friend, says the fig tree example Jukebox talks about is better described as clairvoyance, which isn't omniscience, not even close. Neat trick, though. Clairvoyance is the right word for it, isn't it? I never remember that one when I need to, but you're right. That's when you can see things that you shouldn't be able to see. Clairvoyance. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Dan, even like psychics, you can be psychic and still not know everything. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Dan says, imagine claiming that Jesus would come back soon, only not to show up for 2,000 years. It is an apocalyptic cult waiting for their dead leader to come back. That's right, Dan. This is a death cult, and it didn't come true.
So, before I was a mythicist, my explanation for the New Testament, especially like Paul, was that you have Jesus who's not only like teaching that the end is near, teaching it so much that's like, hey, like don't even get married. It's not going to be of any use to you. But he was calling people into poverty, right? So when all your followers are getting called to poverty, and then 40 years, the generation is ending, you're starting to see the disciples pass away. All of a sudden, people are like, "Wait a minute, we're poor right now. We're struggling. When's he coming back?" And I used to think like that's when we started to see this shift to spirituality, where no, it's the spiritual stuff. We got this woo-woo going on. Yep. Is because the followers were the devout followers were realizing that, hey, he's not coming back, and they got shifted.
Yeah, 100%. You can see the later biblical text coping with that reality, like 2 Peter. Dan with the follow-up, thank you, friend, says, always found it funny that Jesus is supposed to have been born of a virgin, but no one around him, Mary, Joseph, Sanhedrin, apostles, seem to be aware of it. That's a fair point. We don't get a whole lot of the virgin talk in the New Testament or in anything outside of the New Testament. And outside of the New Testament, we have a lot of people saying he was just born out of wedlock. So some Dunkus, thank you for the super chat, says if I took a sip of root beer every time a Christian crashed out, I'd be out of root beer. Oh, Bob Saget. Yes, you absolutely would be. We only had 1 or 2 crash outs tonight, though. It was all right. Golden Arm, are you a quarterback? Pitcher? Isaiah 19:1.
Anyways, my wife just called, so I'm going to hop down so I can go pick her up. But thanks for having me up.
Great to see you, Cyber. Thanks for being here, buddy. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Will do. You too.
W Cyber. Golden Arm says Isaiah 19:1, behold, the Lord rides on a swift cloud and comes to Egypt. Jesus uses the same language. It wasn't a physical coming, it was judgment. And you'd still be wrong, Golden Arm, because as it turns out, Yahweh lives in the clouds and he does come to the earth. He physically comes to the earth. For example, in Genesis, when the tower is built, he comes to the earth to meet with Abraham in Genesis 18. He comes down because he needs to know what's happening in Sodom and Gomorrah. So again, I don't know why you're sending me super chats to be wrong. It's weird that you have to say this way. But yeah, I agree. Listen, God coming on the clouds with judgment happens all the time. Coming on the clouds doesn't just mean judgment. It's not synonymous with judgment. It just happens to be that when God does judge, he comes on the clouds. He does a lot of shit on the clouds. Job 22, thick clouds enwrap him so that it does not see, and he walks on the dome of heaven. Was he judging the dome of heaven, or was he just walking on it? Clearly, he's just walking on it. So this is a kind of a nonsensical take. Not really sure what this is, how this is supposed to help you here. Deuteronomy 33, there is no one like God, O Jeshurun, who rides through the clouds to your help, majestic through the clouds. Oh, wait a minute. You said riding through the clouds was judgment, but Deuteronomy 33:26 says that God rides on the clouds to be your help. Oh no. Oh no. It's almost like you didn't bother to read the whole Bible. Oh well. Not a Robot says soundboard for words don't mean words. Inigo Montoya's. Oh, that's it. You fucking nailed it, you genius. All right, hold on. I need to write a note. I can't believe I didn't think of this. I don't think those words mean what you think they mean. I love it. I can't believe I didn't. That Not a Robot. That's an amazing suggestion. I'll make it happen this fucking week. This week. Not a Robot again says, is Jesus coming on the clouds? Why are they white? That might be why they're white, to be fair. So I'm just saying that's an option. That is an option. Verillion, my friend, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says no discussion should have this much coming. Eventually, you got to have a break. I mean, you got to have a break. Have a Snickers and try again. You know, do what you need to do, but eventually you have to, you have to take care of business. And only LC, hey, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, hey, Justin, holy shit, it's freezing in Temecula. Wait, it is? What's the... Huh. It's 65 degrees. That's great. Listen, if you live where I live, 65 is great. Not a problem at all for us. But if it's a problem for you, get a good sweater, friend. The Duncan, Idaho Gola says, I arrived. My kingdom has come. Here's my tip for all the dirty talk. Rock hard for Justin. Rock hard for Doug. Gay for Justin. And simply what for shared. Thank you, Duncan. And I appreciate the tithes and offerings. I mean, as we've already demonstrated, obviously I am the Messiah. So it's in due course. And Game Master says, Justin, love your content. Can we get a words don't mean words counter for guests like Shepherd? Yeah. Now I got to write some notes. I got to get my notepad open again. Let's see. I'm going to write down words don't mean words counter. And I don't think that word means what you think it does. Clip. Okay, I got notes. I'll make sure that both those get taken care of. Good suggestion. I like that. And only LC with a follow-up, thank you, says 2 flies landed on left arm and were happily doing it while walking my pup earlier in the warm, beaming sun. Glad to know Spirit of Doug is with me. Be fruitful and multiply. Yes. Yes, listen, Doug wants you to be hard for him, and also if you're a fly, be hard for each other. Hope your arm's okay, LC. And Guitar, good to see you. Says Christians only hear what they want to hear, as this caller demonstrates. That's true. They actually don't listen very well because they're not trying to have a dialogue. They're trying to win an argument, and that's why they always fail. Guitar Atheist says we have a different spiritual interpretation. Yeah. That's right. I have just a regular interpretation. It means what it says. And your interpretation is it can't mean what it says, which is mine always wins. Rock hard for Doug. Justin, the true Messiah. Thank you. I don't have my crown out here in Temecula, but maybe before I leave, I'll find a crown somewhere. And Mike B. Den says even Google is trying to censor me, having to say all this cryptically F TikTok and F Larry the brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. YouTube's next. We got to get this administration fucking out of here. They're a menace. Remember when he got elected, they said, we finally have free speech. We finally have comedy again. And then now it's like, actually, we're going to fucking burn the books and prevent people from literally talking about God. It's fucking crazy, the turnabout. This administration's a danger. Eric Kemp says, no need to reply, mail. Rather, read suggestions on air for feedback. Sure will. A few at a time, obviously. There were about 40. There were 40, actually. Marcia. Thank you, Marcia. There was a bunch of them there. I can read them on air. I can segregate them and highlight the ones that we've done. Definitely take care of that for your friend. And Mason says, I love the fact that you've included every single prophecy that Jesus fulfilled in your cheat sheet. Fucking amazing. To be fair, every cheat sheet about Jesus's failures includes all the prophecies that he fulfilled because he didn't fulfill any. But you're right. I do have a tab in the cheat sheet demonstrating how he didn't fulfill them. And Guitar Atheist, my friend, thank you for the super chat, says, as Dalton was saying, Christians say Armageddon is coming, yet they don't want to take any responsibility for causing it. We need the 25th Amendment act on immediately. Rock hard for Doug. Agreed. Yep. Listen, Armageddon's not coming. It's not a real thing. The Bible's not true. We shouldn't be trying to invoke holy wars because we want Jesus to come back. That's utter nonsense. And Not a Robot says that was way too much coming earlier. I apologize, Not a Robot. I didn't mean to get everybody all hot and bothered. Just happened to be that way. Well, we're calming down now. We're all coming down. And Soft Static says, if you had 5 minutes with historical Jesus, if I had 5 minutes with historical Jesus, I'd love to analyze him and ask him why he thinks he's the Messiah. And then give me a real explanation for why I would interpret any of these passages spiritually when there's no reason to. The cake is a lie. Great to see you, friend. Hope you're doing well. Says, was just reading the journal of an anonymous Japanese individual from the 17th century. Finds the fact that Christians have a gruesome effigy of their God hanging in their temples really weird. It's true. Like worshiping like a dead guy in his most vulnerable state is pretty wild, actually. Especially if you remember what crucifixion's like. He's probably up there like butt naked, just hanging out. Imagine like worshiping that. Soft Static says, who needs Greek or Hebrew when you have the KJV? Indeed, if it was good enough for Paul, it's good enough for me. It's amazing. I've talked to KJVers that will say, well, you can actually correct the Greek and Hebrew manuscripts using the KJV. Fucking crazy. Only LC with a follow-up, thank you, says, that's because you're honest with the text. Didn't add words and were actually thinking critically when views were challenged rather than apologizing for BSJ. I think that's correct, LC. When I was reading the text, I was interested in what was true. I wasn't just interested in winning an argument. And Borfro says, you know they're in trouble when they start saying, yeah, but to any of your rebuttals and arguments. Shake my head, rock hard for Doug. Bor, yes. The minute they say, yeah, but, what they mean is, you are correct, but here's my cope. Here's why you're correct, but I need to say something else. Only LC, it says, also, what do you think of the Yale Anchor Bible Dictionary? I have that one. I have the electronic copy because it's hard to get a physical copy of it. There's a free copy on archive.org, and it's good. It's not It's not as recent as some of them. I think it was done in the 80s. Hold on. When was this finished? It's a 6-volume set. That's why it costs so much to get it on print. My electronic copy, when I got it, was like $300 a long time ago. But when was it published? Let me see. It was published in 1992, so it's still pretty applicable. 1992. But to be fair, there's stuff we've discovered since 1992. So I love the Yale Anchor Bible Dictionary. I use it all the time. I would also say, please also get a more updated dictionary from like the last 5 years, if you can. It's not essential. So if possible, but then again, I don't know if they're doing updates to that. They might have an updated version. Never know. Nevertheless, the question is it a good dictionary? Yes, it's an amazing dictionary. I use it a lot. I usually check that dictionary along with other dictionaries while I'm doing my work. And LC with a final super chat, thank you so much, says, yes, that's freezing. I'm used to 80s and 90s. Oh, I would burn up. I'd be like, I'd be a mess. I have a coat and still arm is perfectly fine. Thanks to Doug. Also, fuck Donald J. Trump. Yeah, with you all the way there. Fuck Trump. Elsie, I'm glad you're doing okay with a cult. 90 is a little bit for me. Where I'm from, 90 is like we want to stay inside in the air conditioning. 80s tolerable, 70s better, 60s like high 60s, early 70s. That's my jam. I like that a lot. The temperature in my house is set typically to like below 70. My homeostasis is like 68 degrees. Nevertheless, friend, thank you so much for being here. It's not late. We're not going all night tonight. It's 5.5 hours. We usually go 6 hours, so we're only ending like a half hour early. I got to get out of here. I got to eat and get some sleep and make it to the Temecula meetup tomorrow. So I really appreciate y'all being here. I love everyone. I'm doing a short Q&A on Sunday, friends. So anyone who wants to go to the Q&A, find me on Sunday and we'll make things happen. And Soph says, thanks, Justin. Now I'm going to have nightmares about Jesus coming. I'm sorry. It is the way it is. Jesus nightmares are abundant though, you know. Nevertheless, friends, thank you so much for being here. Love you. We'll see you again on Sunday.